Please take your seats as we'll begin in about 2 minutes. They did. Thank you. That was fast. Welcome to the beautiful campus of Howard University and the 2025 Allen Sack National Symposium, Advancing Integrity in College Sport. My name is Julie Summer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Drake Group Education Fund. On behalf of the Board of Directors, thank you all for coming today. To all of you who made possible the attendance of our aspiring graduate and undergraduate students in the room with generous gifts, you are listed on the front screen and in our program. These young people are our next generation of sports lawyers, sport management professionals, journalists, and we thank you for your great generosity. Just a few housekeeping comments. In the center of each table are instructions on accessing your complimentary internet connection. We ask that you silence your cell phones, but they can be used to access the panelist bios and other content. If you look at the back of your program, note that there's a QR code in the lower left. That QR code will connect you to the Drake Group Education Fund.org Symposium resource page, where you can access panelist biographies and other information mentioned during the program. All materials located on our website will continue to be available after the program, including a full recording of the proceedings today. Because you can access the panelist bios at any time, our introductions of panelists will be brief. The theme of this year's conference is the pivot point, college athletics at a crossroads. We're focusing on how the landscape of college sports continues to evolve, examining the shifting dynamics between education, athlete compensation, and the commercialization of college athletics, and how these developments impact college athletes' academic success, health, and well-being. You will hear from academic experts, journalists, and education and government leaders who are questioning these stressors now being experienced by college athletes. All of our moderators and speakers are donating their time to be here and share their expertise, and we are so grateful for their participation in the 2025 SAC Symposium. You'll see on your program, while West Virginia University President Gordon Gee had wished he could attend today, due to pressing responsibilities related to attend. Our Drake Group Education Fund finds its perfect partner in Howard University, a beacon of HBCU excellence in the Bison Athletic Department. Our hosts for this fourth annual Allen Sack Symposium. They're the perfect partner for this national symposium on college athletics at a crossroads. Sponsoring 21 teams and serving 500 athletes, the largest program among all HBCUs, the Bisons have flourished under the leadership of Carrie Davis since 2015. Howard athletes have excelled on the playing fields, achieved high graduation rates and GPAs in the classroom, and engaged in numerous community partnerships. We have asked one of the most respected and successful athletic administrators in the country to make opening remarks. Please welcome Bison Director of Athletics, Carrie Davis. We could have the panelists for panel number one come up.
So welcome. Hi, everyone. My name is Kerry Davis. I am the athletic director here at Howard University. And I'd like to welcome everyone to the Mecca. Now, for those of you who don't know, the uninitiated, that is Howard University, the Mecca. Right. And so I just want to test who's in the room. Can I get HU?
You know,
Okay, well, so we're a little weak on the Howard students. One more time. HU?
you know.
We're getting better, getting better. Okay. First of all, I want to thank Julie Summer, Executive Director of the Drake Group, for inviting me to speak at today's symposium. I want to welcome the administrators, panelists, students, and other guests, board of directors as well. I want to talk a little bit about my background for a reason. I've had a pretty diverse background on this planet. After playing basketball, and I grew up in the South Bronx. Not a whole lot of diversity. After playing basketball at possibly for lack of a better word, the least diverse university in the country, I went on to be a graduate assistant at law school. And I really wanted to be a basketball coach. That was my dream. But when I saw the difference of some of my classmates between what assistant basketball coaches were going to make and what Wall Street was paying, I sort of got diverted. I worked on Wall Street as a corporate lawyer. I worked on one antitrust case for 1.5 years. I worked on another labor case for 2.5 years. That was the life of a young Wall Street attorney at the time. I then went into entertainment law because my family was involved in entertainment, and I did that for almost 10 years, working in the music business, working in theater. We produced plays in Europe and Japan and on Broadway. And from there, I went to HBO, where I served for 17 years as the head of sports programming, dealing with people like Don King and Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson and Brian Gumbel and the NFL. I say all that to say this. Every time someone asks me, well, how did you make that transition? I always respond, it was the challenge that drove me. It was the challenge of doing something different. And so when the opportunity came for me to come to Howard, I looked at that as a challenge. Boy, Howard was this great, almost uncut diamond, if you will. It was raw in terms of its athletic department. And my goal was to have the athletic department match all of the excellence of the rest of the university, educationally, socially, politically. And that's been our goal, our North Star from the day I started, almost 10 years ago. And I say all that to say, in the last 18 months, I have never seen more challenges in any profession, anything that I had ever done in my life before. Right? This presents the most challenge. The academic environment that we are now in presents the greatest challenge that I've seen. And that's saying a lot when you've stood between Mike Tyson and Lennox Lewis as they're about to engage in a brawl on court and on a stage, and you're the only one in between them. Trust me, that was a challenge too. So the question is, where do we go from here? And I thought the title of the symposium, Pivot Point, right, was an interesting one. I just returned from San Antonio for the Final Four. And the two words I heard most administrators say almost repeatedly, or maybe it was 3 words, Wild, Wild West. Another word I heard was chaos, uncertainty. The combination of the unlimited transfer rules, NIL, and the uncertainty of the House settlement has resulted in an unstable environment like many of us have never seen before. A year ago, in this room, we invited Jeffrey Kessler and a number of different people to speak to this group. And Jeffrey was so passionate. And at one point in my life, I actually worked with Jeffrey years ago when I was a labeler. So I knew his passion. And the point he made was a good one. The NCAA is a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? The people who are out front in that industry are our student athletes. They should share in the largesse. Absolutely great point. Believe in it 100%. However, how do we do that? Because the reality is there are different tiers of performers in this industry. I face challenges at Howard. Manuel Ward faces challenges at Michigan. But our challenges are met with different resources. I don't have the multi-million-dollar contract with a television network. We're not drawing 25,000 people to our arena for every game or 100,000 people to the big house for a football game. Right, so when we negotiate a settlement, if you will, we're negotiating from different mindsets. Now, again, last year, I stood up here and I said, maybe collective bargaining, I actually whispered it, but maybe collective bargaining is the way out of this. I whispered it. Well, here I am a year later, I'm saying it with my chest. Because the only way we're going to be able to move a path forward is if we have all sides and every stakeholder at the table talking about their issues and resolving them in a way that befits all of us. And let's put back the term education in the conversation. This is not just a business. I'm here to promote excellence amongst my 500 student athletes. I care as much about winning the NCAA basketball tournament game than I do about them getting an A in the classroom. That's my goal as an administrator. Where's that reflected in the House settlement? I don't see it. And so my job at this point is I want to be a voice. I want to have a voice in this future going forward. And the one thing I want to look at is I want to look to you, the people in the stakeholders, if you will, in this industry, to make your voices heard. It's young people who are going to think outside the box, who are not going to be captured by what we did 50 years ago or 40 years ago. Not going to be held to those things. We have to think differently in today's world. That's my message to this group. So I welcome you to Howard University. I think Howard is a great place for this because our students, right, are active. They want to have a say, right, in their journey. They want to have a say about what happens in this planet. They want to have a say about their education. And for that, I applaud them, I encourage them, and just like I'm going to encourage all of you. The mission of the Drake Group is very simple: to ensure the promise of college athletics is realized for all stakeholders. Well, that is our goal today. Let's make sure that we ensure that the promise of college athletics, education, and athletics are all part of our future. So thank you. Welcome to Howard University. Enjoy the day, and I'll be listening for some great ideas. Thank you again.
Thank you, Carrie. I'm now honored to introduce the moderator and panelists of this morning's first session, addressing the new landscape of college sports. To my immediate left, our moderator is Jim Trotter. Jim is an award-winning journalist, author, and lecturer in the 2023 National Association of Black Journalists Journalists of the Year. In 2024, in the wake of a legal settlement against the NFL for racial discrimination and retaliation, he created the Work, Plan, Pray Foundation, providing scholarships for journalism students at HBCUs, including Howard University. To Jim's left is a former Division I volleyball player at Georgetown. We are so honored to have the United States representative for the 3rd District of Massachusetts, a leader of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and member of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, which is in the midst of seeking a legislative solution to the current chaos in college sport. With us this morning, we welcome the Honorable Lori Trahan. To the Congresswoman's left is Ross Dellinger, senior writer for Yahoo Sports, whose X feed is my first read every morning. Ross is a great resource and writer, providing invaluable insights into the entire landscape of college sports, including policy matters beyond football. To Ross's left is Bob Philp, Vice President and Head of Athlete Relations for Pathway Sports and Entertainment, a new and dynamic force redefining the landscape for college athletes, forging innovative pathways that empower athletes to thrive through transparent and recurring commercial group licensing opportunities. Mr. Trotter, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this way so I can see everyone. First, I want to say thank you for being being on with such an esteemed panel. There's a lot to get to here. We have a short amount of time. So I wanted to start with Ross basically because this has been an incredible week. When you talk about a hearing on the proposed House settlement out in Oakland, California, then a hearing on Capitol Hill on Tuesday, and then yesterday being the NCAA pushing the College Sports Day on Capitol Hill. So can you give us a 30,000-foot view of where we are right now in all of this in terms of what's going on with proposed changes to college athletics?
Yeah, it has been I'm still recovering from the red eye back from Oakland from the hearing on Monday night. And it's been one after another this week, like you said. It's been a lot, but it's been a lot for 4 years. I feel like I go back to the COVID year 2020, and there really hasn't been an off season college sports, college football. There's been a lot of changes. So I'll just like take each of these things maybe individually and kind of give you an overview. You know, on Monday with the House settlement hearing in Oakland, and basically the judge didn't do much really unexpected. I think there was an expectation that she was moving toward approving the House settlement. She made that clear that she wants to approve the House settlement. But she also made clear something that was expected in that she thinks she made recommendations of changing certain things. And the biggest of those changes would be changing the roster, phasing in or grandfathering in current players who are on rosters. The House settlement comes with people kind of overlook the roster part of the House settlement, but there's the back pay, then there's the revenue sharing going forward, but there's also the roster limits, the new roster limits, which would lead to 5,000 to 10,000, I think, estimated Division I players cut from rosters because it trims down on roster length. So most of the objectors that were there in Oakland were objecting to the roster limits, not really a whole lot else. And she didn't entertain any of the other objections except for basically the roster limits, which was a little surprising. So now the decision is for university presidents and conference commissioners of the power conferences. Do you phase in roster limits like she wants? And if they decide to do that, it seems like she's going to approve the settlement. If they decide not to do that and call her bluff, it'll be interesting to see what she does. So that's the House settlement portion. What happened yesterday on the Hill, and it's still happening today, is around 150 to 200 athletic directors, coaches, and athletes are up here meeting with their lawmakers, trying to convince them to pass a bill. We're on year 5 of this lobbying effort. They have been close to in the Senate to producing a bill a couple times. They're close again. They've never gotten it over the finish line, even just producing a bipartisan, all-encompassing bill. So
for the audience, what exactly are they seeking?
Yeah, 3 main things. Well, one, they want to codify the settlement. That's the term they used, which is another term, as the Congresswoman probably knows, to an antitrust exemption. Because if you codify the settlement, you protect them, you give them protection from other legal challenges, and you give them protection to enforce their rules. So that, number one, that's what they want. Number two, they want an anti-employment clause in a bill where college athletes are deemed students and not employees. And so those are really the two main things. I'm missing the last one. Congresswoman, do you, what am I missing here? There's a third.
Gotten big.
Yeah,
Become
there's-
a conference commissioner wish list, I think.
yeah, there's a lot of asks and requests of Congress right now. And that's part of what's been, and the congressman could probably speak to this, what's been one of the issues is that there's a laundry list of things that's needed, and different conferences come in with different things they need.
Right.
So a lot of times everybody's on the same page, and that's kind of created hurdles, I think. Only recently in the last year, maybe 6 months, has everybody kind of got on the same page. And I think they have because of the settlement. I think they have. So that's what they want. And we'll see. I don't know if we're going to get some bill tomorrow or next week. Ted Cruz is working with Cory Booker and some others in the Senate on a bill. And I think the commissioners met with both of them yesterday, trying to push it across the finish line.
It's great to have a congresswoman on the panel with us here to address some of this. Is there a role for Congress in this from your perspective?
So first, thank you for having me. It's great to my operating environment these days is chaos. So it's nice to take a break from that and come and talk about one of my favorite policy areas, which is the future of college sports and sports in general. Yeah, there is a role. I think with NIL and the patchwork of state laws, that's really created a tough environment, not just for schools, for athletes. If I go back to when I was 17 years old, signing my letter of intent, if I had to sort of also factor in what an offer from Chapel Hill with different NIL, regulations versus Georgetown. My parents didn't go to college. I was the first person in my family to graduate from college. That would have been daunting. And it's daunting for athletes, which I'll just take a step back. I think the voices that are often missing when Congress is getting all of these fly-ins are the voices of athletes. Why? Well, athletes don't have the resources to break from school and collectively come down and talk to lawmakers about what they want to see in a sports package. I get plenty of incoming from conference commissioners and athletic directors and university presidents. But when I asked Chase Griffin to come and testify in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee, he had to pay his own way. There was nobody helping him get here so that the athlete's voice could be heard. And so, for me, I constantly come back to my North Star, which is what is best for the athletes and how do we ensure that their voice is at the table. And I do think Congress can play a role on having a federal standard on NIL that has grown into a much larger bill. I think we started there 4 years ago, and clearly there's some things that we could take into account given that NIL has been around now for 4 years. There's issues with collectives and transfer portals, but where Congress should play is much more limited than I think what we're seeing right now in many of these proposals. And so I sort of look at it from that perspective. I am not interested in rolling back the progress that athletes have made as a result of NIL. I am not interested, and I have to stop some of my colleagues from going back to this nostalgic view of, amateurism and college athletics and say, look, this is a better product across the board. Hello, I didn't go to San Antonio. I was in Tampa watching the women's final.
There you go. There you go.
And by the way, I mean, athletes not at the table, but, women, I'm here to be the voice for strengthening, making sure Title IX is strengthened for the next 50 years, making sure that, even when we talk about the House settlement, that, women aren't this like, 5% going forward, right? Because that was not, that whole settlement was predicated on women's sports not having promotions and marketing and media deals. So, we have to, if we're going to legislate, we have to take into account the progress athletes have made, not roll that back, and not do anything to, sort of lock in where athletes can kind of benefit in college sports. So I do think that there's a role for Congress to play. As I watch the package develop in the Senate, I think it's going to be hard for that to be a bipartisan, deal, just because it's in my view, it's too broad.
I think it's great you brought up Title IX. I know you played Division I volleyball. I had a daughter who played Division I field hockey. And as I look at the proposed settlement in terms of back pay, 90% of that nearly $3 billion would go to men.
Yeah.
And there are some who are trying to apply that formula to revenue
University of
sharing,
Georgia.
yes, going forward. So what I was curious about in terms of Title IX violations, there has never been a case where the federal government has withheld funding for Title IX violations. And as we look at today's climate, where this administration is trying to dismantle the Department of Education, where the Office of Civil Rights is being limited, who's going to enforce Title IX going forward if there are violations?
So I probably should have started my comments in terms of the broader context, which we're talking about a sports package, because this administration is dismantling the Department of Education. My Fair Play for Women Act is aimed at getting rid of those loopholes so that many, many more women have the opportunity to play college sports. But that legislation is null and void if there is no enforcement arm for Title IX. So it's the backdrop of this really is a tough one. And, I know that Senator Cruz and, many in the sports, in the college sports, stakeholder group, look at this as an opportunity to get something done, right? There's Republicans in the majority of the House, the Senate, and the White House. And so this is like their moment. But I got to be honest, there's Medicaid. In my committee, the committee I sit on, Energy and Commerce, that's where sports legislation will sort of get figured out on the House side. But it's also where, Republicans are aiming to cut nearly $1 trillion out of Medicaid, getting rid of, so many investments. And so you have to step back and say, is this what voters want us to be working on right now? As someone who does town meetings every time I go home, this is not something that comes up. And so people are scared about their Social Security, scared about tariffs, scared about high cost. And so, as the Department of Education is getting sort of dismantled, I do think about the enforcement of Title IX, but many other people are thinking about, are we still going to offer education to kids with disabilities? Are we still going to be able to have the same funding streams, making sure that every kid, no matter their zip code, gets access to a high quality public education? So that's sort of the challenge right now of doing something meaningful on college sports, is that there's so many other things that are kind of burning down.
No, I fully understand it. I just find it, when they try and apply an antiquated model to what's happening now, and we look at the popularity of women's sports now, particularly the women's Final Four, which a year ago outdrew the men by roughly 4 million viewers, I believe. So to try and apply that standard going forward, to me, seems ridiculous.
When the House settlement came out, we were very quick to send a letter to the Department of Education, just getting on the record of how damaging this would be for this, for those ratios, right? 75% football, 15% men's basketball, 5% women's basketball, 5% everybody else, right? That's the breakdown. How damaging and antiquated that would be to be forward looking for future, direct payments to athletes. And so the last administration did give guidance basically saying that that was based on a time where there were no media deals, there were no promotion of women's sports. And so while it can, it shouldn't be forward looking, it was one of the first things that this administration rescinded before they before their dismantling of the department. And so I think that tells you a lot about how this administration, this Republican majority is thinking about how women are going to factor in at a moment when everyone is watching women's sports, right? I mean, women have on their own produced incredible organic growth in their sports and across the board, not just in women's basketball, women's softball, 92,000 fans at Cornhusker Stadium watching a volleyball game. I mean, I'm 30 years out of college volleyball, but I could have never imagined that kind of fan turnout for a volleyball game. And so why would we thwart that excitement, that like nurturing of more younger women fans and getting into sports? It's outrageous. So we're gonna stay on this, making sure that regardless of what happens with the House settlement, that it doesn't apply, as the University of Georgia has already indicated. And when asked about this on our panel a couple of months ago, we didn't really get good answers. So I definitely think that that is a place for, my voice anyway, making sure that not just athletes are at the center, but we are not rolling back all the progress that women have made in competitive sports.
Bob, I haven't forgotten about you down there.
Good.
There's just so many important legal issues as this goes forward. You spent basically a quarter of a century dealing with talent relations, negotiations, those sorts of things. I wonder from an athlete's standpoint, it's great that these opportunities are now there for athletes to capitalize on their name, image, and likeness. But I also wonder if there are downsides to it that maybe we're not aware of or we don't talk enough about, because we've already heard stories about athletes who have signed agreements and didn't realize that their future compensation, if they were to go pro, would be part of that agreement. Or we see kids chasing money now and not necessarily thinking about the education part of it, and who may graduate without ever getting their degree. So I wonder from your standpoint, in terms of what you've seen, if there are cautionary tales that athletes should be aware of.
Sure. Up until today and continuing to move into the forward, I will continue to stress that the devils are in the details. With real and I'm a big believer in patience as a virtue. I love the opening remarks, because I think what was hit on was the uncertainty, a collective negotiation, and trying to restructure a system that's been in place for over a century. That takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. And to everything we've already hit on, to include all those other things outside of house, it's going to take some time, continued conversations with both sides of the table. And I think because of all the immediate reaction from January of 2021, at least on the commercial side, is that we don't take into account a lot of the things when it comes to the athlete. I've always said a lot of student athletes, amateur athletes, college athletes, they're all worried about what's going on with their counterpart in the locker next to them. And I think it draws the wrong reactions, and kids start to develop traits where they're worrying about the wrong things. And I always go back to keeping the main thing, especially on the commercial side, because I think a lot of college athletes, and people don't understand this, is that there's only so much time in the day. So there are unintended consequences. They're 50% athlete and 15% student, right? So a professional athlete is 100% focused on their craft. So whatever deal you want to put in front of them, whether it's a real one, a fake one, a brand one, I mean, I think we also have a bad habit of labeling things because no matter what it is, when an athlete has to perform services, whether it's going to class, getting on the field or on the court to play their sport, or performing a service that's part of one of the many agreements they've signed, they're putting in time, work, and effort. And that all adds up. And there are unintended consequences if we as adults are not managing that from a federal or state level, from an administrative level, from a locker room and coach standpoint, and from an agency standpoint, for the ones who do have agency representation, and even from a mom and dad and parent standpoint, making sure we're putting the best interests, not only for the athlete, but for our son, our brother, our grandson, our granddaughter, and our daughters.
I'm curious when we talk about what you were just talking about, putting in time, responsibilities, expectations, all of that. And we have the NCAA seeking antitrust exemptions and whatnot. It would seem to me as a layperson, there would have to be some collective bargaining going on. And to do that, wouldn't the athletes need unionization to do that? And this doesn't appear to be a part of that. Am I wrong on that, any of you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's groups out there, whether you want to call them a trade association or a union, or, yes, they, at some point, at least I'm a believer that you have to have them on the other side to help enhance the conversation so that their beliefs, their rights, their goals and ambitions are heard as well. Lori hit it great where, like, I've seen a lot of this stuff on Capitol Hill and all that. We need to make sure everyone's got a voice. You can't have a panel with 10 people and only one, athlete on the panel that's in a collegiate sport or one that's played 5 years ago. We have to talk to the athletes that are sitting in the locker rooms now.
Guys have thoughts on that unionization?
Yeah, collective bargaining is certainly something picking up a lot of steam, even from, I think, sitting administrators. I think there's maybe they won't say it publicly, but I think many do privately believe or at least know that the end of the line here is some kind of collective bargaining. I think they would like that to be a non-employment version of collective bargaining. I don't know that exists.
I was going to say, can you have that?
But that's kind of what they want. And there was even thought that would be some kind of carve out of a special class in a bill. We haven't seen any movement on any of that. But the bottom line is, I do think there's more and more a belief that you need to get student athletes to the table to bargain, especially football and basketball, when you're talking about the money that is coming in, and the money that's going to go out and be distributed. That is it's certainly something that's more and more people are realizing.
But without, it's probably going to just lead to more litigation, and that's the unfortunate side.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Bob said is, this is worthy of more conversation and you have to be patient. I think one of the biggest issues that I have with a package coming together, and by the way, like, I have not been called to help, shape this package, which that's a huge alarm, sets off huge alarms for me, because quite often when this legislation is being pulled together, I am the only woman athlete. I'm the only Division I woman athlete in the Congress. I'm definitely the only woman athlete at the table. And so, I always notice if I'm not being called that it's likely not something great for women or for athletes. So, but you're right. I mean, this warrants like a lot of conversation. The reason why putting the employment exemption in there, it's to kind of rush through and not have exhaustive conversations around how are we going to make sure that athletes are empowered and their collective voices at the table for health and safety reasons, fairness, whatever it might be. And I think it's when we're not being exhaustive of like, how are we going to mandate that those voices be at the table, right? There's plenty of things, I guess on the NCAA, on the board, there's 2 athlete voices. Think of how daunting or overwhelming it would even be for an athlete to speak up for themselves when they're sitting across the table from their coach, their athletic director, their university president. I mean, you have to have sort of the collective voice of athletes so that that voice is equal to the folks that you're sitting across the table from. And that is not the conversation right now, that we're not talking about instituting that sort of, fixing that power imbalance today. And that's the one that we should be having. We should be debating that.
You know, what's interesting is the focus is on the Power Five or Power Four conferences. And I've spoken to athletic directors at, say, Division II schools or smaller universities with smaller athletic departments who really fear that if the settlement goes through, ultimately, they may end up losing their athletic departments simply because there won't be the funding for it. I wonder, from you all's perspective, is that a real concern? And if so, what would it mean to the landscape going forward in terms of the opportunities for, student athletes that we see today?
Yeah, I mean, quickly on my end, I go back to uncertainty. I think everything's on the table until, that uncertainty starts to fade away. So I'm sure everyone's concerned about everything, whether it's the top Power Four schools got their concerns, and the D2 and D3 get, have their concerns as well. So I don't think anything's off the table right now.
Well, I think some of the schools, and you've seen one of them so far in Division I reclassify, St. Francis in Pennsylvania, I believe. And I think you'll see more reclassify out of Division I because they don't want to be a part of the settlement. They don't want to be a part of rev share, and they will go back to, an academic based, right, higher education, academic, amateur type of model. And I think a lot of that is when you look at the Howard AD said it very, I think, is you in Division I alone, right? You have huge gaps, budgetary gaps, financial gaps. In FBS, you have massive gaps. In the Power Four, you actually have pretty big financial gaps. And I think what the House settlement and rev share will do is it'll further grow those gaps and splinter Division I in FBS and potentially even the Power Four. And I think schools are going to have to make a decision. Do you want to play in this game, so to speak, this money game, or do you want to, go back to kind of how it was and be this sort of academic type of institution? And I think you have those decisions being made everywhere right now. And I think some schools realize that they could spend millions and millions of dollars and not really, at least from a championship perspective, not make any strides because their competition's spending millions more. And so I think there's a really deep conversation going on at a lot of schools of, do we want to do this? And I think you'll see more schools reclassify from Division I.
Yeah. Bob and I were talking yesterday, and one of the things that really struck me that I learned from him is that when a player, for instance, signs an NIL deal, there's this question of who holds their marketing rights, right? And Bob, if I explain this wrong, please correct me. But for instance, if I as an athlete sign an NIL deal through the university, let's say the collective, and there's a company that has my marketing rights, and philosophically, I disagree with what that company stands for, what happens then? Do I have to fulfill that contract? Can I get out of it? Is that valid, Bob, what I'm saying here?
Listen, I'm not a lawyer, but the more 30,000 foot is, right, the unintended consequences when an athlete is signing any agreement, and it's not being reviewed, or you don't have someone with institutional knowledge to read through that and at least explain to them what they're getting themselves into. Because at the end of the day, as far as from the agency perspective, we've always put the pros, the cons, and laid it on the table, and then the family or the team that's around that athlete will make the decision. But yeah, I mean, again, when I said earlier that the devil's in the details, there is so much in an agreement. It's going to be curious to see. Each school, I think, is looking at revenue share agreements differently. Some have collectives involved, some don't. Brand deals, what you were alluding to is the assignment. I've seen agencies have marketing agreements with their athletes. Are they exclusive? Does that conflict with what the rev share agreement is? Is the rev share agreement running through a collective? Is the collective assigning the rights to any of their brand partners or to their multimedia rights partners? So again, there's so many layers to this that, again, that uncertainty, even after the House settlement, is still going to be there until we get to a closer point of where the athletes actually have a say in how this will all work. And then you get more, there is a pathway to get closer to the professional level per se, where there is a structure in place. Like I always emphasize, I've been fortunate enough to be in the talent space for 25 plus years, and name, image, and like was there before I started working, and it's going to be well into that. It's like we're born with our name, image, and likeness. This is nothing new. It's new to the collegiate space. So again, we're trying to transform an existing model into a space that's not used to it, and to a younger age group, and a broader base of families now that are taking a lot. It's overwhelming to go through this and explain this to folks. And I think, from my seat, again, it goes back to making sure you're keeping the main thing. The main thing, is it to play sports? Is it to get an education? And explain all the ramifications that come along with that when it starts to get commercially monetized. So yeah, it's layered. It's uncertain. It's confusing, and I can only recommend to athletes, on the collegiate level, to make sure that you have someone with institutional knowledge. When you get to the significant numbers, that you're not giving your rights away, that you're not assigning them to the wrong groups. You still want to have a say in what you're doing, and control as much as you can control as it relates to your name, image, and likeness.
Yeah. Before I open it up for questions, I just wanted to ask all of you: Are you encouraged by what's happening now? And particularly, Congresswoman, you as a former Division I athlete, and you look at where this is going, and the strides that we have seen women athletes make. Are you all encouraged in terms of the landscape of where we're going?
Yeah, college sports has never been more exciting than it is right now. It is, it's an incredible product across men and women and across, all sports. And I think we should remember that, viewership, fans, it's all up. It's all going in the right direction. People love watching college sports now today more than ever in my lifetime. And so that's a great thing. So that is encouraging to me when I think about the product just keeps getting better and better. And yes, there is a Wild West component. There is, transfer portals that are, we got to deal with. Do I think that that's Congress's role? I think that would be Congress micromanaging college athletics. And so there are other places where we need to, sort of help guide or facilitate like a standard across states because it's cumbersome. Yes. But I think we have to be really thoughtful about what guardrails we put up and where we're closing off opportunity for athletes to be more empowered. And so that's sort of how I think about it. But hell yeah, I mean, like college sports it's as exciting as it's ever been. And people love college sports. Most people do not think how we're talking about, what's happening today. They're just turning on the TV, which now they can see many more women's sports on TV. And that's only going to improve with the next, TV deal on the horizon. And they're just thinking, oh my gosh, like my two young daughters, they only fill out the March Madness bracket for women. Like that is awesome. I mean, that was not done, 10 years ago even. I mean, that is incredible progress for us. So I am encouraged. I'm optimistic. Yes, we have to figure things out. I do think we need to be patient and really thoughtful because I think rushing it is only going to hurt the progress athletes have made.
Either of you want to touch on that?
Well, I mean, I think like the Congresswoman said, it is an exciting time in college athletics. I mean, viewership numbers have never been higher, attendance numbers that kind of dipped a few years ago in football are coming back, post-COVID. So it is an exciting time. I think one of the things that concerns me and a lot of people is what you actually saw this year in the NCAA basketball tournament. The men's tournament specifically was you had for the first time ever, I believe, only power conference schools represented in the Sweet 16. And there's a fear that all of this, the rev share and just the money in general, will, like I said earlier, will continue to grow the gaps to a point where you'll see it on the field and on the court. Like that is a good example where the Cinderellas may not be there anymore as much. And I think for sports outside of football, where you always had the little guys and Cinderellas, the great stories, I fear that we're not going to be hearing or seeing as much of that. And so that's one of the issues with all of this. It's kind of unfortunate. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. But it's organically, probably because of the money and the revenue share, I think it's organically going to happen.
Bob, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, listen, I love it. It's if you're a pro athlete, pro player, it couldn't be a better time to be involved in college athletics. Yeah, maybe I don't like Wild Wild West. I don't like I just think it's uncertain. But shoot, now that they can, you see so many more college athletes' personalities come out because they can market themselves. They can enhance their visibility on social media. They can be in a TV campaign or do some radio reads or what have you. I think the transfer portal, it does need to be fixed because I think it gets away from the educational side of it. But from a business side, alumni bases couldn't be any higher because of that competition. You know, there's this hero villain mentality that's created, which is spiked TV ratings. So listen, I've watched more college softball and female college basketball. I mean, I have a daughter. There's a whole nother conversation we have as far as what's actually a competitive sport. She was in competitive cheer from 7 years old. And there's that whole argument of, is it a sport? Is it not a sport? But yeah, I mean, college sports is awesome right now. And, you know, again, we shouldn't take it for granted though, and make sure that we fix it and make it something that's sustainable.
Great. Julie, do we want to open it up for questions now? Okay. I didn't know if we had mics anywhere for the audience. Oh, okay. Does anyone have any questions? If you could raise your hand and state your name and affiliation. We have one back here, please.
Hello, I'd like to ask a question about athlete representation, and I agree with you all 100% in theory. The question is in practice, and for me, the closest analog would be the players' associations of the NFL and NBA. And although the average tenure of those pro athletes is approximately a college career, right, about 4 years, they have veterans who can form the leadership to really be most directly involved in negotiations. How can you imagine that one might have a leadership that could be leading bargaining with the presidents, athletic directors, et cetera? Thank you.
You're looking at me. How about you? Now you're gonna take this one? That certainly is the leadership of any kind of union or players association in college is an issue. I think Bob mentioned earlier, there's a bunch of groups right now, probably 3, maybe 4 that are angling to become the college player, a college players association. And you know, they have leadership, they have older players on their like leadership boards and all that. I mean, that would be the easy answer, right? Is you cycle each cycle. You have a player rep, you have older player reps, maybe seniors who kind of lead some kind of unionization or players association. In fact, the House settlement, you know, future athletes for the next 10 years are all included in the House settlement. They become a class member, and there are class representatives. So it's kind of built almost like it would be a union. There are class reps, and each year there'll be new kind of class reps added, leadership, you know, in a leadership position. So you could do it that way, but there's no doubt a college players association and how it would be constructed is probably one of the issues with collective bargaining and unionization. It's just how it would be structured when you have 18 to 22-year-olds, right? Instead of 24 to 40-year-olds or something in pro sports.
Ross, am I correct in my interpretation of it that Judge Wilkin also said she was concerned that incoming athletes would need the opportunity to basically say they, excuse me, they don't want to be included.
Yeah.
As part of that, and she wanted them to address that as well. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. You know, there, aside from the roster limits, that was really the only other objection that she really entertained, was that you're basically, and she kept using the analogy of the 10-year-old playing kickball, right, is a part of this class right now. If they go to college, they're part of this class. Is that right? And I think that what's going to happen is she asked the power conferences and the NCAA to go back and adjust language in the settlement where you're not, the future athletes are not part of the class until they get a chance to object. They can't opt out of the class. They're already pretty much in, but they have an opportunity to object to the settlement. And there would be, if the objection is good enough, the judge deems it good enough, they'll have a hearing like they did Monday. And so that they'll change a little language there. That one's not as significant of an issue as the roster limits, but those are really the only two ones that she identified, which is surprising, Congresswoman. Any Title IX issue she waived off as basically as you got to file a separate lawsuit on that. Which plenty of lawsuits will be filed on July 2nd, a day after. I'm sure they're already drafted. But she waived off that. She waived off the anti-competitive nature of the cap, just having a cap. She waived off that. She pushed aside any fears of the booster regulations, the third-party NIL. She didn't care about any of that. It was a little surprising that she identified the roster limits in the future athletes as really the only two issues, I think. But that's what she did.
As someone who's covered the NFL the last 3 decades, it sure felt a lot like professional sports in terms of the way that she was viewing it and whatnot. So this, as you were referring to earlier, this image of amateurism, it just doesn't apply. It does, at least from my perspective, doesn't apply anymore. So
It hasn't existed for a long time.
exactly. Over here, and then we have one in the back here. Oh, I'm sorry. Did someone else? I'm sorry. You have the microphone. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Brown. I'm a sophomore sport management student at Delaware State University. And I just wanted to ask the panelists, as somebody who is looking to go into college sports and being an administrator in the college sports landscape, what are some trends and resources that I can use to kind of prepare myself for a career in an area where there's so much uncertainty and so many questions in the future?
Change your career.
No.
I'm kidding. Of course. Yeah. I'm kidding. I talk to ADs every day, multiple of them. It's, they'll describe it as a chaotic time, obviously, and what they're dealing with. The role has changed and it's continuing to change. I think it depends on what school and what like conference and level that you are, right? The Howard athletic director role is a lot different, like you said, than Ward Manuel at Michigan, the Michigan athletic director role. So I think it depends on where you're at, but at the highest levels, I think it is becoming more professional, professionalized. So studying professional organizations and executives at professional organizations is probably a good start. A lot of power conference schools are hiring general managers for sports. So it is just becoming more commercialized, professionalized. So I think for any young person that wants a career in athletic administration, keeping up with as much as you can is always important, but also studying the professional ranks in NFL, MLB, NBA, WNBA, all those and how they work, because that's what it's transforming into.
Yeah, I would just say, I struggle with that as well. I mean, I think news is breaking like every day that's shaping the future of college sports. And so I find myself listening to, podcasts, like reading the sports pages more than ever, because one, you know, the rise of women's sports. Look, the rise in sports in general. I mean, I went back to my alma mater, which is Georgetown. There's now 3 levels of sports offered on campus, right? There's the Division I, you know, intercollegiate sports, but there's intercollegiate club sports now, and there's also, you know, intramural sports. And like that, I mean, all rosters are full, people are clamoring to keep playing, you know, if that is like, it's part of our culture. Sports is part of our culture. Like there's plenty written, and there's a lot of big thinking around how the future of college sports can look. And so I think it's exciting to be a part of that. I think a lot is going to change in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. I think it's a great career for a young woman to have, you know, to help shape how it continues to be a part of our campuses, how we still nurture and grow the next generation of women athletes, which is, you know, never been stronger because of the rise of women in college sports. And so kind of keeping that as your focal point and just following all of the news that's sort of happening, I think it's exciting.
Okay, let's go over here and then we're back there.
Hi, Mike Kavanaugh, independent researcher. Question for the Congresswoman. Great to have a Hoya perspective. I was there before you were born, but nonetheless. The NIL is great. It was long overdue. Maybe the best thing about it is that students aren't paying for it. And the question is that going to change? Hopefully it won't. We already have very substantial losses being covered by students and their families at the majority of programs. University of Massachusetts, for example, loses between $35 and $45 million every year. We certainly don't want to make that higher. Maybe we also want to make that lower. And what kind of discussion of those issues fits into the congressional hearings at this time?
So you're talking about the loss when kids are in bad deals, or I just want to understand the question a
Well,
little bit better.
that the athletic department as a whole
Mm.
loses, in example of university.
I see.
35 to 45 million. There are a number of schools that lose more than that. Which is a lot of money.
Yeah, yeah. I think I have it now. And you tell me if I don't by my answer. So one of the things that we saw with the rise of collectives, for example, is there's now this bypass of money that used to come to the university and be subject to Title IX, right? Boosters used to give money to athletic departments. That was governed by Title IX. Now we're seeing, you know, a lot of money going to collectives. There is no rules regulating how that money gets distributed to men versus women. One of the provisions in our College Economic Freedom Act, which addresses, we have some standards, or the Title IX applies to collectives. Now, is that going to solve it all? No, I think there's a lot of debate on how collectives should be regulated. But for me, I want to make sure that if there is money that used to come to the university no longer, that women don't get shortchanged in that debate. And I think that is something that, again, Bob made the point earlier, we have to be exhaustive in how we think about that, and rushing something through actually won't set these universities or these athletes up for success going forward.
Back here, please.
Hello, my name is Cedric. I'm with the
Vote.
CKA Save
vote?
Project.
Okay, we'll get 'em.
I was reading an
Take a vote.
article or
Hold on one sec. Cedric.
You know
I'm
what?
sorry.
I don't want to be rude. They just called votes. So I'm gonna scoot, but thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Cedric. Go ahead, please.
Can I use that excuse too? They called votes.
Yes, I'm here with the CKA Save Project, and my question is, I was reading in an article that some students who are receiving NIL deals in college now could possibly that could possibly impact their potential earnings if they were to go pro. I was trying to see if there's some credibility to that, or anybody know about that and can expound upon what I was reading?
Terminate on it?
Hmm?
There you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it goes back to what I alluded to earlier as it relates to the uncertainty or the unintended consequences when an athlete in the collegiate space signs an agreement and they don't necessarily know what they're signing onto. Whether it's giving up rights in specific categories commercially, whether it's allowing the group that they've done an agreement with to assign those rights elsewhere. I mean, to give you I guess maybe an easy example, a college athlete right now could potentially sign a deal with multiple different groups, whether it's the college, the collective, a marketing agency, a marketing rep group that may cover trading cards to go against whatever guarantee they're giving him at the collective, at the agency, which could go into the future. If that's a top lottery pick in basketball or a top pick in the NFL, that deal could potentially worth more than the actual guarantee or collective agreement they signed. So again, athletes need to be cautious and make sure, folks with knowledge and expertise in this space are looking at anything they put their signature on.
And I just wanted to add one more. Is that connected somehow? Because I know Jaden Daniels, he refused some of his NIL deals because he knew he was going to be a top draft pick. Is that kind of correlated to what you're saying potentially?
No, I listen, I think that's more in the category of being smart, selective, and the power of no. Which we can, again, that's where I think that the whole third party Deloitte Touche clearinghouse is very subjective and is going to have some issues moving forward because you're worth what someone's going to pay you. You can get into the brass tactics of, what the value is for certain services, but as long as an athlete's going to say no, because that's in their best interest. I don't know if that played into, it was more of him probably being smart and selective of saying, hey, I'm going to wait and not do a deal now because I think I'm going to bet on myself. And once I get to the pros, my value is going to go up a lot further.
Thank you.
We have one. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a mic right there and then we can come right here when the mic. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the minute. We'll go 3, 1, 2, 3. How's that? We got you in the back. We're going to come to you. Thank you.
Hi, all. My name's Ellie. I'm a recent graduate from Princeton where I swam all 5 years. I've got a question for you guys about how to get student athletes to the table at the NCAA at the system-wide level. How do we practically bring student athlete voices up? And how do we specifically get Olympic sports to the bargaining table, especially when Olympic sports like the sport of swimming don't tend to have a lot of financial leverage?
Well, one of the things that's part of the House settlement is the remaking of the NCAA governance model. And they're in the process of meeting about that. I think they've had 2 or 3 meetings and they'll have probably 2 or 3 more. And one of the big topics in those meetings is remaking the Division I Board of Governors and having more athletes be a part of not just the Board of Governors, but even some of the boards and committees underneath. So that's in the process, from what I understand, of happening, of getting more athletes on those boards. They do have SAC right now, obviously, but the role there is probably a little limited. So I think they are in the process of adding more athletes to these governing boards and committees. As far as the big sports and getting like football, basketball players involved, what I've found is football and basketball players, and I think Bob mentioned it earlier, right? They have their duties in school, right? and they have their sports duties and practices and games. And now they have NIL and activations and all this responsibility, is that it gets so full. None of them want to do this. None of them want to be right on these committees and boards. They don't have time, or they just don't want to do it. So that is a problem. But hopefully as we move into this era where they're actually directly getting money from schools, right, that may even be a requirement to be involved, right, to be involved in some way.
Okay, we had one here and back, and then to the back.
Real quick, Rob Smith, Youth Sports Collaborative Network. Given all the athletic departments of the big schools is getting more like a business, shouldn't they lose their nonprofit status and just be treated as a business and pay taxes and be treated as such? If they're not going to be part of the true educational process, why should they be a nonprofit? What are they doing? Clearly, they're helping their athletes, but I don't see the greater good coming out of this.
Probably one of the things why they don't want employment, college athlete employment, I would say, is that there's a fear that there could be a loss of that. But Bob, if you want to.
Yeah, it's above my pay grade. Listen, that's a tough question. Listen, I think that there are also, and I'm not sure if this is going to answer your question or not, but I think there's a lot of good that also comes out from an educational standpoint of the athletes who do play sports and that are on a team and in a locker room. So when folks say that, you know, it's going professional and we've lost sight of the education, listen, I've always wondered why kids who are on teams, especially now, don't get credits for actually playing a sport. I mean, all these coaches go and teach classes to other students, right? The advances that have been made within the affiliate facilities they work in, with NIL, the financial literacy classes they need to take, and being taught how to manage a checkbook or their bank account, the health and wellness services that are now provided to them. From a recovery standpoint, from an eating standpoint, the educational value alone playing a sport now in college, those life skills are tough to teach in a classroom. So I wouldn't necessarily dismiss the education value you get from actually playing a sport and being part of a team.
Okay,
I'm not saying, I'm just saying just in general, I think that there's education value when you're playing a sport. Again, the other stuff about the nonprofit, the profit, that's a whole nother conversation.
right, we got to wrap it up, but I promise a question to the gentleman in the back. We'll end on that.
How you doing? My name is Alex Brown for CKA Saves. I guess my question is, like, if you're here, you probably view college sports differently than the average fan, but just read the narrative, or how do you switch the narrative that somehow these 17 to 22-year-old students are ruining college sports, that they're the greedy monsters all of a sudden, when now it's all of a sudden the Wild Wild West and it's lawlessness when no one had a problem with it. So how did the narrative change so quickly?
Yeah, it's money. I think money changes the narrative so often. And I think this is right. You look at what's happened over the years with pay increases in coaches and administrators, and the budgets have ballooned from TV money. And so the narrative for so long was the coaches, administrators are getting paid all this money. You know, they're the bad guys, right? And we have seen in the NIL era, we have seen the pendulum kind of swing, I guess, so to speak. You know, I don't know how this new kind of house settlement, this rev share is going to change the narrative, but there is hope from people that can you find a middle ground between these two things? Like, you know, can everybody get enough money, enough compensation, enough benefits? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to ever get there.
Can I say this real quick from a journalist standpoint? I think we have an incredible role to play in that, in terms of how we present it. And I think as we get younger people into the pipeline and into decision-making positions, and who come from different cultural and life experience backgrounds into these positions to determine how stories are being covered and who's covering them and what the narratives will be, I think that will help change it. I think right now, just personally speaking, you still have that sort of old guard in place that is used to one model. And I think sometimes they're slow to change how things are viewed. So that's just one
Yeah,
one
it's gonna
perspective.
take time. I'm with you. I mean, a D1 basketball player jumps in the portal. He's a trader. He's this and that, and the coach makes a change for more money. It's all cool. He
Yep.
brings 5 guys with him, and it's all kosher. So it's just, again, it's like I said, patience is a virtue. I think it's just going to take time for all of us to adjust to the new norms, or what will be the new norms. And then, I think, like you said, reporting will change on it.
Well, and things will, like, that's a good example, right? Coach leaves, player leaves, there's a
Yep.
different kind of, right, narrative out there. Well, the house settlement is supposed to have player contracts, right? Coach leaves, the school that he's going to has got to play a buyout. And soon we're going to see the school that a player's going to is going to have to play a buyout too. So we're going to see the field level in some way. I don't know if it'll change the narrative, but we will see that.
But I think all you have to do too is go out in the public and see how young people view what is happening and how they view athletes being paid now and how they view it as such a good thing and whatnot. And then you have the older population that says, man, they're ruining college sports, right? So it's all about perspective as I see it, at least in terms of the people I talk to. With that, we have to close it. So I thank you all for being here, and I thank you all for allowing me to moderate such bright and intelligent folks up here. Learned a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim, Ross, Bob. That was a fantastic panel. We'll be back. We have a 15-minute break. We'll start the second panel promptly at 10:30.
Yeah. Yeah, how you doing? Nah.
Have you more,
Right.
if you don't mind.
Trying.
You're in town here, so.
I am, I'm a mile away, yeah. Hey, it's.
And please take your seats. Yours on. Testing. Yeah. Is her mic on? Is it on? Are all the mics on? I can. There we go. There we go. Thank you, everyone. And we'll begin panel session 2. Welcome to panel session 2, New Era, New Rules. Changing the academic playbook for college athletes. This panel session will explore alternative academic models, opportunities, and pathways for college athletes beyond the traditional 4-year degree programs. Let me introduce the panel. To my immediate left is Ava Wallace, the moderator of this session. Ava is a sports writer for the Washington Post and authors the weekly newsletter, The Sports Moment. To Ava's left is Ron Moses, president of the National Association of Academic and Student Athlete Development Professionals and senior associate athletic director at Old Dominion University. To Ron's left is David Ridpath, professor of sports business at Ohio University, author and former college coach. W. Hauk Professor Emeritus and Emeritus Professor of Africana Studies at the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. Now please welcome Ava.
Thank you guys so much for having me. As someone who stopped taking math in high school because I went to journalism school for college, I'm absolutely delighted to be leading the academic portion of today. Dr. Moses, I want to start with you because you were hired at Old Dominion in 2019, is that right? Couple changes since then. How has your day-to-day as someone who caters to student athletes' welfare changed? Not even since 2019, but maybe since 2021.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. I mean, it's changed immensely even since 2019, right? And definitely changed when we first started. You know, when I first started in this profession, we were developing student athletes over a course of 4 years, right? You get them as a freshman, you develop them, you teach them competencies, right? Life skills, you know, holistic development, things of that nature. But now we kind of find ourselves a little bit different, right? You know, obviously NIL is a factor, but what I always tell people is the transfer portal and the unlimited transfers, the immediate eligibility is probably a bigger factor, honestly. A lot of people don't know that the sit-out rule was for academics primarily, right? You know, if you transfer from, you know, Howard's Business School and you want to go to Temple's Business School, you know, you may lose credits, right? So the academic enterprise is not necessarily set up for students to transfer 4 and 5 times, right? And so I've been doing this a while, right? Admissions and transcripts, and you'll be really surprised at the transcripts we see now, right? The number of times the students transfer, what majors they're in, what they're taking, things of that nature. So that's probably for me, right? Even less so than the money. Probably the more concerning aspect, right, is that we have students kind of bouncing all over the place, not necessarily going into a specific direction, aimlessly wandering through their academic journey. And what we're also not talking about is the post-graduation outcomes, right? So that they get money, they may or may not get a degree, but what's happening to them afterwards, right? So I kind of akin it to like a lot of things that we do in the United States military, where it's like, okay, hey, vet, thank you for your service. And then once they're done, are we looking at what's happening to them afterwards? And that's really where the data and where I'm focused on is really the post-graduation outcomes, to make sure that what we're teaching them and what we're trying to teach them, whether it's a year, 2 years, or 3 years, that we can kind of sustain it for, you know, the next 40 and not just focus on what everybody's focused on right now, which is them making money in college.
And to follow up on that, when you have a kid who's coming in from another school and you're used to kind of working with people who you can build a relationship with over the course of 4 and 5 years, when you're talking about transfers being so much more common and everything, how do you build trust with students nowadays, as an educator, as someone who's also dealing with agents now, who's someone who's also dealing with colleges, or with coaches kind of calling your office and saying, I need you to check to make sure this person's going to be eligible. I need to know how many credits they're coming in. How do you foster that relationship with a college player?
Yeah, I honestly tell people that's the biggest challenge, right? I think within this whole system, even at, you know, College Sports Day on the Hill, things of that nature, we see everybody thinks about ADs and they think about coaches, but they forget about what I call the frontline workers in athletics, right? The SIDs, compliance, academics, trainers, right? We have a massive shortage of trainers. People are quitting because they're not making enough, right? And now we're funneling everything to the athletes. And so people say, okay, we got coaches getting paid, we got people getting paid, but we have schools cutting advisors right and left. We have schools that can't find trainers or can't afford trainers. Compliance has to break down these transcripts or break down evaluations. So it becomes tough because a lot of times those individuals aren't a part of the negotiation process, right? So the student might have been promised a major that they can't progress towards degree-wise, they can't major in. Or the student might have been promised a number, things of that nature. And now the trainer, the compliance person, the advisor is really dealing with it. And for the most part, once the agent and the coach makes the deal, it's pretty much on everybody else to kind of work through some of those aspects. So we really try to build a relationship with an athlete. That's really all we have right now. That's the only leverage point is, we have to build relationships. What can we do holistically? What type of college experience are they having? Are we making sure we're giving them really good customer service? Honestly, is really all we have as frontline workers to make sure the students are doing a good job. And if they do transfer, we try to make sure we're educating them, right? Here's your unofficial transcript. You need to ask these questions before you go on your next visit. You need to make sure that this is transferring in. You need to make sure you can major in what you want to major in. So we really try to work through that, right? Because that helps kind of with my previous point of how we're looking at post-graduation outcomes, how we're really looking at how this affects them, 4 and 5 years down the line, and not just their current college experience.
Okay, last follow-up, because I do want to get to our other panelists.
Mhm.
How's that going? Seriously, are you finding student athletes to be receptive? Is it much more challenging than you thought it would be? Kind of give us a little insight into that.
Honestly, they are receptive. Honestly, I'll tell people if you keep it real with them, like they'll keep it real with you, right? So even if I have students that want to transfer because they can make more money, we try to really, even through that process, support them as much as possible. Because at the end of the day, this still was your student, right? So if a person came to Old Dominion University, and we have spring games next weekend, we have 2 NFL players coming back, and they both graduated from ODU, but they both went Power 4, right? And we facilitated that entire process for them. We helped them choose a new school. We helped them get their own independent agent and lawyer to make sure they checked over that NIL deal, even though they left, right? So I think sometimes people hear the horror stories of, the institutions aren't necessarily helping them, but this is still an alum, right? This is still a student. This is still somebody's child. And we try to make sure we facilitate that. So when they're going somewhere else, they still can have that really good experience. And I think if we look at the system in that way, right, that no matter where they go, and that's the interesting part about as we're looking at budgets, Ross mentioned budgets, things of that changing. Students are going all over the place. They're going from HBCUs to Power 4s, back down to Group of 5s, back down to D2. So we all have to kind of be in the same space and have that shared equity just to make sure that those students are getting what they need as far as the academic side.
So thank you for the perspective from the people who are kind of focused more specifically on the college players. Sorry, as a journalist, student athlete, I'm not supposed to say it, so it's going to take me a little time to get back into the lingo. But for Dr. Ridpath and Professor Shropshire, to kind of zoom back out and talk about academics holistically and maybe not just necessarily a college player's career. When we're talking about schools that are charged with educating a student athlete who's getting paid $4 million from Texas Tech, for example, or much less and playing another sport, and then also you've got to take care of kids who aren't on sports teams. Are our institutions built for these times? Is the current model set up to succeed in kind of this era of college athletics where you do want to still center academics and take care of all of the sports stuff and all of the revenue that brings in?
Well, this may be unpopular with some, but I don't think the system's ever been set up over the century of college athletics to actually work within higher education. It's always been kind of a square peg in a round hole. And I want to say that people like Ron, that he's over, and they're angels. They do the best that they can. So nothing that I'm going to say today is directed at the frontline professionals, and certainly not at the athletes. So where I come at this, Ava, is I think for us to move forward is we have to reframe the relationship to education. Education can be a part of it, but why does a college athlete have to be in a minimum number of hours? Why does that athlete have to meet percentage of degree? Why are we not talking about tailoring the educational process around the elite sport life cycle? Again, education is on a spectrum. So from a faculty perspective, I've always said this, I do not see dumb athletes. I see, unfortunately, underprepared athletes who are put in a situation where they cannot succeed, which we don't do athletically, by the way, but we put them academically in situations where they can't succeed. And we put the burden on people like Ron, and we tell them, you have to keep this athlete eligible. eligibility is not education, all right? University of Oregon men's basketball team was all enrolled in online classes this the whole year, essentially because of the conference realignment and traveling around the whole country. Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Is that the college experience, those types of things? We're trying to, again, as I go back to, we're trying to put this square peg in a round hole. And from a faculty perspective is, if I have and Ron deals with this every day, if I have a college softball player or a college baseball player, they're playing 56 games in a semester, missing almost 5 weeks of classes. It is impossible. At the end of the day, it's impossible. So why are we doing that? Why are we saying you have to meet satisfactory progress and stuff? Why not? And I know we'll get into this a little bit, Ava. Look at some other alternatives, because education doesn't have to be between the ages of 18 and 22. And oftentimes, and I'm living proof of this, you don't realize the value and the transformation and also the social mobility of education till you're a little bit older, you're a little bit more mature. I didn't go to college till I was 22. I work a lot in Europe. Again, we're the only country in the world that does this. I have professional basketball players in my classes in Europe, professional hockey players, and they're fine. They don't have to meet the mandatory minimums of eligibility requirements. Ron may disagree, but I think what we have now with the mandatory minimums of eligibility requirements for athletes is absolutely the worst thing we should be doing, because it's a focus on eligibility and not education. So I'll get into it a little bit deeper, Ava, as we go, but there's many other things that we can do. But as we had to kind of get from the iron grip of, oh my gosh, college athletes cannot get money beyond a scholarship, we need to get past this iron grip of that they have to be full-time students at a certain time in their life. We can reframe education and make it much more transformational by opening up the system. And I'll talk more about that later.
Professor Shropshire, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think I'm too different from where David is on this. The thing that I would emphasize is that a little bit differently is that the framework is there is because the money is there. And in this House settlement moment, and Kerry in his intro really did touch on this in a way that we should emphasize a bit more. Education is missing from the conversation, and how to reemphasize in the way David talks about and the way other people talk about, how do we make sure that these men and women that have this tremendous opportunity leave these institutions ready for life? And we've got two elements that make it even more difficult than just the idea of too much focus on sport. But one is this new money, and the idea that you, and I'm at the Wharton School, so I look at these numbers maybe differently from others. You think you're rich, you think you're making a lot of money, and then it ends, and you haven't prepared for the what's next. So that's one element of it. The other element is, and we have to understand that in this moment of anticipatory cooperation or caving with the White House coming down on education in general and what it is, and the perception of maybe what many want it to be. And that's more of a trade school deliverable. And the fact that these athletes not only miss out on the chance for this education in the way that it used to be, that many people are able to learn in ways that they never thought they could learn. And they maybe walk out with a skill that may or may not be a skill that's good for a lifetime. So there's a lot to focus on besides how do we get money to student athletes. It really is, how do we, and somebody else said this too, which I so strongly believe in. I worked at the 1984 Olympics, ran the boxing competition, did some other stuff. And the North Star that we had there, and the North Star word was used, was what's in the best interest of the athletes? What's in the best interest of the Olympic athletes? I mean, from decisions on what kinds of buses to have, what kind of food to serve, all that. If you had that as a point that you keep coming back to, you come to much better answers than you do on the economics of the university and it's sort of all these other things. What's in the best interest of these young men and young women?
Dr. Ridpath, what are some of those alternative models that you brought up that you feel like work for the current situation, the current landscape?
Well, and again, being the only country in the world that does this, when you think about it, when I speak to my students in Europe, they think we're crazy. When you look at the system that we have, it is kind of crazy. I remember taking students from Europe up to Ohio Stadium in Columbus a few years ago, and they could not believe that the athletes that played in that stadium weren't getting paid. This is before NILs and stuff. And so you think about it's kind of illogical. And then we're saying that we're essentially having you be a institutional development officer almost as a college athlete. We're asking you to practice. We're asking you to all these other things, training table, literally your whole day is taking up. And now, as was articulated very well before by Bob and everybody, with all the other things that's available through NIL, the college athlete, to me, oftentimes it's a race to the bottom academically, right? We're just trying to keep them eligible. So why not look at and say, education is on a spectrum. If it gets to where I think it's going to go, and might make some people uncomfortable, but if we get to at least a segment of collective bargaining and college athletes are employees, certainly at most schools, I don't know if it's the case here at Howard, but certainly all Ohio institutions, as an employee, you get tuition benefits, right? You can actually go to school as an employee, take as many classes as you want. If you want to be that athlete who's essentially doing the same thing, working as a professional athlete for the school, you want to pursue your degree, you can do that, but you don't have to. But what I'm proposing is lifetime educational credits. I was telling Ava earlier, I'm a former military officer. I'm a product of the GI Bill. And so I've talked about having an athletic GI Bill in a sense that the college athlete would have the ability through funding, even money that they can contribute to that can multiply, maybe not in today's stock market, but maybe in a couple of years. But that can multiply in the sense that, or the NCAA or conferences can actually match that. That's what the military did. I would put money in, $100 a month, and it would be tripled by the military. And by the time I left, this is back in the 80s, but I had $22,000 for college, right? Which again was great. So, but I also realized at that point in time, right, that education was very important. But I'm also proposing, why not don't tie the athlete even to a specific school? If an athlete would do this, the athlete could go to a trade school if they wanted to. There's nothing wrong with being a plumber, mechanic, excellent chef. Let's not force people and cluster people into, and I'm not discrediting any major, but into certain majors just to keep them eligible. Let the athlete choose the educational pathway and let them choose it at the time in their life when it fits best for them. So we can be assured what Ken said, that they have the skills to succeed in life, but also have it be a mechanism that they could use that fund to start their own business. And let's face it, in the gig economy, I'm an educator, but I think even more so now, a college degree, while very important, you can still do a lot of things without a college degree now, right? Starting your own website, being a social media influencer, providing that money to the athlete and saying, you come and give us your time and treasure at Ohio University or Howard for however many years, and we do make money off of you. It helps the university brand, enrollment, all those things that we tout. We're telling you from an NCAA perspective, you have the ability to get the education that you want on your timeline. If you want to do it while you're playing, that's fine. Now, I know I just put Ron out of a job here, but what I'm saying is my North Star is what is best for the athlete. And what I will tell you, what's not best for the athletes are the ones that are tired every class they come into, the ones who are academically unprepared, but they're being shoved into something that they don't want to do. Let's face it, we go back, and I'm not picking on any school, but Texas A&M years ago, Richard Lapchick and I talked about this. 80% of their football team was majoring in poultry science. There's nothing wrong with poultry science if that's what you want to do. There's nothing wrong with sociology if that's what you want to do. But 80% of your team doesn't want to do that, period. And we're failing our athletes. And still to this day, and I haven't worked in college athletics in a long time, but I'm still seeing today as a faculty member, college athletes, and let's face it, other students too, but college athletes, I would say a higher percentage, that still lack requisite skills upon graduation to succeed in life because they were just maintained as an eligible athlete. And nothing against my friend and colleague here because they tried their best. It's because the system is impossible. So let's look at some alternatives. There's many different ways. Education exists on a spectrum for the whole life, for someone's whole life. So let's not try to say they have to be an athlete from the ages of, a student from the ages of 18 to 22. And if they don't do that, somehow they're not getting education. Trust me, before NILs and all these other things, we had these same problems, okay? education was not the focus then. It doesn't mean so just because they're making money that it's become somehow less of a focus. The focus has always been on winning and revenue generation, at least in my experience.
I think I agree with you that education has kind of been shunted to the side for a long time. And I think the difference now is if when you're a student athlete who's making a lot more money, that the stakes are so much higher. And I imagine for schools, this eligibility stakes and everything are so much higher. Professor, how does that model sound to you? Is that something that's a workable solution in this country, I guess?
Definitely. And the idea of decoupling that 4-year period is masterfully the path you've got to think about. The idea of, and I've written about this, and let's say one thing too. I mean, this has been kind of an evolution in my thinking on this. I'm the number one person that was saying we shouldn't be so paternalistic in this setting. I mean, I'm very strong on you should be able to go to high school from high school to the NBA. So all this sort of stuff. I've actually revised my thinking on that, and maybe I've gotten a hold on it. Think about we need to be a little more paternalistic on some of this stuff. I mean, there is a time to think about, well, this thing's not working right. So we need to think about how to fix it. The idea of having academic boot camps before you get to college, the idea of having with all these dollars having some sort of heavy, as was discussed, counseling all the way through on what are you going to do next. I mean, the mentals on this are you're not going to be a successful athlete unless you put everything you have into focusing on being the successful athlete. Finding ways to break that, to get people out of that athlete identity in a way that part of that identity is being successful after you've been an athlete. And then the whole idea of whatever version we come up with, lifetime scholarships, that you can always come back to complete this degree. And I've moved away from this too. I wrote this book, The Miseducation of Student Athlete, in 2016. And I used the phrase meaningful degree as this goal to be achieved. I've moved away from that a little bit in terms of, and just as society has about, a college degree is not everything. So are there other paths that you can teach while you're in that space about how to be successful? And that might be the trades, that might be a number of different, how to be an entrepreneur. I mean, everybody that dropped out of Harvard is in Silicon Valley a billionaire. I mean, so how can you incorporate that into this thinking? So in my mind, if schools have to pay $20 million a year, whatever the number is, to commit some portion of that or add some number on top of that, to think about this education piece, to me, is the way to begin to dream about how we can make this better, and from the lessons that we've learned about what hasn't worked.
I found something that Bob said in the previous panel interesting, in that there's a lot of value in what athletes learn on their teams, in locker rooms, in hard situations, and losses and wins, things like that. Until we get to the point where we can kind of fundamentally remake the current educational system, Dr. Moses, are there things that you can do to work within the system? And by that, I mean, like literally changing academic, not standards, but academic kind of checkpoints that you look for. You said that you're much more focused now on postgraduate outcomes. What are the things you've kind of found successful that can work within the system to recenter education or recenter somebody's experience while they're still a successful athlete?
Yeah. In my opinion, right, as an educator, because I consider myself an educator first. I taught high school. I was in the military previously. So to me, college teaches two things: critical thinking and problem solving skills. That's what it's supposed to teach at the end of the day, right? You want to develop really good critical thinkers, not necessarily somebody who's really competent in one particular area, which is why you take well-rounded classes, or you should be. And then problem solving skills, right? Can this person have the requisite skills in any field that they go out into to be able to succeed? So I think for us, we look at it holistically now, right? A lot of it is a lot of holistic development. So what we do at ODU is a lot of the stuff now within NIL, within our rev share contracts, a lot of it is tied to behavior and growth of the athlete, right? So community service, if you make over a certain amount, do you have a foundation? Do you have an LLC? You have to pay taxes. We need to write some of these taxes off. We need to be giving some of this money to a foundation, right? Community service, things of that nature is what we're typically working towards. So we're really looking at them in a couple of weeks. We have an NIL/career fair. And so every company that comes not only is talking about employment and jobs, but we're also getting the athletes excited about NIL, because each company will also do 2 NIL deals, right? But what we're doing is marketability, right? Do you have a good resume? Do you have a good elevator pitch? Are you speaking to them properly? Things of that nature. How are you really selling yourself to that company? What we're hoping to do is try to change behavior, right? So we want to try to change behavior and make sure they understand it's not necessarily all about the money, but we're trying to teach requisite skills post-college, right? So I don't disagree with anything that they said. That's the outcome, right? We want people to graduate and have really good post-graduation outcomes. All of my teams are over 3.0 GPA, right? And that's not because we've stopped focusing on eligibility a long time ago. It's about in the major you're in the classes you're in, are you not necessarily even about competencies, but are you putting your best foot forward, right? Are you managing your time correctly? Are you using the skills? Now, how they're getting it done now is completely different. They got all kind of tools and AI and things of that nature. So we're not necessarily sure how much they're, some of the stuff that they're learning, but we're making sure they at least have pride in what they do in some of their work. And that's the stuff we want to teach no matter what they go into, right? I have a bunch of my students now who leave us and they go to the shipyard, Norfolk Naval Shipyard, they go up to Newport News, and they make a ton of money in careers that they didn't have to have a degree in. They go and work apprenticeships, right? They go and do HVAC, they start companies. So again, did we teach them the skills that they can go into any field that they want to, whether it's coaching, whether it's HVAC, whether it's plumbing, and they can run a company, understand taxes, understand not only the financial aspects, but how to solve problems and understand as a service provider or whatever it is that they want to do, that they've kind of learned that in college to be able to apply that in the real world.
Dr. Ridpath, what do you think about those? I don't want to call them half measures. They're not half measures.
No,
They're kind of meeting
Right.
halfway between what you two down there want to get to eventually and what kind of the reality is for student athletes these days.
Well, and I think it shows what people like Ron you have to do on a day-to-day basis. Again, like I said, they're angels, but they're also adapting. We do need to look at in academia, right? We have these pre-business classes, life skills classes, and other things that we do give credit for we would say the quote unquote normal student, that there are some things we're doing in athletics now combined with at Ohio University with almost every college on campus to benefit our athletes with regards to, they're learning these skills, how to doing taxes, manage money, retirement, those types of things that I do think we could give some academic credit for. I've been a little bit cautious only because of my experience of when people have talked about the majoring in the sport, kind of like you major in dance, you major in acting or something. Mm-hmm. I will tell you, my football coaching friends, when I have that discussion with them about majoring in a sport, they think that means I can practice them all day long and it's just about the games. And I talk about, well, no, there's actually still going to be reading, writing, and arithmetic. And then that's where the conversation stops. But I do think that we could actually make, again, an athletics arts major that combines a lot of the things that Ron was talking about and using skills of people from his office that are outstanding. And yes, playing the sport can also be part of that, but it just can't be that, again, like the coaches think. So I think, again, that's one thing that we could do, Ava, I think, within the system. And I think people like Ron are working every day to try to make things work in the system. But it's challenging for us as faculty. When I don't see an athlete for 3 or 4 weeks, and I will say 99% of the time, it's not the athlete's fault that they're not there. If you're traveling from California to Rutgers, I mean, when you do stuff like that, the enterprise has said that education is not important, and it makes it tough on all of us to try to deliver a viable education. I agree with Ron. I mean, it is critical thinking and requisite skills. Sadly, in many cases in athletics, we're not even getting there to those two basic things. Mm-hmm. And that's where we're really struggling. And that's why I say, let's let's shift a little bit and look at different ways. Think outside the box. How can education work? And it can work so many different ways for different people at different times in their lives.
So I've got one bias on this, and critical race theory says fully disclose who you are as you make statements. So I was blessed to have a football scholarship to Stanford, and it definitely, no question, it was one of the turning points in my life to have had that opportunity. Especially since the NFL didn't happen, to have been at that place where I could have been a lot of different places. But I bring this up because while I was there, I got 1 credit each semester that we had football practice. I think the only reason I kind of recollect this is because my son, 10 years ago, played tennis at Northwestern, and I asked him, just kind of, his father's, how the grades going, besides that credit you're getting for tennis. He said, I don't get any credit for that. We don't get any credit for that. And it's the same time that I'm kind of reading in the Chronicle and elsewhere that people are talking about, you should be able to get a degree for your participation in sport. And that struck me as too much. And it still does strike me as too much, that it's, that there is sport management. There are paths where you can get a degree for participation in sport. But I do think this is where the critical thing comes in. I do think there is some universal credit that should be provided for all these things we're talking about that you do learn. Get for the time, the things that you learn in that moment. I mean, that's another kind of universal incorporation that I think could be very valuable, but not to the extreme. So there's some balance into that.
Professor Shropshire, I'm glad you interjected there, because I was reading a little bit about that book that you mentioned that you wrote in 2016, and I wonder what, if anything, you would go back and adapt maybe 9 years later that you feel like you've learned since then about your stance on education and how it relates to college athletics.
Yeah. So written, fortunate enough to written a dozen books or so, and never go back and read any of them. I don't want to know what I said. I don't want. So the publisher of this book said, a few months ago, would you like to write an update of this? And I'm like, I'm cringing, thinking, now I got to look at what did I say. And the first thing, so 2016, first thing that's really struck me is that no mention of NIL. That the whole idea of compensation was focused on salaries and paying directly. And a little bit about endorsements, sort of, kind of indirectly NIL, but nothing. So to think through that a bit more is one of the things that I would look at and make sure that compensation, because NIL, the original NIL was the marketing versus recruitment NIL, and it's all kind of melded together into this one thing. So it is something to think through. But from my quick gut-wrenching reread of my work, we did have kind of 12 principles that we said, I think we called it a manifesto, we might have changed that word, to revise college sports. It is largely the kind of thing that David's talking about, this whole idea of money is fine. And many of you are too young to have gone through this whole thing that we endured about this whole amateurism, and we got to hold on to all that stuff. So we finally gotten past that, 98% of us. And now we are in the space of, well, how we have this in that book. I have a quote from Gene Smith, which still sticks with me. So think about this is 2015, 2016. He says, we have this tremendous opportunity to reorganize college sports at this time. And that's really what we need to capture more fully. And that's really what I would focus on some more. part of it was it. I feel like, you write these things, you say, maybe I didn't write it loud enough. Part of it, the cry to say education should be incorporated is there. Part of what's not there, and I think what we should all be able to work on more now is how do you really fix it? Okay, now we're not worried about the money part. How do we make the whole thing better? So that's what I would do should I really decide to do this rewrite of this thing.
And I'll say, as somebody who was asked to do an update on my 2018 book, which had some similar things that Ken talked about, is, I just wanted to capitalize on what he said here, is we just don't have an opportunity to reorganize college sports. Understand that everything, the tentacles of college sports, because those were the first sports we had in America, essentially, go everywhere and affect everything. And we really need to look at reorganizing our whole American sport ecosystem. I mean, it is kind of, again, crazy, I use that term, but kind of maybe misapplied, that we are essentially funding about 80% of our Olympic development system within the educational space. And most of that is being funded by two sports that's primarily populated by African-American males. And that needs to be talked about. Our Olympic Committee is the only privately funded Olympic committee in the world. So we also need to look at, hold on a second, should intercollegiate athletics be our primary elite sport development model for our international teams, even for our professional teams? So as a country, we have to look at that too. And as I call, doing those alternative sport development models will also take stress off the educational system.
Can I say, and just the one real thing to add to that, you mentioned the presence of African Americans on these campuses. But the one thing to really zero in on now that I would incorporate as well is with the affirmative action ruling that we had now a couple of years ago. It is imminent that we address the issue of, well, who are the Black men that are on predominantly white campuses now? Are we revolving back to a moment where most of the Black men on those campuses are athletes? And what does that mean? And are we addressing that issue properly? So there's a whole ecosystem of stuff that we need to think about, because again, in my day, I'm walking around campus and somebody says, what sport do you play? I'm not fully offended by that, except they caught me. Yeah, that's primarily how I got here. But we evolved away from that moment, and to devolve back to that, there's a lot that's there as well.
I'm glad you brought that up. That leads perfectly into my next question in terms of when there is a House settlement and things are finalized, what further effects do you guys see trickling down into the education part of college athletes? Kind of something that I think about, and something that certainly the previous panel talked about, was the widening of those gaps, not just between student athletes and students on campus who don't play sports, but between different types of student athletes. How do you kind of address that or get ahead of that? Is that something that you see becoming an issue at all, or am I completely off base?
Take this one first, Ron.
Yeah. So piggyback on what they said, that's honestly probably my biggest worry, right? That the one particular group that we're struggling with high school graduation right now, we're struggling with literacy rates, we're struggling with getting them in college, period, is the one that we're saying, like, okay, hey, you're going to make all this money and it's great. And then I always come back to, like, what are we teaching them, right? Like, what are we saying? Are you saying the value is in what you're doing athletically, right? And as a former athlete, now look at some of the post-graduation outcomes of my friends. A lot of them weren't pretty, but depending on where they went, depending on what they learned, depending on what rendered them. So we really want to make sure, and that's what my association, what we're doing, a lot of times internally, right? I know a lot of people look at the colleges in general and saying, hey, you're taking advantage, but there are those of us internally that are really fighting for that aspect, right? We want to make sure they educate. We want to make sure they get degrees. Even if they don't get a degree, what are you doing, right? There are those of us who are really fighting for that aspect. And what I'm afraid of in the House case, and we're seeing that now across the board, especially in our Power 4 institutions, is they're cutting the student support areas. They're cutting them. Less advisors, less trainers, less compliance. We can't afford them, right? We can't afford to pay this person 45,000. I'm gonna give this person 4 million, but you know what? Let me give the coach about another 15,000, and then you can go do study hall on your own. And so the more we're doing it, we're not necessarily limiting or holding athletic departments accountable. I've been in the athletic department, but I'm thankful to be a deputy and senior staff enough and to have an AD who has a terminal degree who also values education. But at what schools? We saw it at Ohio State in a few places where they got rid of 5 or 6 advisors because they said, oh, we're getting rid of students. And then these students here will tier them in different systems, and they can go on campus to get their student support. They can go on campus to see advising. So I think that's one of the main things I'm worried about, right? Yeah, we might not see as many brick and mortar buildings, you know, but what's being cut, that's what we're not talking about. A lot of schools can't afford 20.5 million, right? So there's a lot of staff being cut. There's a lot of student support being cut. So more money is going into the student pockets, but at what expense? At the professional level, they're expected to have their own, for the most part, trainers, agents, things of that nature. But we're that support in the college level. So if that is cut, then, you know, who's providing that? Is the agent providing them? Do they have a runner on campus? Do they have their own strength coaches? Are they paying for that? Are they paying for their own chefs like my NFL athletes do? So those are the things that I really worry about that we're kind of going away from. And I fear that may be an unintended consequence of the House case.
You're saying paying Stephen Curry to be your general manager takes away from
It does.
other jobs in the athletic department.
Absolutely.
Certainly at many schools, maybe not in Ohio State. I guess I'm trying to look at this as a glass half full. But I also know that, you know, Carrie and I were talking earlier that if we would have been on top of these things 15, 20 years ago, you know, we wouldn't be here today, but it was that old way of thinking, the holding on to, as Ken said, you know, this old model that never really worked as intended. And so I'm hoping, but I think maybe sadly, it's going to be a bit of a scorched earth, where we're almost going to go down with the ship in many ways. But then we'll be able to say, okay, now we can maybe fix this. It doesn't have to be that way. At the end of the day, and maybe the title of my next book should just be We Will Always Watch. I mean, college athletics is undefeated. It's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, especially you heard the Congresswoman say it. We will watch college sports no matter what. Even if I stood at the midfield at Ohio Stadium in Columbus and said, none of these young men or women are going to class, let's face it, nobody would care, right? The TV networks don't care. The administration doesn't care. They might say they care, but at the end of the day, we're still going to watch the games. So if we're going to watch the games, then we can make it work in so many other different ways. But I think sadly, all these things that Ron said are happening. And I think we're going to get to a point where it's going to be really bad. Be like, wait, we're paying these athletes, we're doing all these things we should be doing. We're still paying our coach $12 million. You know, we actually do need athletic trainers. Oh my gosh. And I think something like that, unfortunately, is going to have to be the catalyst. And then we can really talk about changes. I wish we could be more proactive than reactive, but I don't have a lot of faith in the leadership right now.
I guess, you know, one part of your question was about what's the impact of money on the system. And I alluded to this. We have to do a lot of work with our young men and women about the difference between having a lot of money, being rich, and being wealthy. And the idea, I mean, and it's not that difficult to run a Monte Carlo simulation with anybody that says, you think you got some money now, but here's when it will run out if you don't do something else in your life, to really show somebody the timeline of what they have. So that's, and we do this at a chance to educate educational programs for NFL players. We have a lot of conversations with these men about these kinds of numbers and how much money do you really have, and the idea that everybody can't be an entrepreneur after you finish playing. You got to think about, you got 30 more years of your work life that may be left, 40 years. What is it that you're going to do? And even if you're fortunate enough to be the one that gets the the $10 million deal, you can invest it and that will last you over time. What are you going to do with the rest of your life? sit and watch your money or what, and everybody can't be an entrepreneur. We all often joke about, and maybe you should just think about being not just, maybe you want to be the general manager of the Home Depot or the regional manager. There's some great jobs where you could really thrive for the rest of your life and find a space to be in. The other part of it is kind of jealousy and people being upset about who's making what money on campus in those moments. I think it just evolves to fairness, which also begins to get us into Title IX a little bit too, to make sure that the opportunities are there for everyone to be successful, that everyone has the chance to make as much money as the next person. I always joke about I was evolved from being a third or fourth string offensive lineman for 4 years. I was in some sense glad to keep getting my scholarship check and staying out there. And if the 1 and 2 were getting paid, that would have been fine with me. I mean, it kind of, the market kind of settles out if you let the market play itself out. So I think with continued force for Title IX, I think that's the one element that can be the most problematic if we go back to some of the old, Senator Tower kind of conversations about football is king. I think it can work its way through over a period of time.
My last question to all of you, and all the student journalists in the room will recognize this one. Is there anything I didn't ask you that's central to this conversation that you want to make sure we bring to the fore before we go to questions from the audience?
Yeah, I would say, honestly, everybody's important in this, right? I don't want to skirt that fact. Everybody's important. So I think, even this year in our organization, the N4A, we work with the Drake Group, we work with the Knight Commission, NCAA Committee on Academics, we were at AFCA, we're at everywhere in different places where people would say it's adversarial, right? I have athletes.org, one of the collective bargaining associations. They're coming and speaking. They're going to be one of our keynotes at N4A this summer, right? So I look at it as like, we don't have to be adversarial. We all want the best thing for the student athletes. And sometimes, good conflict is, it's the best outcome, right? So, and also, right, we have students here. We have a bunch of students here that want to work in sport. So they want to work in sport. We need them to work in sport. Jobs are being cut. People are leaving. People are being underpaid. Graduate assistantship positions are being lost. Internships are being lost, right? And so we're going to look up a few years from now and realize the pipeline to ADs. ADs are retiring right and left. We might not have people to be able to replace them. So we want to make sure that everybody is here and in this system and understands like it's going to take everything. We need journalists to challenge. We need professors of research to research and tell us what's going on. We need them to be able to hold administrators accountable. We need them to be able to help student athletes. So the ecosystem is important. And to that point, I do believe some of this is good, right? We've been having tons of arguments between my donors, my AD, everybody down there trying to figure out our rev share plan. Tons of arguments, tons of going back and forth. And every single time we come out of the room feeling a lot better, right? Okay, hey, we addressed this. We needed to address it. I understand your position. You understand my position. And now we came out a little bit more on the better side. And ultimately, we want the best for the student athletes. And then the other thing that's really driving it is everybody wants to win at the same time, right? So we can't skirt that fact as well, right? So if you're going to put a team out there, you want to put the best team out there. So how can we put the best team out there? How can we be fiscally responsible? How can we make sure that we are educating the student athletes? And how can we make sure we're setting them up for life to that standpoint? Those are all things it's not going to work overnight. But I do think, you all coming to things like this, being in this room, having a conversation, regardless of your position, this is important for us to move forward.
Yeah, and I think, I've covered many of the things I wanted to say, but I do think that I watched a panel that was up at Ohio State a couple of weeks ago. People on here, people were on it, you might know Matt Brown, Andy Schwartz, Armin Katayan, and one of the questions was asked, where do you think this is all going to end up? And Matt Brown said, nobody knows. And my response was just in my head, listening to it, was, I know where it should end. And I do think we have to embrace the change and not fight it and be understanding, right? That we've decided to create this business within the educational space, and it is a business, a multi-billion-dollar business. And the athletes deserve a seat at the table. They deserve a voice, at least at some level. for the rest of us, and Carrie and I had this conversation too, compete at a level you can afford and sustain. Not everybody, and maybe even what Ross said, you know, with what happened in the men's basketball tournament, not everybody's going to be Ohio State. I don't even know why Ohio University is attempting to play in the same sandbox athletically as Ohio State. We're great in many other ways. So I talk about things that we should do, like, you know, let's get rid of NCAA sport minimums. Let Old Dominion choose. These are the 4 or 5 sports that we're going to be excellent in. Meet Title IX requirements and everything. These athletes are going to get paid as employees. And then we're going to take another segment of sports that might be a Division II model. The rest will be Division III or club sports, right? We can develop excellent athletes in the club sports system. We've actually had professional hockey players come off our Ohio University club hockey team. So there are so many other ways in the sport development ecosystem that we can still use the educational space as an option. And I just think, again, and I had mentioned to the young lady also who was wondering about working in college athletics, we need new ways of thinking, and we need to, as they're friends of mine, we need to usher out a lot of the old ways of thinking and move forward in the sports ecosystem. And education can be a part of it going forward. We just need to do it in different ways.
Just 2 things. I recently became emeritus, supposed to be retired and all that kind of stuff. But I've been reading a lot of stuff, a lot of books about the university and what the university is supposed to be. And I figured I spent most of my life in this thing. You know, how do you make it better, including this student athlete piece? And there's a lot of, you know, Vrosovsky, there's a lot of great books. Both at Arizona State, there's this book, The New American University, by Michael Crow. One that I just finished rereading again, it's by a guy, Will Bunch, who's a op-ed guy at the Inquirer. It's called After the Ivory Tower Falls, and it goes through this whole history of what the university in this country, it talks about, you know, past universities, what it's become and how it became what it is. It actually talks a lot about the men that came back from World War II with the GI Bill and how that evolved into a space from more of a before World War II, it was this elite 5% of the country went to college and got these degrees. And then after World War II, it was more of this trade school kind of place. And then kind of leading into the 60s, this kind of, wait a minute, what's going on at these universities? That whole concept begins to develop. So I think we really have to have that perspective in the way that we think about this. So that's an important piece. I think everybody that's really concerned about this should spend some time with. The last thing too is, and we kind of joked about this idea of using the phrase student athlete and where should we go with that? And I kind of bite off of Michael Crow's book, New American University. We do need to think about the new student athlete. I mean, you know, there's so much baggage that comes from the Walter Byers creation and sort of, but it is a great phrase for what it is we should try to evolve to in terms of what this person can be in this new setting, in this new environment. And I really appreciate this panel because we did move away from a lot of the money part, which has just dominated so much of the conversation as opposed to the people part. What are we going to do with these young people? How are we going to help them to be in a better position than they are in today?
Questions? That was a quick hand. You go first.
Oh, thank you. As a non-collegiate athlete, I'm curious your thoughts on our conversations about how it affects the student body happening and school spirit and alumni and recruiting. I know as a student in both my undergrad and graduate degree, I had classmates who were athletes and they bring so much to the table. And then in my graduate program, I worked with one of our college coaches as he was pursuing his education as a coach. And then as a working person, professional, having colleagues who are athletes, and they bring so much to the table and culture, from values of teamwork and humility and hard work ethic. And I feel like former athletes and recreational athletes are some of the best people to work with as a working professional. And so I hear some of this and I feel like we need them in these places. And so just curious, to what level conversations are happening about how it affects student body and morale, and again, alumni relationships and kind of school spirit, and then down the road as well.
Yeah, I'll start if that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's affected at all. I mean, the stadiums are still packed. There's still the school spirit. People are still wearing, their Ohio State t-shirts and whatever it may be, right? I'll just say this: we've jumped the shark. We've made a decision of what, at least at some level, what college athletics is going to be, right? If we want it to be, Division III, we could do that. The Drake Group started out as an academic integrity mechanism, and we put forth models of saying, here's how we could have college athletics. This is, and I say we just in general, this is what we say it's supposed to be. Here's a model or models to do that. And we were laughed out of the room, right? So we've made a choice. I think under any model we go to, collective bargaining or anything, you're still going to have athletes on campus. You're still going to have some going to school. They'll have that ability, but they just won't have to go take 12 or 15 hours, those types of things. And honestly, because of what we're doing now with conference realignment and scheduling and other things, as a faculty member, I don't see my athletes very much. And they're surely not interacting with other students. And we've segregated them so much with specialized academic centers and other things. I really get what you're saying. It's not reality, unfortunately, but I do think that going whatever direction we go is not going to change where we are now. That's my opinion.
I got a quick comment on it. The only thing that when I'm doing resumes with students and things of that nature that I love to ask them is, what school do you claim? Like, whose homecoming do you go to now? Right? I had a student talk to her, went to 4 schools, and I'm like, so when we graduate, like where do you have, like, I went to the University of Georgia, I love it, big fan, things of that nature, go back, national championship, all that, right? It's one of my proud points, but that's only, I joke about it, but I'm also serious sometimes when we're doing resumes, and I'm like, I don't really know, like, what school do you put down, right? So that's like a half joking aspect, but it also is real from their identity piece where they don't necessarily know what is home to them as well, right? So how does that affect that athlete? Like I said, I bring my athletes back who graduated from there, but what about the person that only did 2 years with me? Do I still bring him back? Like, what's kind of my sense of loyalty? Like, how are we working with that athlete?
I'm very worried about where we're going to retire jerseys personally. As a sports writer, I'm like, Haley Van Lith, do you get TCU? Do you get, I don't know. So who else? Go for it. Oh, sorry, we're getting a mic to you.
I just had a question about AI. And we know that there's been a lot of compromise in academics with that. And we know that there's been compromise even with college athletics. What are your thoughts about the role? Because AI is not going anywhere. What are your thoughts about the role of AI, particularly those student athletes who are not prepared when they come into the college setting? And what do you believe administrators, faculties have to do regarding policies in this particular area?
I thought there was going to be no math. This sounds like a math kind of question. No, I think AI has, it is interesting that we have not mentioned AI in this moment. That is especially all the business settings. It's the cool thing to do to make sure you incorporate AI into everything that you're putting forward. So I think all I can say is I think that certainly has to be in the contemplation as well. That you're not prepared going into the world unless you fully embrace AI. And we at the business school, as I was leaving, they appointed a vice dean of AI. So that's when I knew it was very important that you have, that you're focused on, that you think about what should be incorporated in classes and otherwise. But again, that's just like being a student on campus, and how well does the campus deal with that issue? And athletics has to incorporate it as well.
And I think from a faculty perspective, going back to what Ron eloquently said, critical thinking and requisite skills. But I will say, as a professor, I'm using AI. I'm using AI in my research. There's some really good things about it. We have policies and some instructional modules to help athletes, and we tell them, if you're doing an assignment completely AI, it's pretty easy to figure that out. It's still with Turnitin and those types of things, and AI still has some inaccuracies. But I do worry from an athletic perspective, right? When you're traveling so much and the conference realignment, all those things I've mentioned, that it'll become too big of a crutch. I do think it's something that we can use, but again, at the end of the day, what I tell our students, you need to be able to speak. You need to be able to interact. You need to be able to negotiate, problem solve. You need to be able to write on your own.
Correct.
And so I try to push that. But at the end of the day, the individual is going to have to police themselves.
Yeah, I'll correct. I agree with Doc here. Our president really tries to lean into it, right? So how are we teaching it at the faculty level, at the university level of, you need to write an 8-page paper. Students typically are confused and they have brain farts about what I'm writing. Well, you need to outline. Here's the topic, here's the outline, but you need to use your own words. You can use it as a research tool. So a lot of our professors are trying to teach them how to use it as a supporting tool, but not a copy and paste tool, right? Because there's so many different things now. Like didn't even know Socratic and all these things, and they take pictures of their math homework and it spits out the stuff to them. And I see all kind of wild stuff that it evolves even as I'm realizing that I finally catch on to it. So for some of the aspects to that point, you still have to speak. You still need to be able to write. You still need to be able to do some of these aspects. Can AI help structure your assignment, your thought process, things of that nature, but it has to come from you. So we kind of try to teach those things instead of saying like, oh my God, don't touch it, don't ever touch it, because we're using it, right? Our president is asking us to use it. We're using it in the companies, things of that nature. So we try to teach them that aspect. And on top of that, teaching Word, all these other office suites, things of that nature that students have seemed to not know how to do anymore, right? Use Excel, Word, Google, things of that nature. So we're just trying to teach those aspects.
This gentleman had a question.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Robert Clayton. I have a question for you. I smiled when David said, I don't know why Ohio University's in the sandbox with The Ohio State University.
Oh.
I'm an old school guy. It used to be that freshmen were not eligible to play varsity athletics because university faculty and presidents felt it was important that first year for those individuals who came there to play athletically to become acclimated to the learning environment. That all changed in the fall of 1973. I'm an old school guy. And the cover of Sports Illustrated was Walter Luckett.
Yeah.
I know you know
Famous Ohio University basketball.
And he was the cover person for the change by faculty and presidents to allow freshmen to play. That was your university, created the sandbox that you're wondering why you're playing in now.
You're correct.
I know I'm correct. So the question I have for you all, and this is collectively and for the panel, would there be a challenge on your campus if we refer to student athletes as scholar athletes, not student athletes, because we don't refer to any other activity as being student hyphen that activity? Would there be a challenge on your campus if you refer to every athlete who came to your campus as a scholar athlete? And what would be the challenge? And what would be the concern if you did not remessage that person as being there for scholarship first and activity second, as you do any other individual that comes to the campus?
Well, I have to be honest, and thank you for bringing up Walter Luckett and the university. But yeah, I mean, again, one of our core Drake Group issues going back to 2001 when we started was actually to bring back freshman eligibility, to not have segregated academic centers for athletes. But one other term was one other goal was retire the term student athlete. And also for me, I would say even scholar athlete. It might sound a little bit better, but I'll just be honest with you, and it might make people uncomfortable. It is not a term of endearment. It is a term of control. It has been a term that has been used as a way for economic exploitation and as a crutch to be able to say, well, guess they're not workers. They're not here to make money. They're here to be students. But yet even well before NIL, I'm old school too, all these things were going on. Like Jimbo Fisher said famously one time, NILs have always existed. We just didn't talk about it before, right? So for me, the messaging is they're students. And I don't think any hyphenated term is something that we should be using, because even if we said scholar athlete, some of my friends in the business are going to capitalize on that and say, that's why they shouldn't be employees. They're here to get a degree, when that might be the goal of Ron, me, Ken, and others in this room. It's really not the goal of a lot of people. They're there to get them to play, to make money and win games. So for me, the long answer is no, I don't think it changes the paradigm at all.
We've got time for one more, I think, if anybody has one. Go ahead in front.
How y'all
We've got
doing? My name is Michael Brakely and I'm a sports management major. My question to y'all was, do y'all think that the new age of NIL has negatively impacted amateurism in college sports?
I'll just go real quick. No, because amateurism as a construct in college sports, in my view, and this is what I study, has never existed, ever. And it certainly, you can make the argument if it did exist, it stopped existing in 1953 when the scholarship was awarded, right? Because true amateurism would be if we got together and went out and played touch football, right? That's amateurism. Amateurism has been a fluid concept. It's been whatever the NCAA has said it is over 100 years. I don't think it's affected anything because going back to my Jimbo Fisher comment, college athletes have always been getting paid. It was not some type of educational pure utopia before, as painful as that might be to hear. But that's when I worked in college athletics, when the rules were very strict. College athletes were getting paid. Varsity Blues was happening, all those things. And, you know, in the end, I don't think it's changed anything except for the better. It's more fair for the college athlete, and that's the North Star. What is best for the athlete, and they should be compensated. I think it should be beyond NILs, but this is a great step in the right direction. Ken will remember, Ron maybe too, it was a huge fight just to get the stipend on top of the scholarship.
Cost of attendance.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you would have thought we were asking, to burn down an entire city. A stipend on top of a scholarship. Ron, I don't know, ROTC gets that, Honors gets that. There's all kinds of scholarships that offer that, but yet that was looked at as something awful. Now we don't even talk about that anymore. Now NIL is the boogeyman. Not so much anymore. Now it's collective bargaining. It's just, we evolve because I go back to what I said just a little while ago. We're going to watch no matter what. So it doesn't, in my view, affect anything. We're going to watch the games.
Yeah. What I think it has affected is, I think it's affected the athlete identity index in a negative way, right? I have student athletes that if they don't transfer, their parents and everybody pissed at them, right? I have students who feel like they have to. And I know we have a panel with mental health coming up soon, but this is affecting their mental health immensely, greatly. We do have parents taking a lot of their money. We do have athletes that feel like if they don't transfer, they're going to be disowned by their friends. We do have people that feel like they have to move every year, right? So if there is any negative standpoint, it is from that sense of everybody's telling them leave, right? Leave, every year leave. You can have somebody that's right here at Howard and they can be perfectly fine and everything's fine. And every single person around them is telling them you need to leave Howard, right? So how has that affected you? You're perfectly fine at Howard. I deal with all the time, every day. Students typically, before they think they're about to transfer, they come to me first. And my mom is telling me this. My agent's telling me this. My AAU coach has called me, right? And it does. We've sent people to the therapists. We've sent people to counselors just to be able to say, I want to stay, right? Just to be able to rationalize that they want to stay. Or if they want to leave, right? Because now leaving is a lot easier than staying. Where back in the day, leaving was really hard because you had to sit out. There wasn't a transfer portal. Compliance gave you a list of schools you could contact. So now I think we've created a system where we're telling them, right? And if they want to leave, that's perfectly fine. But I don't feel like we should be creating a system where we're telling them you have to leave every year if you're happy where you are, right? And it is affecting them mentally and it is affecting them long-term, right? And those are the things that we're trying to be able to create that system to where they do feel safe and they don't have to jump every year, right? Because that's the ultimate goal. We want them to get the benefits, but we want them also to feel safe.
No, I fully agree. I mean, the one thing that I always tell people to keep in mind is that NIL rights weren't granted, they were reinstated. I mean, it's always been something that's been there. It was essentially taken away. So that's a frame of mind to have about it as well, that it should be there.
With that, we're at time. Thank you three so much. I could listen to you guys all day, honestly.
College athletics as performing arts. I love it. Fantastic panel. Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Ken, so much for your time and expertise today. And in about less than 5 minutes, the buffet tables will be ready on either side of the room. You can begin eating. And I will cue that. And then at noon, we will start the award ceremony.
No, no, we don't. The people that are making decisions.
Thank you.
Exactly.
The buffet lunch is ready on either side of the ballroom. You're welcome to eat. We'll begin the award ceremony in about 5 minutes.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone has had a chance to take part in the gorgeous lunch. Love a good vegetarian option. Oh, always a nice thing to see. I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of the Drake Group Education Fund Board of Directors. My name is Tammy Gaw, and I am the chair of the board. So I am here welcoming all of you panelists, moderators, and attendees alike on behalf of the board and of our executive director, Julie Summer, who has, as you've seen, put together an exceptional program with the help of panelists and moderators that have all donated their time. And so I think that we can't really take for granted the fact that they're here to have these interesting, tough, and nuanced conversations in a way that invests in the knowledge of everyone else. So I would like to thank them as well for that. I would like to welcome you all to the Over Lunch National Awards Ceremony. We have 3 awards this year that I'm very excited, proud, and honored to be able to help present. At the Drake Group Education Fund, we believe that college sport contributes to a vibrant college campus and provides opportunities for students and alumni to remain involved. We've talked about even the panels that we've just had have really drawn some of the connections between what sport means to the college environment and how it is important that we maintain that in a way that minimizes the harm or exploitation to the athletes that are doing the actual work. The key is that we make sure our athletes receive a great education, however that looks. It doesn't have to be, I'm really liking the meaningful degree conversation. We need that they get a meaningful education. And it's time to start looking at ways that different ways that looks and how we can go ahead and move forward in this changing landscape. The award recipients that we honor today have played significant leadership roles on matters such as advancing gender equity, educating the public about how to better publicize and promote women's sports, and also exposing the unfortunate underside of college sports and athletic programs. 50 years following the passage of regulations restoring gender or putting in force gender equity in college sports, we know that it's still not being enforced and is under attack. Title IX is being attacked, education in general and access to education is under attack. So each year, college women are being shortchanged over $1 billion in athletics financial aid and 250,000 participation opportunities. It's reported that over 92% of institutions with athletic programs are not compliant with Title IX, and we've heard some of our panelists already talk about what that looks like in practice. So we're going to begin with the 2025 National Public Service Award. And this award recognizes 2 members this year of the U.S. House of Representatives and reminds us that advancing issues in college sports is not only about passing legislation. Congressional committees perform important oversight functions. They make sure that the laws that are passed are enforced. And Congressman Scott and Congresswoman Bonamici, both ranking members of the House Committee on Education and Workforce, were very much aware of the data that we cited just now about the opportunities that are being denied or not enforced for women around Title IX. They requested that the United States Government Accountability Office conduct an audit of the Department of Education Office for Civil Rights, Title IX athletic enforcement activities. Obviously, an audit is something that we need to be very focused on right now, and the idea of maintaining oversight of these programs. And in April 2024, in the GAO report that entitled College Athletics Education Should Improve Its Title IX Enforcement Efforts, that was released in April of 2024. Representatives Scott and Bonamici ignited the government audit, the only one since the passage of Title IX, and the issue of the OCR Title IX athletics regulations. Numerous deficiencies were revealed, and significant recommendations related to improving OCR Title IX athletics performance were advanced. Both Congress people have meetings on the Hill and could not join us, but their awards were presented yesterday and they have prepared acceptance remarks. So I'd like first to hear from our first award winner, the Honorable Robert C. Scott, representing the 3rd District of Virginia. I believe we have his video. Allegedly.
Congressman Bobby Scott of Virginia's 3rd Congressional District, and I serve as the top Democrat on the Education and Workforce Committee. It's a tremendous honor to be awarded the National Public Service Award by the Drake Group Education Fund. I'm especially pleased to be recognized alongside my colleague, Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, who serves as the ranking member of the K-12 Subcommittee and pushed for stronger enforcement of Title IX and gender equity in athletics. Ms. Bonamici and I requested the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office, the GAO, conduct an audit of the Department of Education's Title IX enforcement activities. And the findings, which were released last April, brought some troubling realities to light. Unfortunately, many athletic programs still do not provide women with equal opportunities in sports, despite the passage of Title IX nearly 50 years ago. While these findings are concerning, they also remind us that there's still much that needs to be done to ensure that every student athlete, regardless of gender, has equal access to opportunities to compete, thrive, and succeed. The GAO's report highlighted that nearly 93% of athletic programs are not offering opportunities proportional to the number of female students when compared to their male peers. Further, the participation rate of female athletes remains lower than it should be. And this is just not a matter of fairness. It's about ensuring that all of our college athletes have the same opportunities to succeed. Please know that you have my continued commitment to push for stronger enforcement of Title IX and its full implementation of fundamental fairness. So thank you again to the Drake Group Education Fund for this award. Representative Bonamici and I, along with many of you here today, will continue to work together to ensure that equity is the norm, not the exception. Thank you.
And hello, everyone. I'm Suzanne Bonamici, and I represent Oregon's 1st Congressional District. It's an honor to join my Education Committee ranking member, Bobby Scott. And I'm especially honored to be with you because it was Congresswoman Edith Green from my home state of Oregon who led the passage of the Higher Education Act and, importantly, Title IX. Title IX sets a basic standard of equal opportunity that, unfortunately, too many schools have failed to meet. We requested a report from the GAO, and it shows that although women enroll in college at a higher rate than men, they consistently participate in college athletics at a lower rate than men. This reflects the persistent disparity in investment that we see between men's and women's teams across collegiate sports. Title IX passed more than 50 years ago, but it's clear there's more work to be done to fulfill the promise of that landmark legislation. So I will do all I can to protect Title IX rights, which are the civil rights of students. I'm collating the Fair Play for Women Act with Representative Adams and others to close the gaps and to live up to the promise of Title IX. We're grateful for your support of this legislation. So I'm an optimist, and I know we should also recognize the significant progress we've made. Women's sports have never been bigger. We've had breakout stars drawing a record number of viewers and fans. That wouldn't be possible without Title IX opening the doors of opportunity for millions of students and the advocacy of organizations like the Drake Group. So I'll continue to work with Ranking Member Scott and other colleagues to advance the policies and resources needed for every student to have a meaningful opportunity to participate in sports, regardless of their sex, race, or gender identification. So thank you so much for this award.
especially given the turmoil, as the understatement of the year, currently being experienced by Congress. We congratulate our 2025 Public Service Award winners. We thank them for their support and oversight of Title IX enforcement and express our appreciation for their persistence and their long-term service to the country. Let's give them one more round of applause. Our next two recipients, and I'm very much honored to be able to present this. It's one of the perks of this job, is to be able to shake the hands and recognize people that are really putting in the work on the ground. And our Making a Difference Award this year is going to two women who are recognized for their extraordinary efforts over the last 2 years to amplify the public's interest in and demonstrate the public's support of women's college ice hockey. When the Women's Beanpot Championship, one of Boston's biggest college hockey tournaments, was set to be played at TD Garden for the first time, Women X championed the effort to build excitement and drive attendance. And the result was a record-breaking 10,633 attendees in its first year and 13,279 in its second year. Again, everybody watches women's sports. Shattered the previous high of 1,700. So it shattered it by quite some measure and marked a new era for college hockey and women's sports in Boston. And that's just one of many projects designed by the two leaders and founders of Women X, an organization that empowers women through education and reimagines higher education to ensure that women have access to women-centered education and community to realize their full potential. Over 130 HER9 Women X fellowships have been awarded to outstanding women student leaders who then receive a Title IX education and leadership training. And that enables them to work and network and make a difference on their own college campuses and within their communities. So please join me in welcoming to the podium and congratulating the 2025 Making a Difference Award recipients. A true honor to present this to the co-founders of Women X, Mary Chiampa and Tiffany Bullock.
Well, she actually did my punchline, which was the attendance, only one of my punchlines, but thank you so much for this incredible honor. First, I want to thank the entire Drake Group and especially Donna Lopiano. You have been a driving force for our work in athletics. It's your work, your leadership, your trailblazing that has provided the path for taking the torch and continuing to spread the word and invest in women's sports. So thank you so much. I also want to recognize Andrew Zimblis, who has always been a great resource for us in educating our students. He came to speak to us and our students about the economics of the Olympics, right leading up to the Olympics. So it was timely, and they went into that really understanding what it takes to put on the Olympics. And I also want to thank my dear friend, Julie Summer, who through this work has supported us in so many different ways. But I have to say, thank you for taking my calls, because you helped me unpack these really difficult topics, and you turn my anger into laughter. And at times I think I would just cry, but we end up, having you heal my pain. So thank you. And when times are tough, which they are right now, it's the people who share our values who keep us going. That's why this award means so much to us. This moment reflects the community behind our work, the students who inspire us. We have one of them here today, Ellie. Thank you for coming. the partners like the Drake Group who challenge us, and the friends who keep us grounded when the work gets hard. My husband's watching, so thank you, Paul, for supporting all of our work. Because the fight for equity in athletics, it's not glamorous. It's not about headlines. It's about making sure every student has the opportunity to pursue their sport and their education in a safe space that welcomes them, that supports their success to be their best self. Let's be honest, this is often the invisible work of college sports, the social justice work that doesn't make the press releases, that gets left out of textbooks, that too often disappears from history. That's why we started Women X, to include these stories, to educate, elevate, and empower women through learning environments that center their voices and their lived experiences. Because when the women are seen, supported, celebrated, the impact is undeniable. One moment that truly captures what's possible when women get equitable resources happened in my hometown, Boston, a city steeped in sports tradition. So every year, 4 colleges compete in the ice hockey tournament, the Beanpot. It's been held for 72 years for the men and 45 years for the women. The men have long played at the TD Garden, Boston's professional NHL arena. And they've played to sold-out crowds of 18,000. While the women's tournament has been held at host colleges and played to about 2,000 was the max. You know, it's those crowds when the players can hear the snack bag opening up. What kind of, event is that and support is that for these incredible, incredible athletes? So when we learned that the women's Beanpot final tournament was going to be played at TD Garden, it changed everything. We said, okay, we are going to make sure these women are seen. It was a chance to shine a light on our incredibly talented women who have spent their entire life dedicated to their sport. A light we hope will never go out. We poured everything we had into it, and we set this bold goal to sell out TD Garden. We called it Boston Unites. It was ambitious. Going to show up. It's a waste of time and money. But we believed that if people showed up, if they witnessed the talent on the ice, the skill of the game, the fierce competition, it is one of the best competitions in Boston, there would be no turning back. We weren't just promoting a game, we were offering a vision of what equity in sports could look like. What happens when you invest in the women's game? We rallied the city, energized our campuses, and worked alongside students to fill every seat with a purpose. And they came with a purpose. And that stadium was electric. I know you were there. And Boston showed up. Boston united for our women athletes from 2,300 to over 16,000 in 2025. Take that in, 16,000. This wasn't just a hockey tournament. This is a new chapter, a chapter that is going in the history books. We didn't set out to become experts in sports equity, but the work found us. And with every step, it becomes clearer how urgent, how necessary, and how personal this work really is. Because equity matters. The Beanpot was one moment, one symbol of what's possible when we invest in women's sports, when we give them the stage, the support, and the visibility they deserve. And moments like this remind us we're not just building programs, We're building pathways, just like Donna is doing. Tiffany and I have been walking this path together since 2020, asking hard questions, taking bold risks, and staying grounded in one belief: that education, when centered on women, has the power to change everything. And now I'm honored to hand it over to my partner and co-founder, Tiffany Bullock, who without her, this work wouldn't be possible.
Thank you, Mary. And the Drake Group, of course, for welcoming us here today. Mary spoke to you a little bit about some of the exciting things that we get to do in our work. I want to expound on some things that have been less exciting. This tough entrepreneurial journey and our journey to our Title IX Inspired Fellowship. Our mission at WomenX is to educate, elevate, and empower women. We strive to uplift women of all ages through education. Our charge is both narrowly specific and all-encompassing. Some might even say overwhelming. And at the start of our journey, back in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, Mary and I became quickly overwhelmed by the question of how could we actually make a difference? How can we propel us, everyone in society, toward a world where gender equity is the norm and realized in our generation and lifetime? Which of our efforts would yield the greatest impact? I've been in the nonprofit space for over 10 years of my career, and that is the constant question. Not is there enough to do, but what can I actually do? After a series of serendipitous events and some risk-taking, we arrived at where we are today. But in true WomenX fashion, we recognize that we stand on the shoulders of trailblazing women, both past and present, from Patsy Mink to Bernice Sandler to Coach Liz and the women of the first women's professional basketball league in the United States, who actually sparked our interest in dive into sport, to Dr. Nicole Lavoie of the Tucker Center, to Deborah Larkin, the former CEO of the Women's Sports Foundation, and Mary mentioned, of course, the renowned Donna Lopiano. We want to thank those women because those are the women upon whose shoulders we stand. We also want to thank each and every WomenX supporter and donor who continue to pour into our fellowship and give their time and resources. Today, we look up proudly and we can say that we've touched 140 plus fellows, women leaders on campuses across the United States, on 40 different campuses, in fact, including this one, over 6 semesters. And about 50% of our fellows are college athletes. We have found our niche, or rather, I think it's found us, Mary, making the work that we need to do abundantly clear. We are living manifestations of a quote that I love by Mother Teresa. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. Our students are the stones, and through them, we cast ripples of equity across campuses and communities near and far. This work has humbled us, both with its reach and impact. To close, both Mary and I accept this award with full hearts and renewed fervor for our work, not just on our behalf, but on behalf of our students, past and present, who gift us each day the opportunity to make the world a better place. One student leader at a time, one class at a time. They are the difference we hope to make in this world. Thank you.
Always that shuffle of the picture walk award camera back up. So this is an award that I really enjoy that we're able to do because again, it's investing in the next generation of young people doing the work. We present a $1,000 prize recognizing the video, print, or multimedia work of graduate or undergraduate college student journalists for investigative reporting on issues around intercollegiate athletics. I'd like to thank our judging team, Mark Hyman, who's the director of the Shirley Povich Center at the University of Maryland, Jesse Doherty of the Washington Post, Mirren Fader of the Ringer, Lisa Bell Wilson of the New York Times Athletic, and Nayla G. Myers of the Minnesota Star Tribune for their excellent work and support of this program and for vetting some of the really talented and exceptional young investigative reporters. The 2025 prize goes to a team of 3 student journalists for the Daily Pennsylvanian at the University of Pennsylvania. These authors dug for the facts behind I Don't Feel Safe, Penn State track and field program accused of sexual harassment and mistreatment. They were impressive in accessing critical documents and getting their sources to go on the record, which anyone in the media knows is not the easiest thing to do, regardless of how long you've been in the business. It was a sensitive story, and they delivered a compelling story without embellishing the facts. One of the judges commented, I honestly thought I was reading a professional ESPN investigative story. Their complete article appears online. Your QR code will access it to be able to read it. Representing the team of Walker Carnathan, Vivian Yao, and Sean McCune, please welcome to the stage Sean McCune, representing the team and receiving our 2025 Journalism Prize. Pictures now.
Hi, everyone. I warn you in advance, I am the worst public speaker I know. I've been sweating bullets all day, so just a tad bit of a warning. I'd like to thank everyone involved in the Drake Foundation Group for awarding myself and my colleagues, Walker Carnathan and Vivian Yao, this award. For those who have not read the piece, it's about 3 women in the Penn track and field program, Kara Libner, Ammonia Azusa, and Numi Ayabode. Individually, they suffered through sexual harassment, medical misdiagnosis, and discrimination. Their stories reflect the stories of thousands of other collegiate athletes. Athletes who were forced to suffer while in pursuit of their passions, athletes who were silenced, lied to, and discarded. During my time with the Daily Pennsylvanian, I've heard hundreds of stories similar to theirs. Stories of people afraid to come forward, too hurt to talk, and too ashamed to step into the public eye. This is why this award to me means the most, because it represents the celebration of something more than just a game recap or well-written profile. It represents providing a voice to those who need it most. I am proud of the months-long efforts of those involved with this publication. As a student paper, we find ourselves in a prime position to do work just like this, to use our connections on campus and closeness to other students to provide safety and comfort. Day and night chasing leads, writing, organizing, and finally publishing is a laborious task that the DP is very welcome to do and will do again in the future. With that all said, I want to make one thing clear. Journalism is not about the journalist. This work would have never been completed without the bravery and strength of the women involved who chose to speak out and share their struggles, who chose to put their names at risk, who chose to stand out from the crowd, just for a chance that this maybe not happen to another woman in their position. I often find myself in precarious situations as a reporter. and as a non-athlete. I find myself writing about struggles I will never fully comprehend. That is why when I step down from this stage today, I hope to leave you with one central message regarding investigative work for student athlete safety. Have compassion. I have built a career by being open to listening to things I really don't understand, things I'll never experience, and things that are hard to listen to. By working my hardest to protect the athletes I cover, by stepping out of my way, not just for views and clicks, but to humanize and properly show the truth behind athletes' lives. The day journalists stop commodifying our student athletes is the day we can move towards progressing athlete safety across the country. Too many papers are too focused on the box score or who's cutting down the nets, which is important, but miss the larger picture of what goes on behind the scenes. End of the day, it's about protecting the kids and athletes who made us all fall in love with sports in the first place. It doesn't just come from pieces revealing scandals. It comes from covering the House settlement, unionization attempts, and other forms of athlete progress. I want to take a moment again to thank my co-writers, Walker Carnathan and Vivian Yao. They only pay for one person to come down. I'm real cocky about it. I love a free trip. But they were both my editors at the time, and I was their deputy editor. And during that year-long process, I completed 3 investigative pieces. And it is work that has brought both good journalism and so much personal fulfillment that it's really made my life and my career. And it couldn't have been done without either of them. I say that as I took this trip without them, so credit them as much as I can. And last, I want to thank everyone for being here today. I really do mean it when looking back on this award and the concept of celebrating student athlete safety and celebrating the progress of, students across the nation. This award truly does mean the most out of my career. Yeah, thank you all.
Somehow figure out how to put.
Oh, this will be.
Zach to do.
Gotcha.
Can we get one more round of applause for all of our award winners? So I'm pleased to turn the program over now to these 2 women on my left, and we're doing something this year for the first time, kind of a fireside chat. And I think that on issues where there are nuances, I think it's really important to have people be able to have organic conversations, to be able to sort of feed off each other and talk about the issues in a way that is more conversational and sometimes can be more applicable or understandable to a larger audience. So today we're going to do a fireside chat amongst Title IX experts, and we're going to talk about how the chaotic and evolving legal and economic framework of college athletics impacts gender equity. You've already met Julie Summer, our executive director, who I would like to publicly thank for all of the hard work putting this together and for only sending me a few messages with our 8-hour time zone difference. So if we could just give Julie another one. And to Julie's left is we can call her a superstar, Title IX litigator. I think that's fair. Lori Bullock is recognized as one of the American Academy of Trial Lawyers' top 100 plaintiff attorneys. And Lori has forced more than 15 different universities to commit significant additional resources and create new opportunities for their women student athletes. She's obtained hard-fought relief from some of the most prominent programs in the country, including Michigan State University, Clemson University, and Florida State. So with that, Julie and Lori, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
As you know from the program, this is more of a fireside chat minus the fire, but we'll bring the warmth here. So we're pretty much going to cover Title IX and Olympic sports in the current chaotic landscape, as we've been discussing all morning, especially with the House case and where Lori's been working for years now, pre-House. So we'll begin with setting the table a little bit and to how we got to where we are now. And we'll really set the table with going back to the law that we're discussing. Title IX was passed in 1972. It wasn't a sports law, but has become synonymous with providing opportunity for women in sports. Lori, was there a singular event that became the case? Was it a gradual thing?
Well, I think, just starting out in 1972, after the passage, the Department of Education, which at the time was under a different title for an agency, issued guidance which included athletics. And at that point, that sort of opened up the can of worms of, does this apply to athletics? If it does, how are we going to implement this? You saw a series of amendments proposed to Title IX to try and exempt football, to try and exempt revenue-producing sports, all of which failed. And then we ended up with what we call the policy interpretation, but it's the federal regulations that implement Title IX and lay out the different areas of compliance, which include, that there needs to be equal participation opportunities, there needs to be equal treatment and benefits, and there needs to be equal athletic financial aid. And this is all premised on from the start that because athletics is very unique, that universities, schools, all the way down to elementary school, any institution that's covered is allowed to have a sex segregated athletic department, and they're allowed to segregate by sex. And in order to make sure that they're doing that in a way that is equal and promotes equity, all of the guidance that, came out so that we made sure, well, the idea was we made sure women were getting the same opportunities as men.
It's interesting when you think about those efforts over 50 years ago now to exempt football. We have some of those similar pressures now, right? With NIL, revenue sharing, which we're going to get into.
We will.
But a lot of people are really thankful that those efforts failed to exempt football, because it essentially made all the difference for girls and women 50 years ago.
Absolutely. I think if that would have passed, we'd be looking at a very different landscape for women's athletics right now. But I will tell you that the universities are still making the argument that football is different and shouldn't be included. So it's not something that's died out.
Right. So we're 53 years later now. We have women's professional leagues. We have the WNBA, another new women's professional basketball league. Of course, we've had golf and tennis. We have soccer, the NWSL since 2012. Recently, professional women's hockey. We're not playing half-court basketball anymore.
Yeah.
And we have at WNBA games, little boys who are fans of women's sports and women athletes, dads wearing Title IX shirts, little boys wearing Title IX shirts. How far have we come in the last 5 decades? And what has surprised you about the growth of women's sports, if anything?
I think, how we've come so far. We really have. And I know we're still here and we're still having this conversation about inequity between men's and women's sports, but we really have come a long way. The most recent NCAA participation reports show that the increase in participation just itself was the biggest last year that it has been in the last 50 years. So we have more women participating in sports than we've ever had before. And I will say, as a student who I played every sport I possibly could in high school. They only let you play one per season, but I think I would have done more than that if it would have been possible. That I'm not surprised, because I think, there were people like Donna Lopiano. There were people in the 70s that knew women really love to play sports. That stereotype isn't accurate, as most aren't. So I'm not surprised about the growth. I am pleasantly surprised about the growth in the professional side of women's sports. And that was made possible by Title IX and by having all of these opportunities available for, female students.
What are or have been the issues with Title IX in colleges when it comes to sports?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, the issues that we have and that we've litigated haven't changed a whole lot since we started litigating Title IX issues in the 90s, before I was an attorney. And the issues we have are, we still have 90% of, Division I universities that are out of compliance with prong one of participation opportunities. Obviously there are 3 prongs, the quick and dirty. Those 3 would just be the universities basically as a way to give them a little bit of breathing room. The regulations came out and said you can have substantial proportionality, where the number of student athletes you have mirror your undergraduate population. That's your safe harbor. If you can't meet that, then you can demonstrate that you have a history of expanding women's opportunities.
Prong 2?
Prong 2,
Okay.
yep, in line with, the increased interest and ability. At this point, that's not a real defense for basically any institution, because, they've had 50 years to add women's sports. They might be adding here and there occasionally, but we're not talking about the type of growth that was contemplated, when that was passed. And then they have a defense where they can say, well, we've met all of the interest and ability that exists at our institution. And, we couldn't add another team that would actually have an opportunity to play in the geographical area where we compete. And so when we're looking at compliance, because we know there is so much unmet interest and ability amongst female student athletes, you have women clamoring to get on club teams. You have, more female more female athletes than you have positions by far, which is true of men as well, but even more so for the women. That when we're looking at compliance, we really look at that prong 1. Are they providing those substantially proportionate opportunities? And, where we are now is 90% of Division I universities are not.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So we have widespread noncompliance over 50 years later. When it has been enforced, if it ever has, how has it been enforced?
Well, it was interesting. In the first panel, someone asked, how do we expect this now that there's no longer a Department of Education, and who knows what's happening with the OCR? What's going to be the enforcement mechanism? And, in my head, the answer to that was the same enforcement mechanism we've had the entire time. It's on the backs of these students and, or their parents sometimes, if they're not 18, but it falls to the women to be that enforcement mechanism. OCR is never pulled funding, and with the resources that they had even before this administration, the best they could do were resolution agreements. And so, when we're talking about making real change, adding opportunities, forcing the schools to get into compliance, that has all come through female student athletes saying, I've had enough. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to sue the very institution where I continue to play and attend and seek a degree from.
So while there's a lot of unknowns with the current administration, Department of Ed, the DOE, and the Office of Civil Rights housed within the DOE, how much does that matter going forward? Because how much have they been relied upon in sports?
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, not much. You know, Title IX still exists. The law, you know, doesn't seem to be going anywhere, thankfully. And knock on wood. So, you know, from my perspective, not much has changed about the enforcement, but it's a lot to ask of these, you know, 18 to 22-year-old women, or, you know, in the case of elementary schools or high schools, you know, it's a lot to ask of, you know, a freshman in high school to sue their school. And sure, it might be their parent, but child has to be involved because they're the one who's engaged in the sport and has the facts. So, you know, we're putting a lot on these students to bear that.
How do these cases typically begin? Is it there a fear among women athletes to take on their own school, sue them? We know that, you know, it's the school they're working on to earn their degree.
Definitely.
Hopefully have a great experience.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met with any group of female student athletes and, you know, in our first initial meeting and had the question of like, what happens if like everybody on campus hates us? You know, is there anything to protect us? Like, could they kick me out of school? Could they kick me off the team? Could they pull my scholarship? And, you know, my answer is the institution's not supposed to do anything and usually doesn't. I mean, I will give it to most colleges, either threatened with a lawsuit or actually sued. It's pretty rare to see retaliation at that level. They do a good job of, you know, instructing their coaches and staff to like, do not do anything to that student that could be even slightly perceived as retaliation. It does happen, but a lot of what you see is other student athletes giving them a hard time. But, you know, when you're asking, you know, is it how they typically begin? Unfortunately, we're still at a place where so many student athletes, so many of the women that are my clients and that I work with, the sentiment that they continue to express is, I'm just grateful that I get to be a Division I athlete. I think about it is there has to be some sort of catalyst that gets them angry enough that they're willing to stand up and say, nope, enough is enough. And sure, I'm gonna keep being a Division I athlete. I'm gonna keep attending my classes. You're gonna give me a degree and we're suing you. So that typically looks like an elimination of a varsity team. Or, you know, a club team going to the athletic administration and saying, we've been a club team for, you know, 50 years. And we always have more women show up for tryouts than we could possibly put on the team. We have enough interest and ability. Please make us varsity. They do this for a couple of years in a row, and the athletic departments keep saying, no, we're not going to do that. It makes them angry. Or you get such disparity in the treatment and benefits that the women just look at it and be like, I'm being treated like crap. And, you know, my male counterparts are being fitted for custom shoes. And I'm lucky to get one pair of tennis shoes and, you know, one sports bra a year. Like, I can't do this anymore. This is not tenable. So you basically just have to get these women to the point where they're at their wit's end and they're willing to sue.
We know when their team gets cut, they might be in shock.
Yeah.
We know it's going back to the budget, right? Resources available. What do you say to folks who say, but football is the moneymaker? That's the largest revenue generator. That's how we fund the rest of our sports.
Well, one, I say Title IX doesn't care. You know, Title IX doesn't care where your revenue comes from. But more so than that is, you know, there is this misconception, I will say, that football pays for itself. Football pays for our whole program. And that's not always the case. And quite frankly, in a lot of the, you know, the Power Five, the Power Four, a lot of the FBS schools, football isn't paying for itself when you look at the coaches' salaries, when you look at, you know, the game day operations for a football team. It's the revenue they're bringing in isn't actually covering their own expenses, let alone the rest of the athletic department. And so, you know, a lot of these Olympic sports actually do bring in money in the form of, you know, their student athletes paying tuition. And so it's really important to understand that the other problem here is that marketing works, right? We have this machine that has been pumping out football is amazing, men's basketball is amazing for the past 100 years. Watch it. This is the game. These are the tournaments. You know, we're going to do these giveaway deals at the games. And marketing works for a reason. If you tell people what to watch, they will watch it. There's nowhere, I mean, women's basketball is starting to have that kind of investment just now in the past, you know, 3-4 years, have that investment. If we say that, you know, football's the revenue maker, you know, why shouldn't we just, they should be treated differently. They're a revenue maker because all you've done is market football. So if you market women's sports, you make that same investment, it's going to have better outcomes. You know, they're going to start producing revenue. I've talked to student athletes. I've talked to students on campus so many times. And, you know, I'll represent the women on the lacrosse team. And while we're walking around campus doing site visits, ask a student like, hey, how many women's lacrosse games have you gone to? And this is the response I get. We have a women's lacrosse team? And you go into the bookstore and there's all of this football gear. And then maybe there's like a t-shirt for women's softball, women's basketball, and nothing else. So nothing's being done to publicize these. Of course, you don't have people showing up to the games. They have no idea they're happening.
They're sort of treated like a club sport. If
Yes.
You can't buy the tickets. You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Who's going to show up? And has it ever really been presented as a product? We know with the broadcast agreements, women's game has been given away as a +1 freebie
Yep.
for so long.
Yeah. And, you know, so many of the universities that I've, you know, sued, when we, you know, obviously start doing discovery, which is a fancy lawyer word for giving all of your data. But, you know, I dig into it, and the only women's team that has a marketing budget is basketball. None of them do. You know, I've seen schools where the men's soccer team, men's tennis team, men's golf team, they have marketing budgets, and the only team with a marketing budget is the women's basketball team. So, you know, you can see where the investment is.
Yeah, we're going to jump up in interest of time to the NCAA and then, of course, the House.
Yeah.
First. You have represented women athletes having to unfortunately sue their institutions, their schools. What's the NCAA's role? What has their role been in this? Have they played a part or even created this situation?
You know, to anybody who's an NCAA, you know, supporter, sorry, but I mean, the NCAA's role in this is they've made everything worse, I think. Not everything, but, you know, I've represented over 200 women in the last 5 years from 19 different institutions. And the NCAA it ends up being either the cause or you know, exaggerating, or, you know, it makes everything worse in terms of the school being able to comply with NCAA rules, being able to still have eligibility for their student athletes, and comply with Title IX. So, the NCAA unfortunately is not subject to Title IX. The Supreme Court held that many years ago, over 10 years ago now. Because they're not subject to Title IX, despite being made up of member institutions, they don't have to follow these rules, and they don't seem to care that the universities do. And so they create these impossible situations for the institutions where if you don't comply with NCAA rules, none of your student athletes get to play. But if you're in compliance with NCAA rules, you're almost certainly out of compliance with Title IX.
Interesting. So to comply with NCAA bylaws makes it even more difficult to become in compliance with Title IX.
Yeah, like take, for example, the athletic financial aid. They've talked about it in one of the panels earlier this morning. Every conference has, their minimum sports that you have to sponsor. If you sponsor football, most of that's 6 sports on the men's side. The NCAA has all of the scholarship limits. So even institutions where they're really trying, they're sponsoring 6 men's sports, they're sponsoring 12 women's sports to try and get there. If they max out the NCAA scholarship limits for all of their sports, it's impossible. They're never, ever going to get to compliance because you don't have, like you have with men's football of the 85 full ride scholarships, you don't have anything like that on the women's side where, and I'm not talking about having 85 scholarships, I'm saying that the number of scholarships that the schools are permitted to award in proportion to the average team size is nowhere near what you get with the 85 men being full ride scholarships.
Right.
So they've made this situation where you sort of have to pick your poison as an institution.
Right. Interesting. So I'm going to jump to the House case
Yeah.
now, the House versus NCAA case. I'm sure a lot of you know what that's about, but I'll tee this up with a little lay of the land, and I promise there's a question at the end.
Yeah.
So this case is ironically brought by an Olympic swimmer, Olympic athlete, Grant House from the Arizona State University, and a women's basketball player, Sedona Prince, as the plaintiffs. We know we had fairness hearing this past Monday in front of Judge Claudia Wilkin in the Ninth Circuit. And although it wasn't settled, it looks to be headed that way with some possible tweaks to the settlement agreement. So some of the key provisions, we know that there's the back pay portion of it, the looking back, where athletes who played between going back to 2016 will receive approximately 2.8 billion distributed over 10 years. We know that it will allow direct compensation, where schools can now directly compensate athletes for their NIL. We know that the big revenue sharing piece, which we're going to dive into, is a big piece of it. The looking forward framework, where conferences and schools can pay athletes with up to 20.5 million over the 10-year agreement, increasing by 4% each year. Of course, we talked about roster limits, and if the athletes can continue with NIL deals. So looking at that back pay formula, we know that the agreement that's proposed is that 75% of the back pay will go to football players, 15% to men's basketball players. And if you're doing the math, yes, we're already at 90%. And 5% to women's basketball, and the remaining 5% unrestricted by sport or gender.
Yeah.
At the school's discretion. So the attorneys and the judge have made it clear in the hearing that this case is about antitrust.
Yeah.
Right? That it's despite the equity going to athletes, Title IX isn't a part of the case. How can that be?
Well, I think the short answer is I believe they're wrong. If we look at it, the back portion, just as damages, it seriously undermines, the opportunities that I think women could, it underestimates the opportunities women could have had. And again, we go back to the issue of this does nothing more than perpetuate that system where you're publicizing men's sports, you're promoting men's sports. So those are the student athletes that are getting the NIL deals. And then, you've created, basically we're just entrenching that system in this settlement. But so, maybe if the parties and the court is looking at the back pay as purely damages, and we're not gonna look at it as subject to Title IX, there might be an argument for that. Where I can't wrap my head around how Title IX doesn't apply is the revenue sharing going forward. And, you know, we've got money that's going to be coming to the schools. The schools have the discretion of how they want to divvy that up. We already have schools who are, you know, announcing that they're going to alter that formula a little bit. They're not going to give, you know, the 5% to women's basketball. They're going to give some lesser percentage, or they've already announced how they're going to spend the other 5%. You know, and it's not going to be equally to men's and women's sports, the remaining men's and women's sports. But, you know, it seemed, at least during the hearing to me, that the judge wanted assurances that this money wasn't going to be coming from the schools and was, you know, just sort of took at face value that it's coming from the NCAA. So it can't be subject to Title IX. And if that's the case, that opens a whole host of issues because we currently, all the institutions have money coming from the NCAA for every student athlete they have. They have money coming from donors. They have money coming from media contracts, right? All of that, then the school makes intentional decisions about what money are we going to spend on women's programs and what money are we going to spend on men's programs. And the only thing preventing them from, you know, investing that all in football or all in men's basketball, whatever their, you know, their sport may be at each institution, is Title IX. They take all that money coming in and then they have to then equally distribute it. And so to say that this money, because it's going to come to the schools from the NCAA and then they have the choice of how they want to distribute it, it isn't subject to Title IX, it really baffles me. It really does.
That was interesting, right? It was brought up by some of the objectors, and it seems that the parties to the case said about those looking forward payments, sort of really key piece here, that they would be made by the NCAA and conferences. So they say there can't be a Title IX problem. So you don't agree with that?
I do not. And I think, you know, I think one of the panelists said it earlier today, there's probably going to be a lot of, you know, a lot of lawsuits come July after this is put into place, and if it's, you know, the settlement's approved, and I think we're about to see a lot more litigation in that area.
Interesting. So have you heard attorneys who represent institutions typically give their thoughts on this?
I have, and you know something's wrong when I agree with the attorney who's representing the institution. So that like we never agree on anything, right? Except for that we really want to make sure that that we're doing everything that we can for the students. I think, you know, even the institutions feel that way. I never sued a school that said, well, I don't care about women at all. They're just not allocating their resources in a way that, you know, vocalize that actually backs that up. But, you know, there are attorneys on the other side who I would, you know, spend the rest of my life screaming at the top of my lungs that they're wrong. I won't name names, but they also think that the going forward, Title IX absolutely applies. They're advising their clients that Title IX applies. So there's got to be something wrong when we both agree on the same thing.
And up until now, it's been about participation, straight up.
Yeah.
I have the opportunity to compete.
Yeah.
It's about treatment and benefits. Now that there's real money involved, do you think young women, their families are going to think, whoa, wait a second. You know, before we were suing for this and that was difficult enough, but now we have a lot of money flowing.
I hope so. I hope this pisses off every female student athlete who has been sitting there buying, you know, her own sports bras, her own running tights, her own socks, her own second pair of shoes to say, I'm sorry, the third string player on the football team is getting paid how much on top of everything else that they're getting? And I have to tell you, the one thing that I always tell universities, and the one thing that my clients always tell me is, I don't want the men to get less. That's not what we're going after here. I think it's great that they get everything they do. I just want it too, right? We can do this in a way. And, you know, I point to Clemson University as a school that I didn't litigate because they were smart and said, you know, we don't want to engage in litigation. That's not a good use of our resources, but they're doing it. You know, they're they're dedicating the funds to their women's athletic program. They added 2 new women's varsity teams as a result of women coming forward and saying, hey, we deserve equity. So it's possible to do it without taking away from the men's team and from their experience, just making a conscious effort to elevate the women's experience to an equal experience.
We've seen the market prove itself over and over again, it seems.
Yes.
What Dave Ridcraft said earlier about the old institutional mindset of amateurism, it seems it applies, treble against women,
Yeah.
right? And how they're looked at
Yep.
as potential markets. So do you think this is a case of, you don't, telling the women, you don't or you didn't have an advocate at the table, especially in this House case, someone there with hard data that they lost out?
Yeah. I mean, I know that, both of the attorneys representing the athletes have said they didn't think Title IX applies. Their expert didn't do an analysis on the, how this would affect gender equity. So they really, unfortunately, didn't have an advocate at the table thinking about what does this do in terms of leveling the playing field for men and women in college sports.
How will that affect girls and women's sports, you think, in the next decade? What will happen at the college level now?
I mean, what my fear is that the way that it's going to affect men, women's sports is that it's going to slow the progress that we've, started to make. Is that, like I said, the settlement sort of entrenches this idea that men's football is worth more, should be, allocated more resources, given more attention. And so, the progress we've made through the Women's March Madness and, the promoting women's sports and promoting Title IX is going to kind of slow to a crawl. And we're going to have to rely on hundreds of female student athletes to once again step up and say, hey, we're here and you need to make this investment in us. It's going to pay off. I promise you. And, it's going to have to be a situation where, it's going to be a hard fought battle.
Right. And you think about the conference realignment, some people call the transfer portal for schools.
Yeah.
They're these sacrifices that athletes are making now, traveling coast to coast. I heard a story of a Stanford women's volleyball player this year. I got her schedule. Someone sent it to me. She was on the road with her team, of course, 10 days in the middle of the season, not even championship season. The Oregon article in the Wall Street Journal about how the men's basketball team traveled, circumnavigated the planet leading up to March Madness.
Yeah.
The women are doing the same schedule because they're also in the same conference now. So they're making the same travel, work, sacrifice to their physical, mental, and academic work. And then you just mentioned how the women surpassed the men in the tournament viewership. It was just 2 years after they were able to use the March Madness trademark.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think everybody's been talking about it's chaos right now. And, putting these student athletes in a position where on top of, everything else that they already do, they're now going to have to be the ones advocating for their civil rights. I don't think this is where we thought we'd be 50 years ago when Title IX was passed.
We could ask someone in the room.
Yeah.
I'm going to end it on that because we want to get to a few Q&A if you have any questions for us. But if you were to ask someone, Lori, who's been working in the space since the 70s when the law was passed, you could say a Billie Jean King or a Donna Lopiano, who we happen to have in the room. Where do you think we'll be in 2025? Or do you think they would say this is where we hope to be?
I don't think they would say that. I think they would say that, they hoped that we would have made more progress than we have right now. And that they, we wouldn't still be fighting for equal participation. We'd be fighting on things that were more nuanced than what we're looking at right now.
With that, we could go to Donna or
University of Oregon. Okay, so this is a case where I represent me and other counsel. We're a team of legal litigators. represent women from the beach volleyball team and women from the club rowing team that really want to be a varsity team. And, you know, this case is by and large a treatment and benefit. It's also participation, obviously. But this will be the first case where we're seeking anyone has sought monetary damages for the unequal treatment and benefit, and that includes NIL. That includes the work that they do with their collective, Division Street, which, you know, somebody mentioned earlier, collectives aren't subject to Title IX. You know, when you hear stories and you talk to student athletes about the coach said that I would get this NIL deal from Division Street, or this, you know, I would get this much money if I came here. There's so much coordination going on between these collectives and the universities. Half the time, you know, their boards are made up of either all staff from the university or staff and some students. You know, it's hard to really say that they're a distinct and separate entity at that point. So what we're hoping to accomplish is, one, make it so the beach volleyball team isn't practicing at a municipal park. They get a facility, they get a locker room, they get bathrooms where they practice with doors on the stalls. I wish I was joking. I am not. And at the same time, you know, forcing schools to, you know, Oregon first and foremost, but other schools to take a hard look at, you know, what resources are we providing for NIL, and what does that relationship with our collective really look like? Can we really hold ourselves out as a distinct entity, and, you know, we have no role to play whatsoever in the deals these kids are getting?
We know women athletes, Livy Dunn, who was one of the objectors on Monday, who gave an eloquent objection.
Yes.
About why would you limit, you know, I'm a perfect example of an Olympic athlete, a woman, who's able to generate revenue.
Yeah.
We know women's teams are marketable.
Yes.
So it seems like we're artificially limiting that.
Yeah. And I mean, I've talked to women, you know, as soon as they started allowing NIL, as the NCAA did, you know, women who were offered, their whole team was offered a deal with, you know, Lululemon, and the university, even though they were letting, you know, some of the men's sports do NIL, said, you know, oh, well, let's get some more information about that opportunity. I don't really know if that's going to be something the whole team can do, and sort of drug their feet into the point where they said, you know, well, this clearly isn't going to happen, so we're going to move on to a different institution. You know, there are stories like that left and right from, you know, when NIL became possible through the NCAA. And I can't imagine that there are not, you know, brands out there, companies out there that, had this been possible, they absolutely would have marketed their product to, you know, young girls, young women through female student athletes, because, you know, that's their, you know, geographic target, right? And so it's sad that they sort of get to run this analysis and just undermine and completely undervalue the women's contribution.
Definitely is. Any other questions?
Thoughts on, oh, thank you. I'm curious to hear both of your thoughts on the fact that, as the plaintiff's attorneys say that, you know, Title IX does not apply, but there's still an inclusion of a Title IX's release in the damages portion. So what does that mean, and realistically, for women athletes moving forward in their ability to kind of remedy past damages and civil rights violations if the House settlement is approved?
Yeah. So, and, you know, I have colleagues that have had conversations with the plaintiff's attorneys from House on this specific issue, because, you know, we're in active litigation, like with Oregon, with San Diego State University. If our student athletes accept the money, you know, however measly it may be, like, what does this do for their Title IX claims? And they continue to insist it doesn't apply, even though they're waiving the claims. I think, you know, the argument that the best argument we've got moving forward is that, you know, the waiver of the Title IX was at best, you know, for the NIL claims that existed at the time that the settlements approved, and didn't waive any future claims for how the universities choose to distribute money. But that's going to have to be a battle that we have in court and have to convince, you know, one district court after another that, you know, they didn't waive their claims. The only sort of saving grace about this is that it is an automatic class. They don't have the opportunity to opt out or, and so, you know, it's going to be, I think that'll make it easier in some regards, but it's going to be the kind of thing we're going to have to fight for the next few years.
One more question over here.
So for this future, the opting in for $20.5 million for year one and moving up, if some or any or all of this money comes from institutional support, which is another term for tuition, if it comes from institutional support instead of from boosters or the local Ford dealership or whatever, how can it possibly be argued that Title IX wouldn't apply?
I don't think it can at all be argued that Title IX wouldn't apply. And which is why, you know, I think both Julie and I found it unsettling when the NCAA, counsel for the NCAA said, no, the money's going to be coming from the NCAA. Where do they think the NCAA gets money? From the member institutions. So it, you know, but I mean, if we're talking about tuition dollars, that makes the argument even easier that absolutely Title IX applies.
At a time when student debt is an all-time high as well.
Yes.
So I think my question is related, but now thinking about the top tier where it's not tuition dollars that are coming for the revenue share. So I'm hoping you can resolve my moral dilemma, right? So Title IX is a legal requirement, but it's a moral one also, right? That there be equal opportunities for women in sport. What I have to balance that with is that for the Ohio states, et cetera, in 2025, the disproportionate share of revenues are coming from football, some from basketball. The disproportionate number of athletes are African-American athletes who disproportionately come from disadvantaged backgrounds. So what's the balance between how much you provide cases won't have a professional career, but this could be life-changing money for them in terms of their future career?
I would add, when you look at sports across the board, where you might traditionally see more underprivileged, if you want to break it down by race, Black and brown athletes, track and field. So you're also putting the women, their opportunities at risk as well, right? Their ability, if a scholarship was their way to go to the Ohio State University, those opportunities would go by the wayside and have for so long. So I think it is a struggle, right? When you try and catch the women up. But we know that the resources and the benefits are disproportionately going to the men. And yeah, it's a problem we need to figure out.
Yeah.
Hello. So, hey, I'm Dr. Jen Fry, and I just want to say kind of to that question is that we have to stop acting like it's a zero-sum game, that we're putting Black people against women, because whenever we make a zero-sum game, nobody wins. So the reality of the question is, what do we have to ask is this idea of what do we need to do to make sure both groups are uplifted at the same time? We cannot continue to pit Black men against women to say, Black men, because you've been working, you deserve this, and women, because you haven't gotten opportunities, you need to push Black men aside. We have to stop doing that and really figure out how do we make everyone win together.
Thank you.
I'd agree. I was delighted when I saw one of the men's swimming NCAA championship relays this year from University of Tennessee was 4 Black men. You like to see that across the board in other sports, and we want more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and equity is not a pie. It's not how it works.
One more question, Ellie.
Hi, thank you guys so much for speaking. This has been extremely interesting. I have a question about the distribution of NIL funding as we start to move forward. Obviously, men are going to be getting significantly more NIL deals than women, right? And it's coming from private sector. How do we ensure that, like, is there a way to legislate NIL and private money coming in so that female athletes are able to get invested in a way that we currently see, like, at least on my campus, right? Like all the male athletes starting to get all of these endorsements and deals coming in, and compared to the amount of female athletes getting it on my campus, it's significantly lower. And are there ways for us to almost quantify the potential return on investment that we could get from investing in female athletes in order to kind of minimize this discrepancy?
I mean, if I was an economist, I'm sure that I could do that analysis for you. And I mean, the answer is yes, there's always a way to quantify, you know, what that opportunity could look like for women had we made the same investment for the last, I mean, I would say 100, but 10 years, 20 years, you know, had we made the investment in women's sports that we've made in men's sports, what kind of opportunities would be available for those women? There is a way to quantify that. But I think, you know, the short answer here is that I don't know that there's a way to legislate that and without having some sort of enforcement mechanism, which we wouldn't have right now. And the other part of that is that, you know, everybody sort of, when you were talking about antitrust, when we're talking about, you know, people wanting to use a student's name, image, or likeness, they're doing that, you know, because the market demands that. And the market's not going to demand something else until we start making the same investment in women's sports that we're making in men's sports. And like we've said, we've seen that with March Madness, right? Where then we're going to have the demand. But I think it'd be very difficult on a national level to really legislate that in a way that would be effective.
All right, thank you. I think with that, oh, one more.
Yeah.
Squeeze one more in.
Thank you. I'm curious on kind of a grassroots level, is there anything that high school athletes can do to be better prepared as they look at colleges or questions asked recruiters? And maybe what's the barrier once they arrive at college? Do they even know what their resources are? Do they even, how can we better educate athletes that are getting there and all of that?
I mean, I wish that the first barrier is that most female student athletes have no idea what their rights are. They have no idea what Title IX requires. They're sitting there thinking, look at this really cool backpack with these shoes and these shorts and these t-shirts that I just got, you know, and then maybe they see on Instagram, you know, the gear drop that the football players got and think, well, they got a lot more than me, but like maybe they're allowed to do that. It's because they have no idea what their rights are. So the first thing we need to do on a basic level is just educate every high school woman that this is your rights when it comes to Title IX. This is what you can walk into the building and you should be demanding. You shouldn't settle for, I'm really grateful that I get here, I get to play here, because you know who's not settling for that? The men. The male student athletes are not settling for, I'm really grateful that I get to play here, you know, and in part because they don't have to anymore, right? So, you know, I wish that every high schooler knew about the Equity and Athletic Disclosure Act website, which may or may not continue to exist, who knows? But you can go and you can look. How much is the college that I'm looking to attend where are they in terms of substantial proportionality for participation? It's really easy to look that up. How much are they spending on, recruitment of female student athletes versus recruitment of male student athletes on a per student basis? There's a lot of public data out there that, these students have no idea one even exists or how to access it, how to utilize it. And so I wish that recruiting came with a Title IX primer, basically, because that's the barrier we need to overcome, is just them. Every time I talk to a new set of clients, it doesn't matter if there's 6 women in the room or 30 women in the room. They're all like, really? Like, that's what the federal law requires? That's what the case law says we're supposed to be getting? I'm not getting that. I'm not getting anywhere near that. So, it's just, we have to start educating women very young.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Lori. Experts.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll begin the next session.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, please take your seats. We're ready to begin panel 3. Give them a minute. What's that? Oh. Hey. People are getting more food. I didn't realize it was still on.
Oh, no, there was.
Hi, David, by the way.
So nice to meet you. Thanks so much for everything. So good. Oh, I'm so glad to. Thank you.
Did you want people to eat the food? Should they eat the food?
Yeah, we're ready. Ready? Welcome to panel session 3, Beyond the Game, Prioritizing College Athlete Mental and Physical Health. Conference realignments have led to increased demands, travel demands, longer seasons, and more pressure on college athletes. This panel session will explore the importance of supporting college athletes' mental health and well-being. To my immediate left is our moderator, David Steele, a professional sports journalist reporting for the legal news website law360.com. It's a great resource. To David's left is Dr. Stephanie Coakley, Senior Associate Athletic Director, Mental Health, Wellness and Performance at Temple University. To Dr. Coakley's left is Dr. Jen Fry, a sports geographer, speaker, educator, and successful businesswoman. To Jen's left is Laura Lewis, Associate Director in charge of Olympic sports at First Point USA. Take it away, Mr. Steele.
Thanks very much. And I want to start I want to get past this, give this out to the entire panel. I want to start with you because Stephanie, because this is something we were talking about during one of the breaks about travel. And just as a personal reference, I'm a graduate of the University of Maryland. Used to belong to the ACC, nice, tight, small, local, easily travelable conference, regional conference. Now we're part of the Big Ten. And you were telling me your experience at Temple University from where they were once upon a time as a conference and where they are now. So if you could talk about the new challenges, I guess, that students and athletes have to undergo in order to continue to compete and to continue to try to maintain their education.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, everyone. So greetings from Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. I work at, no.
That's pretty good.
I work at Temple University. I'm also alum there. When I was alum, we were in the A10. That was all up and down the East Coast. Now we're in the American Athletic Conference. And we are actually the only institution in the Northeast region. Most of our schools are not in the Northeast. They are in Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Tennessee. I think that might be all of them. But there are several schools in Texas, several schools in Florida. And what that means is our student athletes are traveling and they can't take a day trip or overnight trip anymore. That usually means a 3, 4, 5-day swing to North Texas, San Antonio, and Rice, because the back and forth is too much. And as a clinician and a sports psych, we know that sleep is powerfully important for everything that a student athlete does. And all that travel severely compromises their ability to be great in academics and athletics. And it severely impacts people's mental health. One of the first things to go when you are experiencing a mental health condition or a crisis or anything is your sleep. Everybody in this room probably knows when you've had some anxieties, maybe even last night, if you were on this panel and you had to present this morning, and I slept well, y'all, but that's because I was tired, right? As many of our student athletes are often tired. And so their mental health suffers in part, not wholly, but in part due to changes with conference realignment.
Jen, this is one of your many areas of expertise. What have you seen from your experiences with athletes who this is really, it's still a relatively new phenomenon, but this is at this point, this is all a lot of these athletes who are in college now. This is all they know.
Yeah.
This is everything they've experienced.
Yeah, friends, I just want to say thank y'all for being here. We appreciate your faces. We appreciate your time, your energy, all that good stuff. So I'll say this as someone who probably travels 2 weeks a month. The reality is the sexiness of travel, you get over that real quick. It stops being real sexy, real quick, like. And the problem with it is that you don't realize the wear and tear it has on your body, I think is the first thing. You're going from, I had to do a 48-hour round trip from Indonesia to Omaha and got back on a plane. That was brutal. And I say that because sometimes I will be a person that will suggest stuff and don't realize it really sucked. That was one of them. But I think that when we get into college sports, this whole idea of, yeah, it's not going to be a problem for Stanford and Cal to be in the ACC. That's not going to be a problem. Volleyball traveled 33,000 miles in a year. That's unacceptable. And we don't talk enough about the wear and tear. But I think a big portion that we don't talk about is how it affects the athlete's true experience. Y'all are missing out on shit. Like y'all are missing out on events. You're missing out on time with your friends. You're missing out on social activities. You are missing out on a college experience. When I was at Elon, we went from the SoCon, which was like 3-hour radius, to the CAA, which went up to New York. That drastically affected experiences, and I don't think we talk about that enough. So what does that mean in relation to the experience? Then you get off that plane and you go party. And don't y'all be pretending like you don't, because I know that y'all be doing it. Don't lie to your girl, I'll check your social media. But that's what happens, right? Is that you get off the plane and you're like, well, we want to go hang out with our friends. We want to go hang out with our sorority or our fraternity. And so then when we talk with what Stephanie said, we're missing so much sleep, so much work, because we still want to have that college experience. And so that's what bothers me when we talk about this travel and the amount of it, is that y'all are missing out on life. Yes, you have an obligation, but you still get to enjoy life in school.
Laura, and you as, again, a former athlete yourself in college, but also somebody who was in constant contact with current and potential athletes who are now navigating this as opposed to maybe even what it was like when you were in school or years before that. What has that been?
Yeah. So I'm from the UK, but I graduated from McNeese State University, and I know no one knew the name of that university until just recently with the basketball playoffs. We're guiding about 400 international families a year through the process of recruitment into US universities. And for me, what I'm hearing back from the cohort who are freshmen now is just, it's a lot to try and adapt to. It's a new educational system for us, completely new. It's a new sporting structure for us. But then when we add on top of that, the travel requirements as well, it's so much for them. And then additional to that, they're further from their social support network. So seeking out and using social support is a really key psychological skill to have. But actually, they've left a lot of that support back at home. So, 3 and 4 months into their journey, it is a struggle for freshmen.
Yeah. And have any of you gotten a sense at all that when all this began, because again, we're going back, the last decade or so, maybe a little bit more. And at the time, there was no house settlement. There was like still House versus NCAA. There was like dozens of lawsuits about, splitting up revenue and splitting up money and things like that. But
all these institutions were moving around, hopping around, trying to go get, chase the biggest TV dollars. Did any of you get the sense, each of you can answer as you will, that either the conferences or the institutions themselves or the NCAA was seriously considering the effect this was going to have on their current athletes or future athletes?
Are you being for real?
Annie, I'm happy. A pleasant surprise.
Got with that question.
With that said, how do you all do what you do when you work with athletes, when you deal with athletes, when they either come to you or you present your services to them and deal with what it is that they're dealing, and knowing that from all appearances, the universities aren't putting any sort of emphasis or priority on it.
Well, I can go. So I deal with student athletes every day. I might have been dealing with it sitting over there at my table. And one of the things I do is I do prioritize the student athlete, and every single one of them has a different life and lived experience. And louder. And so I do prioritize the student athlete, and each one of them has a different experience. So I take that into consideration when whoever's sitting before me is sitting before me. And you'll be surprised at what our student athletes are dealing with. And then you layer on top of it these commitments that they're expected to deliver on with limited sleep resource or limited resource for academics, because when you're on the road, you can't have learning support. You don't have your tutors with you. You don't have your professors with you. You can't do office hours. So in this climate that we're currently in with all of its uncertainty adds anxiety, at least on a 5 out of 10 scale, and then add what they're dealing with. I liken it to COVID. Some of this reminds me a lot of COVID, how a lot of change very drastically. People didn't know what was going on and people were being very active. I would love it if we would all just pump our brakes a smidge. And it feels like it's too late for that, but it's never too late to put thought into what we're doing from April 10th forward, 2025. So I prioritize the student athlete in front of me. I don't see them as like a glob of.
Yeah, from my perspective, I guess we've taken responsibility to try and work with the students a little bit earlier on some of the coping skills that they're going to need for time management and understanding the academics and all of that. I think previously we would have focused very much on the promotion of the athlete, the art of the deal, the scholarship, but actually now it's become the kind of psychosocial skills to go there and actually not just survive. You want them to thrive in that environment. And so we are putting extra time and resource even back in the UK into preparing those students as best we can. I worry a little bit for the Olympic sport athletes. That's my own background. And I feel like they're going to get left behind a little bit in all of this. And already we've got, international freshmen out there, swimmers, gymnasts, and so on. And they're starting to think, will I actually finish my college degree in the US because of roster limits? And there's certainly a nervousness and an anxiety at the moment. The class of 26, they're thinking, okay, how does this really affect me? And I probably receive 10 emails a week from coaches that say, we like that athlete, they fit statistically with what we've always needed, but actually roster limits are the problem and we're unwilling to commit. So it's really starting to change how those commitments from international athletes really look.
So they're, from your experience, they're concerned about even getting into these universities with the changes that are taking place already. Are these things that either of you have dealt with in terms of prospective athletes, high school athletes who are coming up, making these decisions, knowing this sort of uncertainty is out there? What has your experience been with dealing with them?
I'll tell you that I think and I tend to use the word sexy a lot with this, because to me, it's the idea of something that's like super attractive. And unfortunately, the sexiness of the locker rooms, the clothing, the name across the chest outweighs all of that. They don't think about what's this travel going to look like if I'm at Cal, which I have to be in my seat 90% of the time. What is that going to look like and feel like mid-season where I'm, a lot of people want to compare this to pro sports. The problem with pro sports is that there's what? And the NBA has maybe like 400, the NFL has like 500, but them homies get off the charter and go home.
Yeah,
They don't have to be an 8 a.m. class. And so that's the thing that people don't really think about. And I wish more club AU coaches and people really talked about, are you going to be okay with getting off of a plane and you have 10 hours and you have to be in class and you have to have all your work done. You have to have all these things because you won't have that opportunity. And not only will you not have the academic opportunity, those NIL deals will dry up because you're not doing your job. And so thinking about the totality of the situation, not you can go this school and get $100,000 in revenue share NIL and you get to say you are going to Florida, but no, what is the totality of the experience and how will it have a direct impact on you? I just don't think people are actually thinking about it because they're more worried of saying, I have this class of 26 is going to all these Power 4 schools versus what is this experience going to be like for this high academic kid who now is going to Cal and their anxiety level is at a 15 because they can't go to class, they can't get their notes, they can't do the stuff that they usually feel comfortable with.
So these are issues they're not facing or dealing with until they actually get there.
Oh,
They
yeah.
get on the campus. There's no way for them to, I don't know, be warned about it.
They can, but they don't care.
Or that, you just don't know what you don't know.
Right.
And so that for me, students are worried about roster limits. We have quite a number of walk-ons at Temple. And for them, they are really shivering and quaking in their boots because it doesn't appear that there's anywhere for them to go. I mean, there are places for them to go, but we have to create those places and spaces because currently they don't exist. Like we don't have a women's club rowing team, but we have many women on our rowing team who walk on. So right now, there's no space for them if they were no longer on our varsity team. So, and some of those young women 10 years ago would have started off as walk-on novices, and in 4 years, they would have been. That's probably not going to happen for many of them, which was the dream when they walked on campus, and then they got to walk onto that team.
Can I add to that? I think the problem also is that you're completely uprooting some athlete's life.
Yeah.
Right? Like they maybe love going to Texas and they love the school and all of that. And now they either have to quit the sport they love or find a new place to go to, which also might not be the level they want to be at. Let's be honest, there's a lot of athletes that love being on the team and never get to play. They love that. They are great. I know when I was at Illinois, we played for a national championship. There were 3 athletes that never traveled with us. They were excellent leaders. They loved the sport. They might now in this time not get the opportunity. And some of them are doing phenomenal things because of that experience. And so we are uprooting people's lives because of this thing that really should be given more grace and love with. And so it goes back to your question of, are the athletes thought about? How can you say you're thinking about athletes when you're willing to uproot their life to pay somebody else more money?
And you see details of where the money is going. You've seen the coaches, the facilities, things like that. Do you get a sense, and I think, again, I don't know the answer is going to be this, is the concerns and the issues that a lot of these athletes are dealing with, are they about their athletic life? Is it about their academic life? Is it a combination of the two? Do those priorities change over the course of the time that they're at the university? What have you all experienced when it comes to that?
I'm going to say some of this is about their identity. If their identity is that they're a Division 1 athlete or a Division 2 athlete or whatever that is, and that potentially gets pulled out from underneath them, then it's that questioning of actually what else am I, and how that really can affect their mental well-being as well. So I think it's, for some, this nervousness about, will I even have my walk-on place or will I have my scholarship? Yeah, it's a case of identity, I think.
Yeah, I found that kind of fascinating because I know we've had a lot. We've talked about the transfer portal a lot during the course of today, and I think we've seen what the perceptions are by the public of what the transfer portal is. It's a bunch of kids who can't stay in one place. They're disloyal. They don't want to sit in one. They don't want to stay in one place. But they all these students have and athletes have are specific reasons in a lot of cases for wanting to stay at some university, or there's some sort of goal that they want to reach that because the circumstances have completely changed, you know, that their school no longer serves that for them. And so they have to navigate all of that as well. How, do the students come to express that? Is that something you're able to glean from them, or how does that?
I think somebody said earlier, they send their student athletes to the counselors to talk this through. Should I stay? Should I go? Because yes, this is, with us and our program, it's a safe space where they can come in and confidentially like hash this thing out, process, their decision-making, we're teaching life skills, like decision-making skills for how to make this decision to leave. Sometimes they don't want to leave. Like they are doing something at Temple Architecture, they're in the Klein School of Journalism, like they're doing something that is really meaningful and renowned at this institution, but they may not be getting playing time, or they might be injured right now. And they know that next year coach is recruiting 8 folks to take their spot. And so they don't want to leave, but they want to play sport, and they believe, because none of us in this room knows the future. I like to say that every week, but they believe that their space is no longer secure as it could be. And so they feel compelled to move on and look for another place to do their sport, male or female, it doesn't matter.
Jen, has that been the experience you've had with people?
Yeah,
who
I
come
mean,
to you?
my heart goes out because that's really difficult. It's that we preach loyalty all the time, right? These kids aren't loyal to the school, yet when we don't talk about the coach transfer portal, right? That thing is popping all the time. But we don't talk about that disloyalty, but we have this high level of loyalty from athletes. But then what happens when the school and the athletic program isn't loyal to them? And what does that feel like to them? What does it feel like when you have given everything right? This idea of meritocracy, I've done everything right, but yet I now have to make a really hard decision. And it might also be, I get academic money. So now I have to find new funds, new financial aid. I have to find a new school. Maybe the level isn't where I want it to be. The location isn't where I want it to be. I have to have all these decisions, which I tried to be loyal to you. And that's not being reciprocated. And so it's a hard life. And I think, so I sit at the intersection of conflict and culture. And I think a lot of it is this internal conflict, but then also there's going to be anger at the students that got picked to stay. Those are my teammates. And I'm mad at you because you were the one picked and I wasn't the one picked. And so, and on top of social media, on top of NIL, on top of academic pressure, on top of parent pressure, on top of pressure of trying to play, how do I manage and negotiate all of those feelings inside of me? And the thing I will say is get a therapist. I need y'all, for real, all y'all athletes, I need you to get a therapist because it's a lot. And if anyone who played sports in the olden days tries to say, well, in my time, shoo them away. Because in our time, I didn't even have a cell phone. So if they try, you can't compare our time of when I practiced in the gym with no AC and literally had no cell phone to a time when if you make one mistake, I mean, think about the Houston basketball player. That mistake is going to be highlighted and he's harassed for it in all the ways where back in the day, you made that mistake. It was a news article and then it disappeared. Now the ripple effect for years all of that stuff is so hard. And so I see athletes that will be like, I'm not going to check social media after games. Baby, don't do that. Don't do that. And so they have all these things to worry about on top of, am I still going to get to stay?
I'm really glad you made the point about the kid from Houston. And I'm going to get back to that. Laura, if you had anything else to add, I want to make sure I don't want to leave you out as part of the conversation.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because I'm curious about whether or not the issues that we're talking about, that's the core of this panel, are issues that literally anybody would really have sort of sympathy or empathy for, that would push this in the direction of correcting it, making it right for the athletes. Because you see what the public does, you see what their own institutions do, what they do or don't provide. And you see what all the outside forces come up with, and and they see what not only their teammates but certain fellow students. He may go back to campus and can say that everyone would be thinking, well, that must be really hard, but there's like this whole other entity of people who are saying, you're a scholarship athlete, why would anyone, look at the great life you have. Really looking at it from that perspective, whereas realistically, their life is not that easy. Their life is very hard for all the reasons that we give. How does that all get addressed? How does that all get fixed? And I'm curious, how often do those athletes come looking for help, and how often is there help available for them?
Well,
Very complicated. I apologize. So
they
please.
come looking for help most of the time when they no longer have the capacity to handle everything that's coming at them, and they are, for lack of a better word, they are underwater. They are sucking wind. And so they come, and like at Temple, we have a system in place where anybody in the athletic department can refer anyone in the athletic department. For 10 years before I went to Temple, I worked for the Army, and like that is, you have a battle buddy, and you make sure everybody's with you at the end. And so I have tried to cultivate that sort of system in Temple athletics where we're all looking out for each other. And if I see something wrong with you, I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to take you for some help and support. But so they are coming, but there are many, you would have, like I said earlier, you would not believe what our student athletes are dealing with. So yes, there are things related to their sport, but aside from that, they have life happening. And lots of our student athletes have experienced lots of trauma. This situation that we're in right now is triggering to some people who have experienced trauma or have that in their background, which we kind of all do. But there's big T trauma, little T trauma, and some folks are carrying around a lot of trauma. And so we have systems in place for it. But I can only speak to what's going on at Temple. We have created a culture, I believe, from our AD down to our marketing folks. Everybody has had mental health first aid as a way to help see and then support a student athlete.
Credit hours for actually some of these life skills that you're going to need. So resilience and realistic performance evaluation and goal setting, like these are all useful tools in life, but maybe actually from a preventative approach, those can be built in to what an athlete needs to do through their freshman year, so that actually they're getting some credit for it, but those are the real life skills that should set them up better to get through their 4 years, but also as a future alumni and employee as well.
Yeah, I would say, I think the first thing is athletes having an honesty about emotion. I think a lot of us right now are taught not to have an honesty of emotion, to be like, I'm fine, I'm not hurt, I'm not disappointed. But the reality is you have to learn how to have an honesty of emotion so people can understand how to have a conversation with you. And that's hard to be able to tell a friend or tell someone like, my feelings are hurt. But then if you have those teammates that you can have those honest conversations with, then they can be like, we need to go get you help. There's something going on right now. We need to get you help. And I think we need to have more of those types of conversations versus just saying, I'm fine, and get athletes to do that because, and I could be wrong, but I think sports is the one place where all of your mistakes are magnified, where everyone can always see them. If I make a mistake as a teacher, somebody will see them, but in sports, every mistake you do, small, big, people are zooming in on it. They're making it right. They're doing all this stuff. And so, yes, people think it's like, you're just an athlete. You get to do the things that everyone else wishes that they could do. But many of the people wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of having everything you do magnified and questioned all the time. And that's a really hard weight to carry.
Are the athletes prepared for that when they?
No. No.
I mean, I want to say it again, this is probably just a really bad perception, that some of them attend these schools and make these choices. And we see how it is when a lot of them when they're being recruited, it's a big show, they have to film the video, they put on the hat and all those sort of things, that they really sort of crave the sort of, I don't want to say necessarily attention, but the pressures that, accompany being at a big time university, or even just being on a stage where they can perform in their sport. But it sounds as if that is definitely not the case.
I think that it's hard to be prepared for, once again, the future. Like, you can do your very best. But you come to Temple, you come to school and you think you're ready, and then you get injured. Or somebody in your family passes away. Or just any life thing happen. Your coach leaves. We had a couple of years ago, we had 2 fencers who came from not the United States. They came from very far away in Europe. And Dr. Nikki Frank, who is our 50-year coaching fencing legend, she retired. So this was the smallest class probably in the history of fencing at Temple a couple of years ago. They arrived in North Philly in August, and by October 1st or so, maybe end of September, Coach Frank announced that she was retiring. So they might have been prepared, but what they weren't prepared was for that. The only person in the United States who they knew and had a relationship with was no longer going to be their coach. And I mean, she worked for 50 years, so she's good on it and she's still around. But for them, I saw their faces, there was nothing that could prepare them for that. And so, yeah, there's preparation. And then there's dealing with things that happen in real time that you just could never be prepared for. And so in that case, we do our best to wrap our arms around support, because I knew that they weren't prepared for that. And so in the spirit of being proactive and not waiting for them to be underwater, went and got them and brought them my way to, help guide them through that process. And both of those young women are now squad leaders, they're picking butt and taking names, but that's because of the support, not just from TUL, but academics, their new coaching staff, and everybody else in the athletic department.
Yeah, similarly, I was asked just yesterday actually for some testimonials of some of the freshman international athletes that had gone out. And I looked back at what one of the girls had said in October, a field hockey player, and she said, "Coach," and I'll not say his name, "is like a second father to me." And then I reflected on 8 weeks after that, the hockey season finished, and he resigned from his post and left collegiate field hockey. And I just thought, that's the only international connection that athlete had at that time, and that's how closely she valued it. So it's the same type of story. We forget for some of these internationals just how important that coach is, because they established the relationship maybe 12 months prior to the athlete actually landing on the new campus.
Yeah. I would say, this is kind of a random analogy. I think about before I got my first tattoo. That was a while ago. And I remember trying to prepare myself for what the needle felt like. Is it going to feel like a shot? Is it going to feel like this? And so you try and prepare yourself, and then you get into the tattoo chair and you're like, baby, there is no preparing for this at all. And so that's kind of the same thing. How do you prepare to play in front of 100,000 people? You can't. How do you prepare when 50,000 of them are booing you or chanting at you? You can't. There were certain things, like Stephanie said, you could theoretically prepare for anything, and you can't prepare for moving across the country and deeply missing your mom. You can't prepare for that. And that's the thing about it, is that there's these things that we try and tell them. I know Stephanie does, and Lauren, you probably tell me, you're going to miss your family a lot. No, coach, I'm gonna be good. I'm so excited to be away from them. You're not, oh, you're gonna miss them. No, I'm not. And then the third week, can I go home? Right? Like all the time that happens, because in theory, you think you're so prepared to be away from home. You can't wait to get on the big stage. And then you get to this place, like you said, not only from an international perspective, a new way of playing, new coaches, new food, right? It's sometimes driving on what side do I look when I'm going? Now it's new teammates, new way of talking about stuff. Everything is new, and you're expected to produce. And if you don't produce, you're not going to be there longer. So like all of that stuff, and you're playing against grown folks. You're not playing against 18 and 19, 20-year-olds. You're playing, depending if you're playing BYU, baby, you're playing against a 25-year-old with a mortgage, right? It depends on who you're playing against, right? Like some of them, baby, but like you're playing against grown-ups. And so all of that you can't prepare for. And that's the hardest thing.
Yeah, it's fascinating sometimes, and this is something that we and journalists like me, we fall into this trap all the time when we talk about players that transfer or who consider transfer. When we talk about transfer, and this is outside of being pushed out by the coach or some brand new coach or something like that. How often it really comes down to either they want to go home or they want to get away from home. All sorts of reasons on both sides. And yet the first time a lot of us hear transfer, and especially the last few years, transfer portal, first thing we talk about, oh, he's soft, he's a quitter, something like that. Just something as basic as that. Everybody who has gone away, really almost anyone who's gone to college, has had to deal with that. But because they're an athlete, there's this belief that that is not something that they've sort of made some sort of bargain or deal, that that's not something they should have to worry about.
Yeah, for me, like that is extremely like near and dear to my heart. So my dissertation was on sport career transition. And when we think about student athletes who transfer 4 times in 4 years, that means every year you're transitioning. Transitions are hard. You have to adapt and overcome a whole lot of things that you thought you were prepared for. But now, like you're no longer in Philadelphia, you're in Oklahoma. And then after that, you're on the West Coast. And then after that, you're like in Florida. Transitions affect people's mental health and well-being. People often become sad because of what they've left behind and believe that right now I don't have what I thought I would have in this new place, or anxious about the fact that I've left this thing behind, I don't have what I have, and I have to look for something else because constant gratification, that's some of it. There are a lot of other reasons why people transfer, but I've seen young people transfer for a reason and they get there and they know that they need an urban environment, or they need diversity, or they know they need to be able to go and I'm from the Caribbean. They need to go get some curry chicken. Like they need that stuff. And if you can't get that in Tulsa or Memphis, like you realize what you need and what you value really quickly. And then they come back. Maybe not to Temple, but to the East Coast.
If you have
Anything?
No, I think probably the athletes I deal with are less likely to transfer because it's been such a huge change in that initial move. So they deal with all of that up front, and probably once is enough. I'm worried for those that are going to be forced into transferring a little bit in future years. But even simple things like the weather is so huge. So, a UK athlete comes across, they're dealing with new friends, new educational system, new style of play, and it's also 30 degrees in the preseason, right? That's huge. And then you add on top of that bit of sleep deprivation or whatever. So as much as possible, the international athletes try to go once and not have to be forced into a transfer if they can.
Now, you and I were talking before the panel about the issue that the roster limits that are going to be a part of things after the House settlement is approved, how that is affecting the decisions that a lot of these athletes make, which is more extreme in your case because the athletes are coming from overseas.
Yeah, so I think I said it, but I'm probably receiving about 10 emails a day that say we like the athlete, but the roster limit. So that's creating a lot of anxiety. There are people in the middle of recruiting conversations already that maybe have been for up to 12 months, and the conversation is changing in the last couple of weeks as well. So I think that presents a difficulty. This is a slightly different chain of thought, but coming from the UK, I really respect what the US has in terms of Olympic preparation, okay? So like 70% of your team comes through college athletics, and that's enviable. If the back payment for athletes in basketball, football, and so on redirects funds away from those programs, away from the Olympic sports, I'd really be concerned about where the US goes next with funding those sports. And so the mental health of those American athletes, I think they'll already be starting to think, how does this look in 2 years' time? And I think the US needs to look at, if money does get redirected, where does it come from? I think it's an enviable system in the UK. I think it costs about 80 million per year to fund an Olympic team, but you guys have that all through college, which is ultimately so much healthier for the young people involved as well. But I think that the well-being of those guys in those Olympic sports, if those funds do get redirected, that's going to be a huge issue coming forward as well.
Yeah, I think kind of, I know it's not a topic of the panel, but I think with that, it then talks about what does the US look like as a power institution in the Olympics?
Oh, yeah.
How does it then drop us? If we are dropping, all of our water polos, all of these sports, what does it look like then for the US, who is usually leading in medals? We don't have that infrastructure. So then what, because we're not prepared, like you said, if it's 8 million team, we're not prepared to not only manage the top Olympic teams, but also the pipelines.
Yeah. And when you look at the UK and Russia and China and those countries, and you ask the question, why do they fund that so heavily? Like, it's national pride, and it's even part of their defense strategy. So I do think there's going to be a lot of athletes in those sports that we've got to start being prepared for. What does the future look like for them? And then you guys as a nation in the Olympics.
Are they starting to express that now, these athletes? I mean, I know that's part of the rhetoric of everything we talk about with the distribution of revenues and funds and attention and those sort of things. That, again, and we always circle back to this, there's football, basketball, and then all the other sports. And a lot of them are the Olympic sports that the Olympic movement counts on to train these guys. And we've talked about how that plays into the Olympics, into the university, into the money. The athletes themselves, how are they being equipped to handle that? Especially when in so many cases they're being pitted against other athletes at their own school. Maybe people they know, people they're friends with, people they've trained with.
They're not. They're not preparing them. I think what would happen if we saw the Olympic sports get destroyed, I really think it would take not till maybe, let me see, we have 26, 28, 30 or 32. And for us to be really low on the totem pole for them to figure out how it's been destroyed. And then it would take another 10 years for us to bring it back. So I think it would have a horrible Olympic showing. If that happened in LA, I think it'd be reversed, but I think that it would have to see the effects on the Olympic landscape at that moment for it to really show them how important Olympic sports is just to the US.
Which goes back to being reactive, right? Like we're in this room, we all know it's coming. We can't be the only ones that know it's coming. But so being reactive and, even with positions like ours in college sports, one of the big reasons is that in the last, let's call it 10 years, we've lost a lot of kids to death by suicide.
Yeah.
But we all knew I studied what I'm studying a long time ago, before this job even existed, because I could see the need for student athlete wellness, and how important that was, not just for the performance, but just the person, primarily the person, the performance and the academics and on the athletic side. So we need to stop being so reactive and do something on this side of the boom rather than, in 32. To climb out. It's really hard to climb out of a hole.
Yeah.
We're not that deep right now.
Now, you gave one of the all-time, you've now given two of the great answers so far we've heard today. So and I'm curious about this, because now we're very clear that the institutions themselves and the NCAA, this is not something that's on their radar. That's something they're making a priority of. They're giving just the most cursory attention to it, if that. And it really comes down to maybe individual institutions, departments, things like that, and dedicated people within them to do that. When we talk about these athletes that are being recruited, that are being coached, that are being brought there, and the way that they're being recruited and enticed to come to these universities and join these teams and either get on scholarships or join the teams, what are the coaches themselves doing And I'm talking about from the football and basketball coaches who, as you said, they pitch themselves as if they are like a second father figure. And this may be what all the coaches do in all the sports, but certainly they're that much attached to their sport and to those athletes. And yet when they're really needed, it does not seem as if their role is very prominent. What can and what should they do in the context of what their athletes need and what the universities aren't really willing to give?
Yeah, you're looking at me. So before I left the US, I actually took my USA track and field level 1 and 2. I took my national certified strength and conditioning coaching qualifications. And one of the things I'm going to say is all of it was technical, tactical, and physical. And nowhere was there anything in that coach education around developing psychological skills, resilience in athletes. And I just think the coaches are so crucial. If you think about 20 hours a week, the coach is likely to be the #1 contact point for that athlete in terms of volume of hours per week. And so how are those coaches being equipped before they're even face-to-face, again, in the preventative kind of way? How are those coaches being equipped through all of their education and training to actually support the psychosocial and mental well-being of the athletes?
So I'm brought in, so I sit at the intersection of conflict and culture, and everyone hates conflict. And I will tell you, in my sessions, I can tell how the team's gonna act by how the coaches act. If the coaches are there, they're playing on their phones, they're not engaging, I can tell what the culture is of the teams. And I will say this is the hill I'll die on, coaches should be the most emotionally regulated people. And they're not, right? We have this, you okay, Stephanie? Coaches are not emotionally regulated because we've made it acceptable for them to grab an athlete, to yell, to throw stuff. I should never see an athlete holding back a coach. Like, yo, that's just crazy. That like this coach is in his 50s and he's expecting his 19-year-old athlete to hold him back and control him. Baby, go wild. Exactly. That's not me. But like, how is
Sorry.
how is it that we have these coaches who are so emotionally unregulated, but then how are they supposed to train their athletes to be emotionally regulated humans? It doesn't intersect. And I think that's the problem is when I have my sessions and roster limit, literally bringing in the 5 athletes and being like, you're all cut. These people trusted you, but they don't have the skills. They're afraid to talk about it. And for me, we have to help these coaches and administrators, but they have to understand that these topics are so critical to their existence, to the safety, that we can use love and empathy when talking about really hard stuff. Right? We can talk about the process of how we decided who we had to let go. We can talk about that, but we don't center conflict and all these things that go with it. We just say, I have to make this decision. I'm going to do it in the easiest way for me. Screw you. So I'm going to send a text. Oh, sorry. This is what's going on. And so what does it look like when administrations and coaches say, we have to handle the humans that trusted us in a way better way than what we're doing now? Because if we say it's about student athlete development, what are we doing to the athletes when we tell them that when you're not needed, you're pretty much worthless?
So I asked our senior staff, I think that 2 times now, because nothing's been decided about roster limits, but I asked, please, when you have these conversations with the student athletes on your team, please let us know so that we can be ready to like let them fall in, because they're going to have a variety of feelings that will probably be pretty intense and scary and all the things that, and let's say, we know coaches are humans too. Like student athletes are humans, coaches are humans. Their livelihood depends on 18 to 25-year-olds, whether they win or lose. So like they're dealing with their own stuff as well. But yes, parents send their children to these institutions because they feel that they can trust the folks. And sometimes, so I'm not in any of those conversations before they come to us, only when they're here and they're wondering how come their coach is treating them this way when they never did that when they were recruiting them. And I always go to coaches and I say, well, just ask them. I mean, I know you talked to them a lot before they got here. Like, just ask them how they're feeling or ask them what's going on with them. Good news story yesterday, when I was driving here, I got a call from somebody, senior executive, and they said that a kid went to their coach and told them everything that they've been going through. And I was like, in the best case scenario, we want that to happen every time. That is that student athlete's story to tell. People in my world, our confidentiality is everything, but in the general public, not so much. And so they want to like tell student athletes very difficult and hard stories for them. But yesterday, when that young man went and told his coach, like, I'm going through this stuff, like, that's what we want to be able to happen. And then we create that safe space to then take care of him and, you know, like just his whole system so that he can be thriving after he has everything he needs. And we try to do that for our student athletes, but we need everybody's buy-in that they are more. And we know this in theory, they're more than athletes. They're whole people with all kinds of family members and all kinds of passions. But we put them in that athlete identity and then we wonder why they have such a strong athlete identity.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that ended on a
Wait,
relatively
five
positive
minutes?
note. How much we have?
Oh, we got 5. No.
5 minutes to continue to. Oh, well, question. Well, 5 minutes.
Hey, can I make a request, from these questions be from the athletes? So if you are an athlete or you're with the athletes, that we want to hear your voice. So y'all better stop looking at that phone and ask some questions. Period. I'm gonna have you on that line.
Hi, my name is Zaria Liggins. I am a graduating senior sport management major, political science and Spanish double minor here at Howard University.
Damn, girl.
I played lacrosse here. I walked onto the team actually last year, after playing my senior year in high school. So, this conversation was actually like very, very helpful for me, because I was a walk-on, you know, kind of doing that thing. But my question kind of pertains more so to like NIL. How do we like handle the mental, like balance the mental health, and physical health of athletes, with NIL kind of taking over and college athletics turning more into a business, than student athletes? How do we prioritize and balance that, with us becoming more of a corporation base?
Well, for me, student athletes, if they choose in a session to disclose, we don't often talk about NIL. And that's maybe because I'm at an institution where we're not getting those big contracts and big deals. And so our student athletes, like, I'm not sure it's really, because I won't know unless they tell me. But for those of them who do share, one of the things I heard recently was my parent is making me I had to do all this stuff, like, and she's sitting in front of me yawning and tired. She just came back from a trip, like, but she has to, like, I don't know, make a TikTok or do something. And so that's how it would come to me, not necessarily the money, but more so like the demand that is being expected of me, of my time, when I don't have time to sleep.
I would say not all money is good money, baby.
No, it's not.
Y'all be chasing these checks. No, and I say that because what happens is that you see your teammate getting checks, so you want to chase them. Not all money is good money. And for you to be able to say, what's the bandwidth I can handle? And be very honest, because you're driving these NIL cars, literally, figuratively and figuratively, right? But like, you're driving it, so you can say, I'm only going to do 2 TikToks a month. You don't let them demand of you, you demand of them. Right. Literally, this is only what I'm gonna do. And if they say, I can't work with you, okay. Because the money, right? Because the money of yesterday ain't gonna be the money of tomorrow. When I win this award, you're gonna come back and want anything. So you drive the car, and sometimes it can feel like, well, but this is a really good deal with a really good. It doesn't matter. You get to know yourself and be like, I can't handle a TikTok every single day. You can't. And so really be thoughtful about what you can handle and just not chase the checks.
Thank you.
You got one right there.
See your hand over here.
You gotta stand up.
Yeah.
Microphone right here, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Leah Brown. I'm a sophomore sport management student at Delaware State University, and I'm actually a former lacrosse player at Delaware State University. And my question really had to kind of go along with this whole idea of collective bargaining and moving into this era where athletes may be considered employees. Does the NCAA and their schools become responsible for like workplace malpractice and the mental health side of these athletes once they become employees of these institutions? My experience at Delaware State and on their lacrosse team, I think that mental health wasn't prioritized to the level that it should be. So does this become a part of like a necessity? Does it become like an integral part of the NCAA and these member schools? Or do they take mental health and they kind of sweep it under the rug? Because I know we're talking about being proactive and not reactive. So now should there be steps taken in that direction?
Julie, can you raise your hand? Julie's a lawyer and she can handle that. And I'm dead ass because that's a really hard question and we don't give legal advice. What's your major?
Sport management.
You're about to manage everything. I can tell. Ingrid Wicker McCree, who's gonna be on the next panel, she's a great person to mentor you because, sorry, friend, but like, that's an excellent question. And that's gonna be something that like, I don't know about y'all, that's hard.
Yeah.
And it's a really good one, but like, that's hard because the reality is if you become an employee, that's not something that is part of being an employee as well. And it's all that gray area, but Julie?
Okay, take it out.
Julie's like, you're off the board.
I will say if I can real quick, and yeah, you can be the next,
Another one.
The NCAA regulated that all athletes should have access to mental health and addiction services. However, they have not made sure that every school has people that can work with the athletes. So while it's like one of those unfunded mandates, that's the best way I know to say it.
let's go ahead.
We have an athlete.
Hi, my name is Trinity Dickens, and I'm a high school athlete with the CKA SAVES program. And I run track at Elizabeth Seton High School. And I was just wondering how to like deal with coaches that aren't like sympathetic with athletes when we're dealing with like things emotionally and also mentally when it comes to like injury, dealing with injury and just like a negative team spirit.
Well, I think it's really brave that you want to deal with the coach directly because, I mean, having that conversation, you're the best person to have that conversation, but I would lead that conversation with how you're feeling, not what they are doing. Because if you are feeling overwhelmed or if you're feeling neglected because you have an injury and they do not have treatment for you, or you haven't seen a physician, a doctor, or a sports athletic trainer, I don't think a coach wants to be known as the neglectful coach. They might want to be known as a tough coach, the hard coach, those things. But if you use back to Dr. Jen's point about emotional intelligence and being able to use words about emotion to have conversations, I think you'll get further rather than, use I feel. And then one word should follow I feel. Recently, I talk to kids every day and they say, I feel like the coach doesn't like me. And I say, is that a feeling? Because it's a thought. And it's also an opinion, which we all have them. But if you feel neglected or disappointed or marginalized or ignored or invisible, like that's powerful to be able to say that and then have somebody hear that and say, I don't care that you feel ignored, neglected, invisible. Like it's the rare person who will say, I don't care about your feelings. It happens, but it's rare and it's probably unlikely.
And we have one back. I think that'll.
Yeah.
Get your ass up.
Hi, my name is Dylan Wilkes. I'm currently on the lacrosse team at Delaware State University. And my question is, so like Leah mentioned, mental health isn't like talked about as much as it should be. And sometimes I think when we do have emotion, it's seen as a bad thing. So my question is, how do you think I should or my teammates should navigate that conversation with our coaches, because mental health is an important thing to talk about?
Oh, I think that there's power in the collective. So you and your teammates can start a chapter of student athlete mental health advocates, or there's a number of organizations that are named for student athletes who struggled with their mental health and sadly have passed away. But you can start by having a group of your own, find an advisor to come and, somebody who is as passionate about your mental health and well-being as you are, and you lead the way. You become the example for your athletic administration and your university president of what they should be doing anyway, because to Anita's point, the best practices that the NCAA came out with in 2014 require that all member institutions need to have services accessible to all student athletes at every division.
I was just going to add, like, speaking the language of the coach as well. So for them, what language do they speak? They speak about performance. So if you can then speak in terms of resilience and mental toughness and all of that, that's a performance skill that I need to have. And so how are we addressing it? I think sometimes speaking their language a little bit can help.
Leave that to everybody. So thank you all so much. It's been an honor for me to be part of this panel. It's been a great meeting all three of you, and thank you for all your insight, and thank you all. Thank you to the Drake Group, and thank you for inviting me here, and y'all have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic panel. We didn't even get into sports betting. So we'll begin our last panel.
Another hour, believe it.
That's right. Our last panel of the day at 3 p.m.
I didn't know where to look.
It was good. No, it was good.
She's tremendous. She's really good. Yeah.
Would the panelists for panel 4 please come to the stage? Have our moderator. Right. Look at you. Are you like no notes at all?
Oh, no, I have.
I'm like,
I have-
dang.
No, no. I didn't know that. I should have asked ahead of time. I didn't know the setup. So I just went for the like.
Oh, let me see out front. Hang on. Right, I had notes there. I had a, one sec. Okay.
Where am I? For like timing and cue wise.
We were saying 3:30. I say like 3:35, take questions.
Okay.
Or three, I'm sorry. It's an hour session.
Yeah.
We're saying it's a 45-minute and then 15-minute Q&A. You want to go 50, eyeball it, and give 10 minutes for Q&A?
Okay.
Because you're done. You're the last of the day.
Okay.
So you can go as long as you want.
Okay.
Within reason.
Is there anyone that like in the audience that I'm looking that's like, hey, wrap it up or?
I'll come over and bring a blue thing if we're like, we gotta, it's
I
a
don't
5-minute
think we're
warning.
gonna go on, but I just want to make sure
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
ignoring someone that's like,
Perfect.
speak louder or
Yeah.
wrap it up or.
No, I'll just bring up the blue thing if it looks like we're dragging on a lot. Please take your seats. And our panelists. Where'd they go? We lost them, Ingrid?
Think water.
Oh, okay. All right, let's get his bow tie.
I love it.
All right. Got your water?
Had some. Thank you.
Do I need to turn this? Does yours have a light? Okay. It's working. You know, do I need to press this or?
Is it on? There you go. Last word. So am I. Welcome to panel session 4, our final session of the day. I'm pleased to introduce our panel. To my immediate left is our moderator, Emily Olson, managing editor of Global Women's Soccer for The Athletic of the New York Times. To Emily's left is Kyle Adams, former deputy director of athletics at Delaware State University, and now the principal and chief strategist for It's Bigger Than the Ball. To Kyle's left is Dr. Ingrid Wicker-McCree, former director of athletics, North Carolina Central University. And to Ingrid's left is Thomas Newkirk, a civil rights attorney and practicing in Iowa for almost 35 years. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, this panel is on the price of progress, where we're going to talk about how changing economics will impact diversity in coaching and administration. And I'm a journalist at heart, and one of the #1 rules is don't write your story before the game happens. And for the exact reason of that last panel, which brought up a really great point towards the end about the role of coaching and how it's beyond tactics and it's about psychology and what needs to be improved. And I think part of that and what we're going to address in this panel kind of ties into how important diversity, having coaches of color, women involved plays into all of that. So before we get started, I'm going to read a couple of stats to get us set up. Looking at the Tides report from 2022, which is the Institute of Ethics in Sports, it assessed that the racial and gender hiring received a C. Now, you might be thinking C's passing, like, great. But it is also the worst report across all major sports and college sports that the Tides organization did. So grading on a curve, not great. Looking at that and thinking about what that means as a whole, Dr. McCree, I'd like to start with you and ask about, one, what is the landscape now since 2022? How has that changed? And to the last panel, what role does diversity play in some of the issues that were brought up?
So good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here. It's my first symposium and won't be my last. So thank you so very much. I think that it's very important that I share my experiences. You know, the old adage of if you can see them, you can be them. And it's something that was very true in my career. I was very fortunate to have women coaches throughout my entire sports career. I started playing basketball at the age of 10, switched to volleyball. Remember seeing Flo Hyman and Rita Crockett dominate the sport in a predominantly white sport at the time. And so when I saw them, I said, hey, I can do that. and I ended up on a volleyball scholarship here at George Washington University. I'm a colonial, not a revolutionary, but it's okay. But I played for 2 women coaches at George Washington University. And then after graduating from GW, had the opportunity to go be a grad assistant coach at North Carolina State, where a woman reached out to me, the head coach, and asked me to come and be her grad assistant. And so for volleyball, and then going to North Carolina Central University when another woman who was serving as the interim AD asked me to come and be the head coach there. And so again, transitioning to my administration career and watching and seeing trailblazers like Jeanette Lee, Nikki Frank, Roberta Abney, Tina Sloan Green. And again, I said, well, if they can do it, I can too. And for 28 years, I served in various roles as coaching and administration at North Carolina Central University. So, you know, that again, I saw them and then I could be them. And so representation really matters. We talk about diversity and the numbers and gender and people of color. The NCAA's report in 2024, the database out of 20,222 head coaches, and that's in Division 1, 2, and 3, 86,000 Black student athletes, but yet 61% of the head coaches were white male. 21% of the head coaches were white females. 8% were Black males, and less than 4% or 3% were Black females. So for the 233,000 women athletes and the 86,000 Black athletes, the majority of what they saw in terms of the head coaches and positions were of white males. Of the 1,093 directors of athletics across Division 1, 2, and 3 in 2024, 62% were white males, 20% were white females, 10% Black males, and 4% Black females. When I retired in 22, I was one of 11 Black females in all of Division 1. And so again, and hopefully, and I inspired our student athletes every year because they got to see someone that looked like them in a leadership role. And then another administrative unit, I promise is my last bit of statistics, that doesn't get a lot of attention is in sports performance, which is a space that I'm working in now. So out of 1,173 head athletic trainers, 54% are white males, 34% are white females, 3% are Black females, and 2% are Black males. And last, the American Association of Colleges reported that less than 5% of all doctors in the United States are Black. And so those that are serving as team physicians and amongst the NCAA, which is a requirement, 73% are white males, 15% are white females, 3% are Black males, and 0%, it's only 5, right, are Black females. And so, and one of those Black males I work for at Duke, and he is the head team physician for North Carolina Central, St. Augustine's College, Shaw University, the MEAC, and Duke football. And so again, if you can see them, you can be them. And so while there are more opportunities for women in sports, but it's still a long way to go. And I think we have to continue to encourage young people like those that are here to pursue those careers in athletics administration and coaching. And we also have to hold accountable those decision makers to have the courage to hire people of color and women. The Advancement of Blacks in Sports is an organization I work with, and we put out a watch list every single year of Black coaches in volleyball, men's and women's basketball, football, track and field, and this year we're adding softball and golf. And I send those lists to ADs, search firms, presidents, commissioners, to make sure that they know there is a pool of women and people of color coaches for these jobs. So we have to do a better job of holding them accountable to make sure that they have the opportunity, when they have the opportunity, that they hire women and people of color.
Yeah, and I think,
Hold on.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go for, and I wanted to take it to you, Mr. Adams, because you've spent time as a deputy director in athletics, but also as a coach. And wanted to ask a little bit more what you've seen and your experience, both as a coach
Oh,
and
wow. First, are there any college coaches in the room? This is part of the problem. You know, there was a lot of really meaningful information that's been shared here today. And I'm very familiar with the work that you all have been doing for years. But coaches are not at the table and are not involved in these conversations. And if you're not, you know, either you're at the table or you're on the menu. And a lot of what's happening today in this current ecosystem, it impacts coaches' careers directly. You know, we had coaches, men's and women's basketball in Tampa Bay and in San Antonio over the weekend. You know what the primary conversation was? It wasn't this. It was how to get their next job. And, you know, as we continue to move forward, we've got to find ways for our coaches to become, especially in this landscape, how they can become more educated on what's happening in college athletics, because they're not. And especially as things continue to shift, they become more and more focused on how to win and how to win, how to win to get to their next job. And our student athletes are suffering for it. So I felt compelled to share that.
yeah, absolutely.
But I've worked in environments where I've been able to do, and in my deputy role, a lot of my role was coaching development. And we would have these conversations. I like to think that I was a coach that always had an inclination towards what was going on in the landscape, student athlete development, mental wellness. And I would have these conversations with our coaches, and they would look at me like I had 5 heads. And now we're seeing all these things that are coming to pass, and you're seeing young people that you're not able to retain their student athletes. You know, so many things are happening right now, and they're scrambling, but they've got to get to the table. And we've got to have coaches that are engaged in these conversations where they're becoming knowledgeable of the shifts that are happening in college athletics right now.
And you talk about getting to the table. I think that's a good point to bring into Mr. Thomas Newkirk about you've spent 35 years and you've specialized in the biases and that present risk to employment and especially in college athletics. What are some of from the people that come to you that have either been terminated or haven't, you know, some of the issues that they're bringing to you, what are some of the barriers that you're seeing for women and people of color?
Every person in college athletics holds stereotypes about women. Every single person, every single female, every single male, every single African-American, every single Caucasian. All of us hold stereotypes about women in college athletics that interfere with our ability to evaluate those women equally and fairly compared to men for doing the same damn job. That's the barrier that's holding women back and creating, if I could take a step back, because the title is about the financial impact. And if you go back to 1972, when Title IX was passed, 90% of the coaches of women's teams were women. And then in came the money and outflowed the women. And since over the last 30 years at least, women have been capped at coaching women at 44% of women's teams. It's literally just stuck right there. Not 47, not 50 in the back down, it's 44 capped. Men coach 56% of women and they coach 96% of men. Women are still excluded and segregated from coaching men in 2025. That barrier exists in part because of stereotypes and bias and the effects it has on all of our evaluative abilities. But now with the NIL, what do you think is going to happen? We've never addressed that problem. We've never once dealt with it. And now NIL is bringing more money in, and that money is going to follow race and it's going to follow gender. And that means that the athletes who are going to get more of the NIL and more of the money are going to be primarily the men, sometimes the women, but primarily the men. And that's the way it's going to flow. So that's going to be the problem. It's going to cover up and gloss over that dirty secret that affects primarily women around the United States and secondarily coaches of color.
You talk about the bias and the impact that it has on hiring. Where is that coming from? Are you saying the bias that's coming from the people of hiring? I mean, I have statistics here that the overwhelming majority of presidents and chancellors and conference executives are white men. Are those the issues? Are the biases coming from players, from fellow coaches? What is it everywhere?
It's everywhere. That's the thing that we have to deal with. It's not just a bunch of people that look like me, though we can be the problem. It's the fact that in college athletics, it's a male-dominated organization. It's about leadership and power and control. And the reason why we've never had a female president is the same reason we don't value women in coaching in the same way as men. When they step into that leadership role, we devalue them, we doubt them, we question them, we blame them. It's this constant subconscious process that that affects our evaluative of women generally. And that yes, they get hired, but there's a revolving door of they get complaints and they get terminated and they get pushed out and they get stressed out. And that's what happens to create that revolving door. It also works in similar ways for the administrative roles as well. Though oddly, we're making some progress in getting women into higher level administrative roles. Women coaches are just blocked because of the leadership bias problem.
Well, also too, and we talked about this on our prep call, and I promise if anyone wants to do some research, I'm with you on this topic. When I would change out or have to transition coaches for our women's programs, I always meet with the student athletes to say, what are you looking for in your next coach? And 9 times out of 10 for a women's team, the young women would say they wanted a male coach. And then I would say, well, how many of you want to coach one day? Just to put that in their minds. And so when you talk about it's bias, it's everyone. It's not just white men. It's all of us. It's how we socialize as women in this country. And so that's a hard thing to fight against too, because then if you don't have a male coach and now they have some predispositions of what's it going to be like because she hired a woman coach. So we fight this battle ourselves, especially as women.
And Mr. Adams, could you speak a little bit to maybe some of the experiences you've had, whether it was being hired or looking after who's getting hired when it comes to these biases?
Well, coaching 20 years, I've seen a lot. I've gone on coaching interviews and while I'm in the interview, a person walks in, introduces themselves, gets a cup of water, and they walk out. And 2 weeks later, that's the person that they hired for the job. Seeing those type of things where you could be considered a token interview, but thinking about how that moves in today, and with this influx of money and donorship, how that's going to minimize even those opportunities, I think, for people. And I think as you look at coaches and administrators getting hired, I think you're going to see, people, you're going to have donors that are going to be making decisions on who gets hired and who gets fired. And I think that it's a sad, I think the other part, as we look at the celebrity coach, trend that's going on right now. What does it say about people who've worked a great deal of time to kind of come up the ranks? And I could tell you guys some horror stories about my coaching career, sleeping in the locker room, one of my first jobs. I just wanted to coach.
Not at North Carolina Central.
No, man. No, man. I wanted to coach. I wasn't a great player. My father wasn't a coach. I didn't have this great pedigree. I just knew I wanted to coach, and I was going to outwork everybody in sight. And for coaches who've kind of come and been told this is the way to go about it, now a donor can come in and say, no, we're going to hire this person. Mm-hmm. What does that say about the people that we're preparing? What does it say to our student athletes and our students who are trying to do it the right way and come up through the trenches and become an intern, become a GA, become a restricted earners third coach, and just someone who may have had some success as a player gets an opportunity? I think that's, we've got to really look at what's going on today.
You said something interesting there that I think it's maybe an obvious question, but as we're encouraging young student athletes to also consider the coaching path. How harmful is that token interview in the process, and how much does it play into the overall?
It's devastating. It's devastating. Now, and I think because young people are putting themselves out there in a time where that's a very courageous thing to do. And it's always been, but more so now, just based around, I think it's important to recognize that our young people are still dealing with the impact of COVID. And I think coaches, administrators need to also take that into consideration. That's still impacting our students. But for them to put themselves out there in that way and prepare and do all those things right, and to not see the fruit of their success. And here's the thing, you can interview for a job and not get it, and build a great relationship with that coach and say, hey, I needed to do something different, but if I can help you as we move forward, and you can develop a mentorship relationship, but that's not happening today. So I think it's extremely devastating for young people who put themselves out there, who really want to pursue a career in this ministry, because I still believe coaching is a ministry. For them not to gain some tangible experience from that, I think it's harmful.
And then I wanted to look at the once coaches are hired and the compensation part of it and how much that plays into it. You mentioned the celebrity coach, but and some of these salaries, I wrote them down, are public, and you see who's making millions, where they're making millions, what they look like. It goes back to if you can see them, so it's about the passion, but it's also about the money. If you see someone that's making a lot of money and they do or don't look like you, it impacts it. Dr. McCree, how much have you seen race and gender factor into the compensation of coaches, and how does that affect the overall ecosystem?
Well, especially in non-Power 4, Power 5 situations or environments, it's really challenging. I think when I was named AD in 2008, it was no negotiating. Like, here's 150,000, you gonna take it or not? And at that point, I was like, oh, it tripled my salary. So, but then as the years go on, and I think you have to look at the environment, you have to look at the conference. I do think there's more parity now, especially at our HBCUs on the administrative level, but it's still none when it comes to women and men in terms of coaching. But a lot of that, again, is driven by budget. A lot of it's driven by influence. You were just talking about the celebrity coach. If I was still sitting in the seat, it would be extremely difficult for me, because I truly believe in the rites of passage in terms of doing it the right way, being an assistant or a grad assistant, associate head, and so on. And so, but I know the influences right now are because of the money. I do peer reviews of schools that are transitioning to Division I. And the last meeting we have is usually with the entire steering committee and the president. And my last statement is, please keep intact the student athlete experience, because the more you go from D2 to D1, it is just a business. And so I get it why they're trying to do and hire the Deons of the world, but at the same time, there's so many other aspects of being a coach that you want to hire, but then those influences are saying, no, you got to hire Michael Vick and pay him $400,000, but yet your tennis coach is still making $50,000, men and women. So, it's you can't escape it, and I'm not sure how I would handle it as an athletic director at this point right now.
And there's just more, like we mentioned at the top, there's just more and more money coming in, and it's going to cause more of that divide. To bring it back to you, Mr. Newkirk, I also wanted to look at, okay, so we've talked about the process of getting hired, what happens when you're hired, but what are we also seeing in the differences of evaluations? And I know this is your area of expertise, of the coaches that are maybe not getting as long of a time to make mistakes. What do we see when it comes to diversity and the firing of coaches?
Well, my primary, I've been a lawyer for 35 years, but my primary practice today, I only represent female coaches who are accused of bullying and abuse for simply coaching like men. So when they yell at the athlete, they're an abusive bully. When the male yells, he's fine. That's what happens. And I've identified over 300 of them who coach just like men, get canned, get their careers destroyed. Hall of Fame coaches like Sylvia Hatchell, Rita Crockett, Rita Crockett, who would mind if I mentioned her. Great, fantastic coaches who get this thing. And so what happens is that female coaches have a completely different experience from the male coaches because they have a different level of expectation on them from primarily their female athletes to attend to the needs of the athletes, emotional needs, mental health needs, et cetera. And what happens is because the female coach can never fill that gap, they're always blamed for some failure in some way, even though working twice as hard as anybody to meet those needs. That's the gender stereotype. It creates an extra burden on the female coach. It burns them out, but then they get complaints and get pushed out the door. I know that they're paid differentially. It's a little different today, but the real difference in pay for women is that they have to do at least 25% more work than their male counterparts because they're exclusively required to coach women. That's part of what's going on. So there's a whole host of barriers that we can talk about this for hours, but the bottom line is we need awareness of this problem. And by the way, I know we're here at Howard University. I focus on gender because I see it as a way to break through, to finally break through the barrier of a stereotype that is powerful and that will bleed into and help issues of race as well. You can't treat one group well and not another group when you're dealing with stereotypes. So it actually breaks through on race as well across the board.
This kind of diverts a little bit from the kind of overall price topic, but I think it's important there. We've heard on panels today of student athletes kind of saying that they are not getting through to their coach. And then obviously now we're talking about coaches feeling like they're let go for reasons that aren't right. I think this is for you, Mr. Adams and Dr. McCrae, of then how do those things come to the middle and create a functioning system of both the coach and the player being heard and breaking down some of the disconnect there?
So one of my last meetings before I retired with the coaches, all the head coaches, and I said, either you need to do your research on emotional intelligence, learn how to communicate effectively with the student athletes and their parents. And they knew I was very honest because I am a parent of a college student athlete now, and I'm one of them. It's okay, but I am. But I said that to them to say, you're not gonna have a job if you don't. And so I believe every athletic program should have an assistant or associate athletic director for coach and staff development, right? On the university side, you have the faculty, what is it called? The faculty support, there's an office, faculty development, right? And they're there to help develop the junior faculty
Coaches need to
seeking tenure. Why wouldn't you have the same? And especially if you're an athletic director that's not in tune with development and professional development. And so that's where it has to be some kind of balance, and that athletic director needs to be aware of that. And how are they going to help the coach and the student athlete so that there's empathy there amongst those two groups? And it's because there's not a lot done. We send our coaches to their conventions and all of that, but they're talking about X's and O's. You start seeing more now on how to communicate in those type of sessions, but one session is not going to help a person for the rest of the year. What are you doing as a leader of that program to help make sure you keep the C's from becoming the little C's, the little concerns don't become the big C's? But you have to be attentive to that. You have to want to make sure you're doing that, because otherwise you're going to be in the newspaper, right? Because a student athlete, or they're going out on social media and talking about the coach. How are you engaging the parents from day one, right? So student athlete gets angry with the coach because the coach yelled at them. They go home or they call their mom and dad and say, hey, coach yelled at me today. Tomorrow, the student athlete goes back and the coach, they dap it up. They're good. But now the parent has no clue that they're okay. So there's so many little things, nuances that can be prevented if you're proactive about it and be true to, yes, there are going to be conflicts, right? But how do you handle it? As Jen said, conflict is not always bad. It's going to be there, but you have to be proactive in how you want to address it and handle it.
And that feels like a departure from the topic, but it's really not because it goes into the hiring and the firing and the financial side of it. Mr. Adams, just curious, when we talk about that, what's the difference in leeway that we see of the chances that coaches get comparatively, coaches of color and women compared to white male coaches?
Y'all watch the men's tournament. You know, a couple years ago, we were talking about, you know, all these coaches who got fired, assistant coaches got fired for all these different things. All of those head coaches at those institutions have been elevated. And we talk about things with institutional control, I think was the term that was used. You know, and we're not talking about, you know, the coach that just won a national championship was involved in a Title IX investigation. But that's all glanced over now because they won. I think back to the point that Dr. McCree was making, when you talk about the different characteristics that coaches need to be equipped with, I think that's a soul thing. It's a spirit thing to want to be able to become inclined emotionally to be able to care for your student athletes. And I think it says something about the people that we're hiring. I've always viewed coaching as a coach is an educator, right? A coach needs to have a pedagogy. How is it that you go about the development of your student athletes, regardless? You got 12 student athletes, regardless if you win 25 games or one. What are the tangible takeaways that each of your student athletes is equipped with when they get done with you? And that's gone out the window today. And we hear more and more stories about why student athletes who are having terrible experiences. It's very saddening when you think about it. And it, you know, for people who genuinely care about people, coaching is not. Educators are getting out of this profession at a high rate. And I'm saddened to see that. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you did. You did. And I think it all fits together. I don't know, Dr. McCree, did you want to add
I
to
just
that?
wanted to piggyback off of that when earlier we talked about, right, the young women want to play for male coaches. And so then you take it a step further. I think this year, Jen, correct me, it was about 11 Black women volleyball head coaches that were terminated this year, and mostly at predominantly white institutions. And so it's hard for me to believe that, okay, they were all that bad.
Right.
All right, so the barrier even for that group is even more so. So if the young women don't want to play for women in general, and then there is something there about playing for a Black woman, and if they're not at an HBCU, and so it's so many layers. And then just, you know, I was told not to get into that, but the climate today. But anyway, I just don't know. It's sad.
Yeah.
You know, I pray that it does change. I pray for my daughter who hopefully she wants to be a coach. But unless you really have to work on those connections. I think the young lady asked about how do you get in? You have to build your connections. Being here today, you have to use those connections. There are people that want to help you succeed, but you have to make sure you're, like Kyle said, putting yourself out there and being present in the spaces where you need to be.
And I think I mean, we've talked about a lot of the downsides, but I'd like to leave with something a little bit optimistic. And I go back to the first thing that we said, and I'll just start with Mr. Newkirk and come down this way. But we talked about the more money that comes in, the bigger the divide is. But I would ask each of you to tell us what your pitch would be as to why more women, people of color, more diversity in this space is actually good business, because that's the conversation that's going to break through to the people that have the checkbooks. So just curious, and starting with you, why is it good business?
Well,
I will give it you from my perspective. It's good business, so I stopped suing you. Universities, you keep screwing up, you keep screwing over the women, female coaches. I'm gonna keep coming after you till the last day I got. So if you'd like to save some money, just, take some time, educate yourselves on how stereotyping and bias works. I think we need to have forced diversity in coaching teams for both men and women. Because you need gender diversity on a team for men as much as, or more so even than on women's teams, because they don't have any access to gender diversity in their team and the coaching methods. So something like that would be helpful, but that's all I can say in terms of like a quick remedy, but I don't have any other business reason to do it. That's all I got.
Because those coaches, they have mamas and grandmas, so there probably needs to be a female perspective when helping them with their young men. And I think generational differences matter as well in terms of Gen Z and Gen Alpha, and what their needs are. And I think that could help dictate why there's a need for diversity. But I also think that if in the 2028 Olympics, right, the IOC just said that I think most of the slots, more than 50% of the participation slots will be women athletes for the first time ever in the Olympics. So if they can do that with all of the global issues everywhere with women and participation in the sports, we're not the only ones that have issues, then we need to follow suit. We can do that, and so I just think for me, it's the 233,000 women and the 86,000 Black student athletes that should be the driver. It should look like our teams look, and especially in the revenue sports. So.
I think because it's humane. I think about, and Jen talked about it a little bit, there's a narrative now that's really trying to, I feel, separate men and women. And I've seen it, as a man who coached women's basketball, I saw it a lot. But I think about a story that a lot of people don't know about. We're all, we've become familiar with Coach Stringer's team at Cheney that played in the '82 national championship game, right? The only HBCU to play at that level. But I think what's not amplified enough was John Cheney, who had his success at Temple, was the head men's coach at Cheney at that time. And they practiced against each other every day. Coach Stringer would coach the men. Coach Cheney would coach the women. And, we hear so many instances about, how women are here and men are here. But anything that can bring us together where we can, what you're doing and how you're teaching is just as valuable as anyone else. And I think that we've got to do more to help bridge that gap and connect the genders. But I'll say this also. I point this to you all. There's a reason why you all were born at this time. In this time in the history of this country, it's a reason why you're here. Because you're here to help shift the change. Don't diminish your value, your thought, or your influence. You guys are equipped with what it is you need to make the changes that you want to see. So be encouraged.
That's a phenomenal way to end. I believe we still have some time for questions. Yes, do we have the microphone or? It's coming.
Greetings and salutations. I'm Dr. Keith Adams, and I'm the president of the CKA Safe Project. You've heard from many of the student athletes that I work with throughout the day. I would like to address, Mr. Adams. It's real what you said. To be overly qualified and still not have opportunities does hurt. CKA, we didn't want to fight anymore. So I created, along with my former student athletes, coworkers, friends, what have you, an organization designed to assist in the process. We're actually creating a gap year academy for 2027 for men and women's basketball players because we see the need to pause before you make all of these big decisions. Let smart people help you. So one of the things we say is when your future is on the line, experience matters, and we want to give you experience. Another thing is coaches don't get the type of experience that I had just a generation ago. Most college folks don't have educational backgrounds or just got a degree in whatever so they can work a college job. So yes, it is a calling. So we will have general managers, we will have coaches, we will have assistants, we will have interns to teach you how to do business. There's no right or wrong way. There's a preferred way, but this preferred way would get you a 90% college graduation rate. So I appreciate the panel having that real conversation. And yes, the work is hard, but it's needed. And we are attempting to assist by doing independent research on student athlete motivation, their thoughts on collective bargaining, and asking coaches what it's like to coach now, because it's not like before. So again, I just want to thank the panel. Appreciate it.
And before we move on, if there's other questions, just wanted to give you guys a chance to either respond to that or talk about the organizations if anyone.
Well, I think it's so important that all of us in here have the opportunity to help someone. Sean, I had the privilege of sitting with him who won the award today and connected him. I think, where did he leave? He must have left, but I connected him with the lead media relations director for Duke basketball today, just like that. And so we have to be intentional. We're always telling the young folks to be intentional about your career. You need to do this, be present. We have to do that too. I am so blessed. I get to take 19 HBCU women volleyball players to Botswana the end of May. I did not have to do that, but I wanted them to have that experience because our students don't get to go over. Athletes don't get to have those opportunities because they're athletes. So we, the adults in here, have to do a better job of making sure we're always available. It's just a text or it's just a call. It's just them giving them their number to help them. So I would really challenge all of us in here to just continue, not that you're not doing because you're here, but to continue doing more of that.
Do we have any? Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Blay from Delaware State University, the former FAR. So y'all forgot to mention the statistics for the FARs.
I did.
You know, but I'll let it slide. Actually, what I was wanting to know though, when you're talking about statistics, that's including HBCUs.
Yes.
So the stats are a lot different when you pull out HBCUs of that. That's one thing. The other thing is the coaches from HBCUs get pigeonholed into just HBCUs.
Yeah, how much of an issue is that? I mean, we mentioned Deion Sanders at one point today. He obviously left, but the balance between feeling like you're pigeonholed and also seeing an opportunity, what does that look like?
That is an extreme challenge. Now, we just saw Norfolk State's coach Vickers do that, and now he's at Auburn, but that is very rare and across all sports, especially football. And so you almost have to take a step back, right, and go somewhere to be an associate head coach just to get back in to position yourself to become a head coach at a predominantly white institution. And so but I will say that is an area that has gotten better slightly for Black women in administration, because 28 out of those 40 Division I athletic directors are at non-HBCU schools. And then we have 3 that are at FBS schools, right? Vanderbilt, Virginia, and Candace, Carla, and Duke. All right, that worked. So, so there have been some gains in there, but for coaching, trying to transition over, I stayed my entire 28 years at North Carolina Central, 2 at North Carolina A&T in HBCUs because I felt that I needed to be there and I wouldn't have traded it for anything. But it is very challenging for coaches to make that transition.
I would also say, and Dr. McCree mentioned Larry Vickers taking the position at Auburn, the immense pressure that he may feel taking a job in the SEC, and if he's not successful, right, what that could mean for people in the pipeline who are looking to have opportunities to coach at that level, who are at HBCUs, right? The unbelievable pressure that he has on him, I think needs to be taken into consideration.
And it's also across Division I and Division II.
Yep.
I've seen them where a lot of, there's some qualified Division II coaches, winners, and they can't get a Division I job.
Right.
So.
Yeah, there's still that burden of being representing more than just you when you take those opportunities. I think we have a couple more minutes if there's any other questions. Right here.
Hi there, my name is Olivia Gilliand. I am a student at Ohio University, but I'm also a former college athlete. I'm working on starting a Division I wrestling program at our university with some of my colleagues, like Dr. Redpath here. I'm just wanting to hear from you as people who have worked in sports administration. What advice do you have for young coaches, for new coaches, especially in emerging sports like women's wrestling, to kind of combat these issues that you've been speaking about today beforehand?
So during my time at Delaware State, we were very involved with bringing women's wrestling to Delaware State. And one of the things that we felt was extremely important as you look to build out was connecting with the different organizations all over the country who support women's wrestling. People don't know that women's wrestling is one of the fastest growing sports of our emerging sports. I'll connect you with someone that I think that would be a good resource for you. But one of the things that we felt that was important to kind of start the buzz, Delaware has a strong wrestling culture, of course, from the men, but we kind of leaned into that. But we had a wrestling camp, and I'm sure that we did a wrestling clinic. We had some wrestling coaches from 2 actual Olympians came in and kind of conducted the camp. We had 75 young women from 9 states come to Dover, Delaware, to participate in that clinic. So I commend you for the work that you're doing as a former student athlete, as a student leader, to bring a sport to your campus. That's a legacy that you'll leave on that campus. Salute.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Any other question in the back?
And Tom, this one's for you, Tom. Who's responsible when, are you looking at the athletic director? Are you looking at political considerations in terms of those hires? When you look at 300 cases or so, who's the one that's the culprit? Is it the ultimate decision maker, or?
It's really a cumulative thing. Okay, and I can't explain it in 5 minutes, but it's the athletes that misinterpret the coach's behavior and then report it to the administration. The administration then hears that complaint and overreacts to it. It's a constant flow of stereotyping and bias throughout the whole system.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter whether the athletic director is female. Females fire female coaches all the time. And female coaches actually don't get fired for performance on the field. They get fired for these student athlete issues, what they get fired for most of the time. Parents used to be, the helicopter parent used to be a big part of it, but there's not as much anymore. The kids have become so much more independently able to voice their concerns about a coach, which ended up flowing toward the female coach more than the male coach. And administration hears it like that. and then places blame on the coach. It just happens. I'm getting a lot less parent direct interference cases than we used to maybe 10 years ago.
Wow.
I'm sure there's somewhat behind it, but you know, that's just as a side note, I was going to say this, that one thing I think in terms of solution, I think it's two things. It's time to start treating 18 to 22-year-old athletes like they're adults. I mean, real adults. They can have sex, they can go to war, they can do all the things that we can do. But it's also time for the athletes to also take on that adult responsibility in terms of like understanding the coach's perspective and kind of having a training where you're actually going and training the athlete to understand that there are many reasons why the coach may not be able to respond to their needs at that time. Very, very good coaches. So it's a systemic problem. And I've done a lot of work trying to cut through and figure out how do you explain it to people in a simple way, but it's very difficult.
But
Never. The women are never hired again. Yeah, they're never hired again. They're red scarlet letter on the check. If they're fired, if they're non-renewed, if they quit, if there's any kind of a whisper of a hint that there was student athlete dissatisfaction about them, they're done.
And right, we want them to be adults. I think that is going to take some time. I know I remember listening to Dawn Staley at a We Coach Academy 2 years ago, and she talked about how from August through November, once a month, she has a parent meeting. And her goal is in terms of communication to make sure that they know exactly what they're communicating to their daughters about how they're going to decide who gets playing time in a very objective measures, because she wants to limit the amount of calls and frustration because my daughter's not playing. And I thought, and she said this in front of 92 women coaches, and I was so glad that she did that, because 30 years ago, well, not 30, 20 something, when I was coaching, I built relationships with the family, because it takes the family. And to take an 18-year-old and think, okay, tomorrow they got it. And especially today, my daughter's schedule was very regimented by me. And so now when she goes off to college, and luckily I knew her coach, you know, she was okay with me still being in that space, but a lot of coaches are not. So how do I get Sydney to be on her own at 18 right away? She's 21, she's almost there now. So luckily she is almost there, honest. When she turned 21, it was like, oh, but I just really firmly believe it's still a village, it's still a family. And the coaches have to really communicate. They don't have to talk to them every day, but they do have to communicate from day one. Hey, this is how I'm going to manage your daughter, with the daughter understanding here's X, Y, and Z. So it just takes a lot.
Does Gino have to do that?
Gino, I don't know, Jen, do you think Gino does that? No, because she's a daddy's girl. But
No, I mean, Gino, the UConn coach. Is he?
oh, Gino, I'm
No, do you think Gino has to make it the parents?
That's a good point. It goes into the emotional labor, and it works.
But okay, but one of the things I have always said, I'm okay with, I lead differently as a woman. I'm okay with that. And I'm not saying that he does it. I don't know, but I do know he does it. Probably he does it. But you know, but yes, and he has 12 championships and she has 3. But I still think that, and maybe that's why with football coaches and basketball coaches, men coaches, they have female presence on their staffs now.
Well, this is a great example, just like 2 seconds. Gino versus Dawn. Look what she has to do. He was a championship coach. The extra work she has to do to manage her team.
Great point.
And tell all the other women to do the same thing just to keep your damn job. Gino coaches exactly like he wants to coach. I'm sure he's a great, fantastic coach, but he does what he believes should be done. And the structure of what a coach is surrounds Dawn Staley because it's a male over what she has to do. She has to fit herself in that square peg. That's what's wrong with the system.
And also, when it was LSU, South Carolina, even with Kim Mulkey, it's the same concept, different aspects of it, but Dawn Staley is an intersection of having to do double of that. I want to take 2 more questions, one over here and then one over here, because I know that we need to wrap up.
Yeah, kind of a little, you hit on a little bit of part of my question, but just, is there hope or a way we can even address that perception of, rather than it being comparing female coaches to male coaches or women coaches to male coaches, to just men and women might coach differently, or we don't need to compare them at all? Is there kind of hope for that? Or if there is, what's what's the message? Because I feel like we're regularly, at least in my experience as a woman, it's being how am I like or not like a man instead of just how am I as a woman. Anyway, just a little curious on that. And then is there anything in youth sports that we can be doing to help with perception or relationships with coaches? I know there's a lot of conversation about, I don't know, even referees, how they're being treated, but is it thoughts on if, again, kind of going back to a younger level, how can we kind of train them up to be prepared for whatever they get to respect different coaches?
The first part of the question, I just would suggest, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a concept called servant leadership, which leans itself more toward the concept of how a female might lead differently than a male. It's scientifically shown, but in the real world, subconsciously people frame coaching as man. Full stop. That's all. I mean, it's going to take years to break through that, and you've got to treat it like it's a disease. You've got to treat it. You got to treat it now until we eventually shift our brain and speed up our brain's transition to where we don't think that way anymore. It's like Kim Mulkey or Don Staley. They're fantastic coaches, independent of their gender. That's what we got to get to. I'll let others take the second part of your question. Remember the second part of the question?
No, I don't.
Can you go the, yeah,
Youth
if it's
sports.
about.
I thought it was youth sports was.
Oh.
Better training.
Youth sports is a whole thing of itself. I mean, I think that I know in volleyball, right, for youth sports, for AAU or club, one thing I do really respect and like about USAV and AAU volleyball is that the students have to referee. They become officials. I don't care if you're 8 years old. If you're on a club team, you're officiating during tournaments. And so what is that teaching them about officiating, respecting officials? Because since we have so many issues, I have not seen as many issues in volleyball, youth volleyball, with parents getting, and they do though, getting thrown out and things as I've seen in the media with basketball, some of the other sports. But, you know, what would that look like if basketball AAU did that too? To sensitize the students children to respect the officials and what they're doing. And so I think it takes things like that to start doing to help develop empathy in sport and civility.
And then last question.
Jen Fry.
I know you owe us, but anyway.
So kind of, I think a first question, kind of going off of what you just said, Wick, do you really think, because we already see how refs are treated, that if we entered kids into being refs, that there'd be civility or there'd be even worse on them? That's kind of the first. But the second one, Thomas, I wanted to ask you, when we talk about how quick these Black coaches, especially women, get fired, do you think it's because athletic directors are worried about bad press? They don't want to be thought about as not being the player's AD. So they're like, if a player complained, instead of them saying exactly what you said, they're like, I don't want that player going to social media. And not only are they going to talk about the head coach, they're also going to talk about me as an AD. So I'm going to protect myself and throw the coach under the bus. Even though it's a good coach, we know there's no problems. I got to protect this program. I got to protect myself. So I'm going to throw them under the bus and fire them. And like, do you think it's like this real, like for me, this lack of entering into conflict and saying, I don't want to have to worry about the president, the board, so I'm just going to fire this coach and be done with the problem, but not really done with the problem?
Well, that's a great question to enter into the world of how bias works at a micro level. And so the answer is yes, that can be one motivation that's floating in the head. That how the bias works is I see the female coach and I see that maybe it's irrational fear of press or the students complaining or the parents upset, or I'm worried about just how it looks, or I'm not protecting the girls, whatever it is. All those emotions are flowing in their head. But I look at the female and subconsciously say, she's not worthy of me fighting for her. And the male, I look at him and think the same thing's going on in my head. I look at him and it bounces back and say, I think I ought to stick with him a little longer. That's how bias works. Boom, like that. Thousands and thousands and thousands of times around the country, all over the world, especially in the United States, of course. And it's gender, it works just like that. That's how it works.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of that, his response, Tom's response, I had a situation where a coach came in, a female coach, and took 9 scholarships away. But I also had a male coach who did just about the same. I was in the newspaper, national news, because of the female coach.
Yep.
And we still supported her. But it was very challenging. So does that run through an AD's mind? Oh, yes. And especially now with social media, you can't hide anything, or not that you want to hide it, but you don't even have time to address a situation. So yeah, that goes through their minds. And I would say about the refereeing and young athletes, it's a culture renovation. Those organizations would have to be committed to doing something like that and starting there to make sure that they're educated. But, you know, organizations, I know St. Louis's Sports Commission has a sports behavior platform. And we're trying to adopt that with the Durham Sports Commission. So that somewhere in the community, someone's talking about sport behavior, but it would take the organization to start with the vision of changing that culture and really committing to it and having a great plan to address how it's the parents. It's not so much of the athletes. They would probably love to be able to referee themselves. It's the parents that would be the challenge.
Well, I want to thank my panelists for taking the time to go over this. I also did not get to mention at the top, but I do want to give a congratulations to Dr. McCree for being named to the National Association of College Directors Hall of Fame, class of 2025.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Second that, congratulations to Dr. McCree. What a fantastic panel. Thank you, Emily, Kyle, Ingrid, Thomas. Well, we have concluded our panel sessions. We would be remiss for not thanking the faculty and event management staff from George Washington University who were in charge of managing this event. We really appreciate all of your hard work with and Lisa Delphi Narati. With those thanks, we end our nationally live streamed coverage. And now we will begin our networking and cocktail hour. Off to the yard side of the room, we have drinks set up and I believe a little more food. Please help yourself. Get a chance to meet and greet for as long as for the next hour. And I hope you learned a lot today, had some meaningful conversations. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for coming, for the panelists for their time and expertise, and to our board.